Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I have received messages from the Senate returning bills without amendments or requests. I do not propose to read these messages, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. Call the clerk. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to workplace relations, the road transport industry and registered organisations, and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. Give a call to the Minister for Workplace Relations and the Minister for Employment.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the amendments be considered immediately. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 93, noes 44. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. I give the call to the Minister.
Speaker, I move that the amendments be agreed to. The amendments are a sensible reform to Labor's intractable bargaining reforms to ensure they operate as intended, to ensure mandatory terms included in workplace determinations are not less favourable than the corresponding terms in the previous enterprise agreement, and I commend the amendment to the House.
The question before the House is that the amendments be agreed to. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move the question be put.
Are you gagging us?
Order. Order. And the House comes to order. Order. The question before the House now is the question be put. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no? I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. The question is now the amendments be agreed to, and the result of the division is ayes 91, noes 47. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. Did the ayes have it? Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 97, noes 42. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The following message from the Senate has been received. Oh, sorry, the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Wannon from moving the following motion immediately. That this House condemns the Albanese Labor government for its dirty deal with the...
Sorry.
Speaker.
Just pause for a moment, member for Wannon. Just pause for a moment. Order. We'll deal with this. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I move that the government business of the day be brought on immediately.
Order. The Leader of the House has moved the next item of government business be put forward. I'll put that question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bell. Dan. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the business of the day be called on. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 91, noes 48. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations, financial services and the financial reporting system, and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. I call the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
I move that the amendments be agreed to. The bill establishes External Reporting Australia, or ERA, Australia's new body responsible for the development and maintenance of accounting, auditing and assurance standards. In recent years, we've seen behaviour from large accounting, auditing and consulting firms in Australia that is not fair and honest. This bill represents a major development in the setting and maintenance of standards. The amendments on which we seek the House's concurrence are all consistent with the policy intent of the bill. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is the order. The manager will just let me state the question for the House. The question is the amendments be agreed to. I call the Leader of the House.
I move the question be put.
The question is the question be put. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 91, noes 48. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. So the question now is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 98, noes 40. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Mr. Burke, do you want to...
Order of members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Before calling the clerk, I call the Leader of the House.
Declare that unless otherwise ordered, major sporting events into hearing images protection Amendment Bill 2026 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the bill.
I call the clerk.
Are we done?
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Major sporting events, indicia and images protection amendment bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
So just a moment. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moncrief.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I want to start by talking about sport and the inspiration that is sport and what it can do for young lives, because I was inspired as the federal member for Moncrief just a few weeks ago when I attended the Benoa Primary School, where there was the boccia tournament for 3 primary schools across my electorate, Benoa, Ashmore and Surfers Paradise, who came together for a boccia tournament for those students living with disability. And I can tell you the hope in their eyes and in their parents' eyes when they got to actually participate in something greater than themselves, when they got to think about what it would be like to perhaps be a Paralympian at the 2032 Olympics. And the light in Xavier's eyes and Florence's eyes when I spoke to them, when they told me the enjoyment they got from participating in sport. And that's what it does. It inspires a nation and it inspires our youngest athletes and would-be Paralympians and Olympians alike. And last week in the Parliament, I met with young athletes preparing to represent Australia at the Commonwealth Games, a moment they've trained years and years for. They spent their whole lives training every spare hour, quietly chasing the dream of one day pulling on the green and gold on the world stage. And I think of the children right across Australia who are currently lacing up their boots and stringing rackets, stepping onto ovals for the first time, not knowing it yet, but beginning a journey that could one day lead them to a World Cup or indeed an Olympic Games, perhaps 2032. The Team Australia uniform means so much more than a piece of clothing. In the lead up to major events like the Commonwealth Games, World Cups and the Olympic and Paralympic Games, thousands of young Australians are being inspired to dream bigger because they can see a pathway in front of them. And I think the pride in the eyes of families when a child puts on an Australian jersey for the first time is a symbol of years of hard work, sacrifice and inspiration. I think the excitement that builds every time the Socceroos take the field, when children across the country pull on jerseys, wave scarves and believe that maybe one day that could be them. Now, the legislation that we have before us is the Major Sporting Events, Indicia and Images Protection Act 2014, and the Act protects the commercial rights associated with major sporting events in Australia, protecting against unauthorised reproduction of indicia and images, essentially protecting against fake merchandising. The Act already does this. The protections already exist. This bill amends the Act by changing the process by which a major sporting event will be recognised, and it does so by proposing that events are recognised via a delegated instrument, moving power from the Parliament, from primary legislation, and instead giving power to the executive, to the minister, into delegated legislation. And it's important to note that the laws that provide protection of indicia and images essentially remain unchanged in the proposed new arrangements. What's actually changing is whether or not sporting events will be recognised by a change to the primary legislation, as has been the case since 2014, or whether it should be done via a disallowable instrument. The government claims this bill modernises legislation to recognise a future major sporting event via a disallowable legislative instrument, making the process indeed more efficient. Although the proposed changes to legislation may create efficiencies, it does so by trading off transparency so that members of Parliament only see those decisions once they are law. We only see the words afterwards, once the disallowable instrument has been introduced. Now, the debate on this bill is not about whether or not indicia or images should be protected, because that already occurs, and we all agree that, of course, they should be protected. The debate on this bill is actually based on the philosophy of legislating. A key theme of legislating is that all laws should be placed in primary legislation unless it's critical to do otherwise. The government has not made an argument here as to why it's critical to change the legislation process. And I wish to thank the Minister, however, for the departmental briefing, where I was informed that this legislation change has been initiated by the Minister, from the Minister, not stakeholders, and there's no time imperative on this change. We've got plenty of time in the run-up to major events. It is important to note that there is sufficient lead time for a major sporting event of international significance to be recognised and protected under the current legislation. This is because there are often long lead times from the announcement of an international sporting event, think Brisbane 2032, to when they are played. And examples of major sporting events that have been legislated under this Act previously are the International Cricket Committee, a T20 World Cup of 2020 that was recognised by this Act via a legislation amendment in 2019, the International Cricket Committee Men's T20 World Cup 2022 that was recognised by this Act via a legislation amendment in 2019, and the Women's World Cup Australia-New Zealand 2023 that was recognised indeed by this Act via a legislation amendment in 2019. This is already happening. And examples of future major sporting events to be recognised by this Act include the 2027 World Rugby Cup, the 2028 Cricket World Cup, and of course, as I've mentioned, the 2032 Brisbane Olympics and Paralympics, for which we are so excited to host in South East Queensland. And whilst we're on the topic of sport, which indeed this bill is about, one needs to be wary of this minister and the government in terms of how they say one thing, that they appear to support the sport industry, and then how they do something quite different. The Albanese government has a track record of a lack of support for our sports stars, leaving them in the lurch. In February 2026, Labor left 2,000 athletes in the dark with an imminent funding cliff. Labor left around 2,000 Australian athletes without certainty about their scholarships and funding, with just weeks until the lion's share of national sporting organisations' funding expires on the 30th of June 2026, happens to be today. In Senate estimates, the Australian Sports Commission CEO Kieran Perkins, former gold medalist, I should say, confirmed that circa 2,000 athletes currently receive direct athlete support and have no certainty their scholarships will continue beyond 30 June 2026. He also confirmed that NSOs likely won't know the outcome until the federal budget in the first week of May, leaving just 6 to 7 weeks before the funding runs out. These athletes are being asked to make major career and education decisions with no idea whether their support will continue, and that's simply unacceptable, particularly with Brisbane 2032 on the horizon. Government officials also confirm approximately 60% of cash grants to NSOs come from terminating budget measures, meaning the majority of high-performance funding for Australia's 46 high-performance programs has no certainty beyond 30 June 2026. Our competitors, such as the United States and China, both operate on multi-year funding cycles, giving their athletes and coaches genuine long-term certainty. Yet Australia, as the host nation for 2032, cannot currently guarantee funding beyond the next few months, and that's not a runway, it's a cliff. While the Albanese government has talked up its major sporting events legacy framework as a centrepiece for its sports policy, the Coalition has exposed it for what it really is, a policy document with no dedicated funding pool and no grant guidelines. When pressed on the total budget allocation for the framework in 25-26, government officials confirmed there is none. Instead, approximately $130 million has been handed out on a case-by-case basis with no transparent criteria and no competitive process. What we have is a minister with a chequebook with no rulebook. There are no grant guidelines, no published criteria, no competitive process, just whatever the minister decides. And that is not a framework, that is a slush fund. Meanwhile, the very NSO expected to deliver on Australia's ambitions for Brisbane 2032 can't get certainty on their core operating funding 6 weeks out from expiry. That tells you everything about this government's sports policy priorities. Then, if that wasn't enough, we heard in the recent budget estimates in May this year that Labor cuts put grassroots sport at risk. The Albanese Labor government has dealt a $182 million blow to grassroots sport. An Australian Sports Commission CEO and Olympian, Kieran Perkins, revealed during Senate estimates that the government ignored advice to provide ongoing funding for a group of key sporting programs. Programs facing uncertainty beyond the next 12 months include sporting schools, Play Well, local para champions and local sporting champions. The participation-based funding programs received a one-year terminating measure status for the 2026-27 budget year, Mr Perkins said. Mr Perkins warned the sporting schools program alone would see close to 2 million children participate in free after-school sport this year, and that ending the program would have an impact on the number of children getting the opportunity to play free sport after school. He said this lack of long-term funding certainty would limit those organisations' capacity to provide participation-based growth programs within their sporting environments. But despite these warnings, the Albanese Labor government stripped ongoing funding for these programs, slashing the sporting grants budget from $331 million in 25-26 to $151 million in 29-30, a reduction of a massive $182 million. Labor is more interested in their bottom line than supporting grassroots sports and the communities, like everybody's community in this place, who relies on it. At a time when families are tightening their belts, affordable community sport has never been more important. Families are choosing between whether their kids are able to play sport or not at this time, while they're having to pay their huge mortgage bills, their huge electricity bills, and all of the other bills, like the groceries and the insurance. These programs help millions of Australians stay active, connected and involved in sport, and cutting support for community, school and disability sport programs will hit families and local clubs hard. Instead of backing grassroots sport, Labor's creating more uncertainty for the organisations delivering these vital programs. With the 2032 Olympics fast approaching, the government should be backing the programs that help develop our future Olympians and Paralympians, not putting them at risk. With a government minister who's more focused on justifying using taxpayer dollars to go to a mate's birthday party on a Saturday night in Adelaide and calling it a work meeting, it's only right that we question the transparency of such bills that the same minister puts forward. For those birthday party events that the minister tried to justify as legit taxpayer dollars, an independent inquiry found the minister was in breach of the rules and ordered the minister to pay back the money as well as issuing a fine. But back to the bill in front of us. This is a bill that changes a process to give more power to a minister, the same minister that had to pay back the debt nobody has asked for, and a bill that the government has not justified the need for a change in process. The Coalition indeed supports the protection of indicia and images for major sporting events. This bill aims to change the legislative process by which an international event is recognised to receive these protections. The government has not made a clear case as to why the Parliament should lose transparency and concentrate powers into the executive and into the Minister of the day. I note that the Scrutiny of Bills Committee will convene tomorrow to consider this bill, and I look forward to their assessment on it. At the end of the day, this is about more than legislation. This is about protecting the integrity of events that inspire Australian children today, in fact children all over the world, the dream of becoming tomorrow's Olympians, Paralympians and world champions. When the Socceroos represent Australia, they carry with them not just a team but millions of young Australians who see a version of themselves in that green and gold jersey. The scarves, jerseys and merchandise worn in schoolyards and living rooms across the country are not just products, they are symbols. Symbols of aspiration, of belonging and of national pride for Australia. Every major sporting event we protect is another spark for a young Australian to decide that sport could be their future and that matters more than any administrative convenience. As we look to events like the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, we should be strengthening the connection between young Australians and the dream of representing their country, not weakening it. And so, while this debate is about process and legislative structure, its impacts will be felt far beyond this chamber, in every backyard, in every school oval, and every child who dares to dream of one day wearing the green and gold.
Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order for the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and a resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour of this day. I will put the question, or if the opinion say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, online safety amendment, strengthening enforcement for the social media minimum age bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the online safety amendment, strengthening enforcement for the social media minimum age bill 2026, and I move the second reading amendment circulated in my name. I do so with a simple observation. The Albanese Labor government has been forced back to the Parliament to fix a law it told Australians that it already fixed. And let us be clear about what this announcement really is. Doubling the maximum penalty to $99 million, legislating new information gathering powers. These are not the actions of a government that has got it right. They are the admission of a government that got it wrong. The Albanese Labor government's social media ban is half-baked, poorly designed, rushed, badly implemented, and every Australian parent who was promised their children will be safer is today learning the truth, that this ban was built on very thin scaffolding indeed. You don't just have to take my word for it. The E-Safety Commissioner herself described this ban as a very blunt force approach developed very quickly. She now says she was not keen on it when it was first discussed. She said it did not give her the potent powers that she needed. When your own regulator tells you the tools don't work, there's a real problem, and that problem has a name: incompetence. The evidence is damning. A landmark Australian study published just last week in the British Medical Journal found 85% of under 16s are still accessing social media. We know this, we see this out and about in our communities, and that ban was unlikely to improve adolescent mental health in the short term. The study concluded there had been limited implementation, incomplete compliance, and substantial circumvention. The E-Safety Commissioner's own compliance update in March this year found 70% of children remain on these platforms. That is the verdict on the Albanese Labor government's signature child safety policy. And while children slip through the cracks, the minister flies around the world taking credit for a policy that this side of the House made possible. Minister, the work that needed to be done was here at home. The hard work of design, of enforcement, of getting it right, that work was never done. Worse, the government continues to mislead Australians, boasting that more than 5 million accounts have been removed, but we know a large proportion of those are Google accounts used for Gmail and other purposes that have nothing to do with social media accounts. Australians deserve honesty, not spin dressed up as success. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will not be lectured by this government when it comes to protecting children online, because when it comes to online safety, it is this side of the House that built the frameworks that Labor now leans on. It was the Coalition that established the E-Safety Commissioner, the world's first dedicated online safety regulator of its kind anywhere in the world, although I have questioned the overuse of the E-Safety Commissioner's powers. We did not follow other nations, we led them. Australia became the global benchmark, and governments around the world looked to what we had built and sought to replicate it. It was the Coalition, through the Enhancing Online Safety for Children Act, that first gave Australia a Children's E-Safety Commissioner with powers to have cyberbullying material taken down, protecting young Australians from the torment of online abuse. And it was a Coalition that expanded that office in 2017 to protect all Australians, not just children, recognising that online harm does not stop at the age of 18. And it was a Coalition that delivered the landmark Online Safety Act 2021, the most comprehensive online safety regime in the country's history, with half the time platforms have to remove harmful content from 48 hours to 24, and built an adult cyber abuse scheme, strengthened protections against intimate images shared without consent, and the Coalition put in place the basic online safety expectations, putting the onus squarely on the tech giants to make their platforms safe by design, not as an afterthought. It was a Coalition that gave the E-Safety Commissioner the power to order the removal of the very worst content, and I think everyone would agree. Child sexual abuse and material, pro-terror content, abhorrent violent material, no matter where in the world it is hosted. That's a record, and that's leadership. That is hard, methodical work of governing, the work of designing laws that actually function, which stands in stark contrast to what we have seen from the Albanese Labor government. The Coalition supported a minimum age for social media. We want to keep children safe. But supporting the goal was never the same as endorsing Labor's execution, and on execution, the Albanese Labor government has failed. Labor inherited a world-leading framework and a world-first regulator, and still managed to deliver a ban that 85% of under 16s simply ignore. They had every tool the Coalition built at their disposal. They had the goodwill of this parliament. They had squandered it now through incompetence, haste, and a minister out of her depth. So let this be said plainly. Much more must be done for our children. Parents must be given proper mobile device safety tools. We must confront the addictive algorithms that fuel doom scrolling and prey on young minds. And we must block the live streaming that enables the very horrors of child sexual abuse. The online safety of our children is not a press release, and it's not a photo opportunity. It is a solemn responsibility. And on this government's watch, that responsibility has been dropped. Australian parents deserve better and Australian children deserve better. And until this government does the hard work it has so far avoided, the Coalition will hold it to account every single day.
Is the amendment seconded?
To speak.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A few weeks ago, the United Kingdom announced that it too would introduce a minimum age for social media use. And when the British government set out how it would be done, it said its ban would be built, in their words, on the same model as Australia. I read that with quite a sense of pride because keeping children safe online is something we should all agree on, no matter your political persuasion or the country you call home. And I think that by leading the way, we have put those words into action, and now the world is following. When we passed our laws, we were out on our own. There was no shortage of people lining up to tell us it couldn't be done. Well, our government ignored those naysayers because we saw the data from experts. We listened to those with lived experience and we delivered sensible measures that are now keeping our children safe. What we heard from the UK Prime Minister in his announcement speech was a phrase that we had heard throughout the debate last year in this chamber, that this was about giving children their childhood back. While the UK now takes the next step, and the likes of Canada and parts of Europe are also considering doing the same, the formula they are using came into effect here in Australia on the 10th of December last year, when our government brought in a minimum age for social media and took under 16s off the platforms that were doing them harm. The idea behind it is as simple as it gets. Keeping kids safe from these platforms should not be the job of a 14-year-old or their parents around the kitchen table. It should be the job of the people who have built the platforms in the first place. We do not undertake these measures because we think badly of young people or we don't trust them. We did it because they had been allowed into a world that had been designed to target them, not support their development. And today, with this bill, we make that law stronger, and I'm very proud to support it. Deputy Speaker, before being elected to this Parliament, I trained as an educational and developmental psychologist. I spent years studying how young minds grow, and it has stuck with me. So let me tell you how I see these platforms, because I think we keep describing them all wrong. We talk about social media like it's somewhere people go to hang out, the same way my generation hung out down at Hungry Jack's or at the local park or at a shopping centre. It's not that. These platforms are not some public area that happens to have a few teenagers in it. They are products, brilliantly built and backed by billionaires, designed to do one thing above all else, and that is to get a hold of a person's attention and never let go. We all know what being a teenager is like. As a parent, I've seen it from both sides, and the science confirms it, that in all the years of your life, it is when your attention is the easiest in the world to grab. Your mind is at its most curious because you're working out who you are, and what people think of you feels like the biggest thing in the world. And the part of your brain chases that next hit of excitement, and that is way out in front of the part of your brain that's meant to say, wait, hang on, maybe not. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's simply how growing up works and how it always has. What my daughters are experiencing now is exactly what myself and my siblings experienced a little while back. But Deputy Speaker, what's new is that we've handed some of the cleverest companies on earth a direct line into exactly that, and we let them turn it into profit. The endless doom scrolling, the notifications pinging left and right, and the little lift that you get when someone likes your post, and the gut punch when nobody does. None of that happens by accident. It is the whole design. It's doing precisely what it was built to do. But this law is already pushing back. Since it came in, parents in my community have told me what it's meant at home, and the stories rhyme. At the beginning, it was difficult, but now the evenings are calmer. The late night scrolling has stopped. Bedtime is a thing again, and even the odd kid has picked up a book. Others, whose children are not quite at the age of wanting social media, have also said what a relief it is that they now have these laws to point to when eventually they have the conversation with their children. So, Deputy Speaker, the change is happening in homes right across Maribyrnong and right across the country. And yet, in the months since, we have learned something else, and that is why this bill is before us today. Some of these platforms have looked at their obligation and decided that the bare minimum will do just fine. Earlier this year, the E-Safety Commissioner put out an update on how the law is going, and the headline number was good. More than 5 million underage accounts removed or restricted. That also says that these measures swept through the platforms. But that same update found something else. For too many kids, they're still getting back on. Not because the law is weak, but because these companies are letting them. A kid gets knocked back because of age restrictions, so they just try the age check again and again until one finally clicks. An account gets shut down on Monday and it's back up again on Tuesday. And a parent who goes looking for somewhere to report finds half the time there's no one on these platforms listening. And Deputy Speaker, we know these aren't accidents either. They are deliberate choices, and we've seen this playbook before from some of the very same companies. They believe they can do as little as they can and get away with it, while telling everyone they're doing heaps. They also make it as hard as possible for anyone outside to check whether it's true. And if they receive a fine, they treat it as if it's just a cost of doing business. Well, because they have done this over and over, we know the game, and our response is that the bare minimum does not cut it when we're talking about children's safety. The bill strengthens the law we've already got, and it does it in two ways. The first is about getting to the truth. Right now, when a platform tells the Commissioner it's taking reasonable steps, that's a very hard claim to check from the outside because the platform is basically the only witness to its own behaviour. This bill addresses that head on. It lets the E-Safety Commissioner demand information and documents not just from the platforms, but from anyone who holds the goods on whether the law is being followed, the age check providers included. So basically, if a company says its age assurance works, the Commissioner can go and ask the people who built the age checker and find out whether that's actually true. The second change is about consequences. The bill lifts the maximum penalty to breaking the minimum age rule to $99 million. These are companies that can build a car that drives itself and software that writes emails for you, but somehow can't tell a 13-year-old from a 30-year-old. I don't buy it. Our government doesn't buy it either, and I'd hazard a guess, most parents don't either. Lifting that penalty and lining it up with the changes we've already made under our consumer law just makes sure that doing the right thing is the cheaper option and doing the wrong thing is not. And to be fair to these companies, they're not short of money or brains or talent. They can clear this bar without breaking a sweat. The only real question, the only one there's ever been, is whether they'll choose to. And our government is determined to make sure the answer is yes. When I discuss these restrictions, I always come back to the parents because this goes to something I feel strongly about. No parent, however on the ball they may be, wins this by themselves. You can take the phone off them at night, they'll still find a way. You can set every control the device has got, and the design on the other side is still a step ahead of you. One parent on their own against a massive company with AI on their side gets worn down, worked around, and in the end, ignored. But a whole country and its government that sets a clear rule, stands behind it and hands its regulator the teeth it needs to back it up, that is a lot harder to ignore. That is the whole point of doing this, to give our kids the time they need to grow and give Australian parents some breathing room. I know there are members in this House and people throughout the country who still not they still don't believe in these restrictions. I sometimes hear the argument that a kid who is determined to get around the rules will find a way, and that by pushing them off the big platforms, we might push them somewhere worse. I get it. But what I will say is that you don't judge a law by whether someone is determined to break it. I mean, we don't scrap the speed limit because some people speed. You continue to set the standard. You make doing the wrong thing harder rather than easier, and the evidence right in front of us says that there are fewer kids on this platform today than a year ago. So it is working. We know this because the data says so, because parents are telling us, and the idea that you have to get every right all the time is nonsense. Legislation, especially legislation involving technology, will always require room to grow. And the debate in this chamber shows that our government understands the modern world in which we live, while others continue, or may wish to continue, to bury their heads in the sand so they can continue to play cheap politics. Well, Deputy Speaker, in the end, while this legislation and the restrictions it aims to strengthen are about technology, it is really about childhood and what we owe to it. I've spent my whole working life arguing that the early years of a child's life aren't a warm-up act for the important stuff later on. They are the important stuff. And these years, the teenage years, matter every bit as much in their own messy but brilliant way. They're not a rehearsal, they are the real deal. The years that decide who our kids turn into and how they come to see themselves. We all get one shot at it. My own two girls are growing up in this online world, the same as every child across Maribyrnong, the same as every child across this country. And I want them to have a childhood with a bit of room left in it, room to be bored, to be curious, to muck around, to be young for as long as they get to be, before the world starts to ask them to be something else. Our government is not handing that over to a handful of companies that are more interested in their profits and performance. We have made a cracking start. We are leading the world, and this bill only seeks to make it stronger for parents and safer for our kids. I commend the bill to the House.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Online Safety Amendment Strengthening Enforcement for the Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2026. Sometimes I reflect on the promise of the internet, of social media and of our digital platforms. We thought that they would be a place to connect, to cross oceans and skies, to stay in touch with family and loved ones despite the distance. We thought they would give everyone the opportunity to have their say. Suddenly, all you needed to have your voice heard was a phone and an internet connection, and we thought that that would contribute to a flourishing democracy. We thought that they'd be spaces for children to learn, for people to find support and friendships. We thought they'd spark incredible productivity and growth. Imagine sitting down with someone from the 1970s or 80s and telling them this: within 50 years, nearly everyone on Earth will carry a device in their pocket that gives them instant access to the sum of human knowledge. Every book, every paper, every fact available in seconds. Now, they would have assumed the obvious consequence that productivity would soar, but it hasn't. Productivity has declined, and almost all of the promises of our online spaces have fallen flat. Not necessarily because the potential wasn't there, but because the downsides of our online spaces have well and truly trumped the positives. Our online spaces are now vectors for incredibly harmful material: child sexual abuse material, suicidal content, aggressive bullying, radicalisation and racism. But the harms are actually deeper than this. Social media is now the home to a constant negativity and enshittification that wears people down. Constant misinformation, constant AI slop, constant misogynistic and racist comments, constant outrage and polarisation. So many of the adults and children I speak to don't like social media. They're sick of algorithms that produce outrage and negativity, but they feel obliged to use it. They feel obliged to use it because we've welcomed these technologies into our lives without thinking about the harms they would cause, and now it is too late. Our lives are so entwined with social media and digital platforms that it's impossible to undo, and it makes unpicking the harms really difficult. Not to mention that the big tech companies are now as powerful as many nation-states. So in this context, I strongly commend the Australian government's world-leading work in regulating online spaces. The under-16 social media ban is world-leading. It required courage to implement, and I congratulate the government for this courage. It's great to see so many countries overseas now following in our footsteps, and I'm glad to see we're not stopping there. The government's commitment to a digital duty of care could be a transformative policy for improving our online spaces. It wouldn't just protect children by removing them, it would force companies to make their platforms into better sites and experiences. But there's no question that the implementation of the under-16 ban has been questionable. The vast majority of teenagers I speak to have made their way around the ban. Studies show around 80% have found their way through the ban. And part of the reason it's not working is because our eSafety Commissioner hasn't had the powers or the resourcing to properly enforce the ban. The eSafety Commissioner herself described it as trying to fence the ocean. And this bill will make a difference here. It gives the eSafety Commissioner expanded powers to compel documents from digital platforms and other related stakeholders to assess whether the social media companies are actually doing as much as they can. And I have no doubt that they're not. These companies want this ban to fail. If it fails here, it means other countries won't pursue the same policy. If it works here, and we can make it work, we set an example for the rest of the world to follow. So I strongly support the greater empowerment of the eSafety Commissioner. I also support the doubling of penalties for non-compliance, although I don't think a $100 million fine is a huge deterrent for some of the world's wealthiest companies. And I also remain concerned by the eSafety Commissioner's budget. The Commission will need to take on these tech giants in court, and it remains unclear whether it has a sufficient litigation budget to take them on. The Minister has said that that is something that she is aware of and then that she will guard against, and I will take her on her word on that. Without a doubt, properly resourcing and empowering the eSafety Commissioner will be essential for the success of the under-16 social media ban and essential to Australia's long-term approach to online safety. Beyond the social media ban, the next step is a digital duty of care. Establishing a digital duty of care places an obligation on all digital platforms and services to take reasonable steps to prevent harm to users, including AI chatbots, social media sites and other digital platforms that incorporate AI. And this is an online safety framework that's proactive rather than reactive, a framework that requires platforms to be safe by design, not one that's endlessly catching up with the latest harms. It would mean that social media platforms would not just have to remove extreme content, but would also have to reconsider how their algorithms are developed in the first place. Similarly, an AI chatbot developer, if covered by a digital duty of care, that builds a product it knows is likely to be used by children for emotional support, cannot claim it bears no responsibility for the foreseeable consequences. In practice, a digital duty of care would require digital platforms, I think including AI developers, to take steps like conducting risk assessments before deploying new products or features, implementing age assurance measures where their products are likely to be used by children, implementing effective mitigation measures to remedy risks identified in assessments, designing recommendation systems that do not exploit psychological vulnerabilities, having accessible and effective mechanisms for users to report harm, and taking prompt action when harms are identified. It could also require operating systems to be required to integrate an AI classifier that's set to block illegal child sex abuse material. Overall, it will shift responsibility to those who can actually prevent the harm in the first place. Now, the government has committed to implementing this digital duty of care, and there are a few design features that are essential to make it effective. Firstly, it's important that there is a single overarching duty. This would mean platforms have a general obligation to take reasonable steps to prevent foreseeable harm to their users, rather than a list of named specific obligations. And the difference is significant. A list of specific duties only captures what the drafters anticipated, not new and emerging harms. And this space is moving so fast that legislators cannot keep up with an ongoing list of harms as they become apparent. Specific duties for the highest risk categories could sit underneath an overarching obligation to give industries and regulators greater clarity, but the overarching duty must not be traded away. This is about creating a new culture where platforms think about those safety issues before they roll out new products, rather than taking a strict compliance approach. Second, the framework must capture the full range of harms. The government's current issues paper sets the threshold at serious harm. But serious harm means loss of life or severe physical injury. And that threshold risks leaving out harms that are less acute or immediate, but deeply damaging and widespread. This could include the erosion of a child's developmental capacity through unhealthy relationships with AI companions, or the slow degradation of mental health in a teenager who spends years in an algorithmic environment that continues to serve up distressing content. And none of these may clearly meet a serious harm threshold as currently framed, but they are still deeply problematic. And the government must lower the bar to use a threshold of harm rather than serious harm. Third, the eSafety Commissioner must be properly resourced and empowered. A well-designed duty of care on paper means nothing without a regulator capable of enforcing it. This bill is an important step towards this, but the government will have to continue to monitor the situation and empower and resource the Commissioner as required as this space changes when we recognise a digital duty of care. Fourth, strong enforcement measures and penalties. Now, this would ensure that platforms actually meet the digital duty of care and are held to account. And again, that involves the eSafety Commissioner having resources and powers to compel the production of documents and data from platforms and audit algorithms. And this bill is a step in that right direction there too. The eSafety Commissioner also needs resourcing to litigate any appeals, because these big tech companies are not going to go quietly. Penalties must be substantial enough to change behaviour. Fifth, transparency requirements to ensure the government and the public understand and can monitor how digital platforms are managing the risks. Now, this would involve regular transparency reporting to government on key metrics, such as usage statistics and quantitative data on exposure of children to harmful content. This would also involve requirements for platforms to make data available publicly to increase transparency. And sixth, including AI models like general-purpose chatbots such as Claude and ChatGPT. Now, this is currently ambiguous, but these cause a range of novel harms like attachment hacking and erosion of critical thinking. And we don't want to be in the same position in 15 years with AI as we are now with social media. We need to get the framework right so that it is actually dealing with technology as it continues to change. So I commend the government on its approach to online safety so far. We have been world leading with the under-16s ban. We need to back that up with this bill to ensure that we can enforce that and make it meaningful, partly for all the other countries who are looking to see if we can pull this off. And I urge the government to continue to be brave and consultative and listen to the community as it develops that digital duty of care, so that we can lead the world and make sure that we are creating spaces that can be used safely. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's school holidays in my home state of Queensland, and across Griffith, families will be out and about enjoying time with their kids. They will be at South Bank or one of our local parks like Raymond Park, at a local pool like Musgrave Park Swim Centre, at the movies like Hawthorn Cinemas or the Dendy at Cooperoo. at one of our local libraries, or just at home where parents are trying to fill in the days. As a parent of two beautiful young men myself, I know how great these days are. There is noise, mess, sunscreen, snacks, the kids asking what they can do next, and us parents doing our best to keep everyone busy and happy. There is another part too, and many parents know it too well. There is the constant pull of the phone, the tablet, the group chat, the notifications in the platform that wants a child's attention and does not give it back easily. Ask any parent what has changed most in childhood, and many will point to the phone. It follows children into bedrooms, schoolyards and weekends, carrying pressures that parents can feel but cannot always see. It is the young person who cannot sleep after something cruel was said online. It's the child who feels left out after seeing photos from an event that they were not invited to. It's been a year since I was elected into this government, and in that time, one of the things I am most proud of is our social media ban for under 16s for those exact reasons. I am the mother of an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old boy. Like so many parents, I want my children to grow up curious, kind, confident and safe. I want them to make friends in real life, learn how to be bored, play sport, ride bikes, read books, tell terrible jokes like their stepfather, argue over board games and spend time in the world around them. Most of all, I want them to have the space to become themselves before a platform starts measuring them, ranking them, tracking them, and selling their attention. Deputy Speaker, the world has changed since I was a primary school student. I remember playing Chuck Yeager's Air Combat on my father's PC somewhere in the 1990s. I also remember playing Doom, and I have to admit, I thought the graphics looked pretty good back then. That was a very different type of screen time. It belonged to a very different childhood. The game stayed on the computer. It did not follow me to school, sit by my bed, buzz in my pocket, count my likes, or push endless content to me when I was meant to be asleep. Although I will admit occasionally I did have the radio underneath my pillow when I was meant to be going to sleep. It did not learn what made me anxious, angry, excited or insecure, then serve me more of it. Children today face something far more powerful. Social media platforms are designed to hold attention, learn behaviour, reward reaction, push comparison and turn popularity into a visible score. For adults, that can be hard enough to manage. For children, it can be totally overwhelming. A child of 12 or 13 does not have an adult brain, an adult sense of risk, or an adult ability to step back and see that a platform is trying to keep them there. Yet too often we ask children to resist systems built by some of the richest companies on earth. That is not fair on children, and it's also not fair on parents. Deputy Speaker, Australian parents led this movement. Parents told us they were tired of fighting alone. They were tired of platform rules that looked good on paper but failed in practice. And they were tired of children being exposed to bullying, violent content, sexualised content, scams, manipulation and social pressure before they were ready. They told us they needed more than advice. They needed the law to be on their side. The Albanese Labor government listened, and we acted to delay access to social media to the age of 16. Since our minimum age law began on the 10th of December, more than 5 million underage accounts have been removed, deactivated or restricted. These are children who have been given back time to sleep, move, study, talk, play, and step away from the pressure of being constantly watched and judged. And we started seeing early signs of change, Deputy Speaker. A recent YouGov survey found that 30% of young Australians aged 13 to 15 are spending more time playing sport. 27% report better sleep. Online bullying is down 9%, and exposure to inappropriate and violent content has fallen by 18%. Deputy Speaker, our laws have made a strong start, but some platforms are still not doing enough. The E-Safety Commissioner's Public Compliance Update in March 2026 raised serious concerns. A substantial share of Australian children under 16 still hold accounts, create new accounts or bypass age checks, as we've heard in this chamber this morning. Some platforms appear to allow underage users to try age checks again and again until they pass. Some do too little to stop a child whose account has been closed from opening a new one straight away, and some make it too hard for parents and others to report underage users. These are gaps that children can slip through, and they are failures by companies with the money, people and technical skills to do better. The eSafety Commissioner is now actively investigating potential non-compliance of 5 platforms, and we can guess who they are: Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok and YouTube. These are not small startups or backyard businesses. They are some of the largest and most powerful digital companies in the world. They have the engineers, they have the data, they have the money. They have the skill to build products that can hold a child's attention for hours. They can use those same resources to comply with Australian law. Deputy Speaker, this bill strengthens the enforcement framework behind the social media minimum age law. It does 2 main things. 1, it increases penalties for non-compliance, and 2, it gives the eSafety Commissioner strong powers to gather information and documents. The bill doubles the maximum penalty for breaches of the minimum age obligation, bringing the maximum penalty to $99 million. That is a serious penalty, and it needs to be serious for these multinational tech companies to take it seriously. The increase brings these penalties into line with recent changes to competition and consumer law, and it reflects the scale of the companies this Parliament is regulating. A small penalty can become just the cost of doing business. A strong penalty sends a different message. We are firmly signalling to these multinational tech companies that if you want to do business in Australia, then you must comply with Australian laws. It says children's safety cannot be treated as a public relations issue. It says platforms cannot make promises in public, then do too little in private. Deputy Speaker, a strong and robust regulator like the eSafety Commission cannot enforce the law with public statements alone. It needs evidence, documents, records and the power to test what platforms say against what platforms do. These new changes will give the eSafety Commissioner stronger tools to get the information needed to assess compliance. The Commissioner will be able to issue notices requiring information and documents from any person where the Commissioner reasonably believes that person holds material relevant to the minimum age framework. That can include the platform itself. It can include third parties, age assurance providers, app store providers and others who hold information that can test a platform's claims. This is a practical change and it goes to the heart of enforcement. Platforms should not be able to mark their own homework. They should not be able to say, "Trust us," and then refuse to provide the evidence. For example, a platform may say, "Its age check system works." A third-party provider may hold information that shows the system fails. A platform may say it has closed underage accounts. Other records may show that many of those children came straight back through the front door. A platform may claim that parents have simple reporting paths. Evidence may show those paths are hard to find, hard to use, or slow to act. And if a platform fails to comply with information gathering notices from the eSafety Commissioner, we are doubling the penalty for doing so. This bill will help the Commissioner get to the truth, and that is exactly how enforcement works. You find the facts, you test the claims, and you act where the law has been broken. Deputy Speaker, we should never lose sight of the people at the centre of this debate: children. It's about the Year 7 student who has just started high school and feels pressure to be on the same apps as everybody else. It's about the 13-year-old who lies awake at night thinking about a message that no child should ever have received. It's about the 14-year-old who scrolls for hours and feels worse after every swipe. It's about a child who is bullied in the schoolyard, then followed home through their own phone. It's about the parent who wants to protect their child but feels outnumbered by technology built to break down every boundary.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43 and the debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give the call to member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Refugee Week was held from 14th to 20th of June this year with the theme A Million Stories. I have lived one of those million stories myself. As the first member of the House of Vietnamese refugee heritage, I'm humbled to stand here today. I joined the students of Liverpool Boys High School for their Harmony celebration in Refugee Week. I want to thank the school community for their warm invitation. I watched these young men proudly showcase who they are, Arabic drumming, Bollywood dancing, traditional Samoan dancing, and proudly displaying of cultural flags. What makes this even more remarkable is that the school is doing all of this from a temporary campus while their own school is being rebuilt. To put on a celebration with such pride and energy under those conditions is a real credit to the students, the teachers and the families. I congratulate them. What I saw that day was a perfect reflection of Fowler. We are one of the most multicultural communities in the entire country. Our community is built on the resilience of people who arrive from every corner of the globe, many with very little, carrying heavy burdens, but holding on to hope. I live and breathe this every day. A day like this teaches our young people to be proud of their heritage, to respect our differences, and to be grateful that we have all found a home in this wonderful country. We are one, but we are many. So to the students of Liverpool Boys High and right across Fowler, my message is simple. Be proud of your heritage, be proud as well as being proud Australians. Thank you.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow brings with it the end of the 2025-2026 financial year and the start of a fresh new one. Unlike the start of the calendar year, people are not talking about gym memberships, new diets, pledges to cut back on alcohol and chocolate. This new year brings with it a raft of financial benefits for individual Australians and for small business. A key example is that from 1 July 2026, the $20,000 instant asset write-off comes into play. Now, this means that small businesses with an aggregated turnover of less than $10 million can deduct the full cost of eligible depreciating assets costing less than $20,000 that are first used or installed ready for use in an income year. And this, Deputy Speaker, is proposed on a per-asset basis, so small businesses can instantly write off multiple assets under $20,000 in a single financial year. The arrangements apply to new and second-hand assets. The benefits of this are multiple and include improved cash flow, the release of immediate liquidity, allowing businesses to reinvest these funds directly into the business. The compliance burden is also minimised because the need to maintain complex multi-year depreciation schedules and records for qualifying assets will be eliminated. Multiple assets under $20,000, better cash flow, lower compliance costs and more liquidity. This is a measure designed to support and back Australia's small businesses and those who own and operate them.
Member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, next year an arts degree will cost $54,000, a double degree over $90,000. For 5 years, the Job Ready Graduate Scheme has doubled the cost of arts, law, business and commerce degrees. And in those 5 years, students have also found themselves paying 40% more for rent, 27% more for groceries, 43% more for fuel. Behind those figures are real people from Kooyong. One constituent works part-time as a social worker while studying for a master's degree. She was unexpectedly hit with a $5,000 bill for her HECS repayment and had to spend hours negotiating with the ATO. She described it as one of the most deflating experiences that she has experienced as a low-income single parent. Then there's another Kooyong constituent who had repaid about half of his $11,000 HECS debt when he found himself with a serious illness. He was unable to make loan contributions and his debt ballooned to $22,600. He says the HECS system is clearly broken. Australia's cost of living crisis, it's already hard enough and we're giving young people a cost of learning crisis on top of it. We have to end the harmful Job Ready Graduate Scheme and make education affordable again so that Australians have a shot of getting ahead instead of being punished for choosing to invest in their education.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and happy Financial New Year Eve, as everyone says. Every single day, the Albanese Labor government is focused on making things better for hard-working Australians in my community in Menzies and right across the country. From tomorrow, we're giving every worker a tax cut, reducing the lowest tax rate, putting more money back in people's pockets every single payday. From tomorrow, those on the minimum wage will receive a 6% pay rise, taking their pay to $1,000 a week for the first time. And some of our lowest paid workers, those on award wages, people working in essential services like aged care and childcare, will receive a 4.75% much-deserved pay rise. From tomorrow, payday superannuation begins, giving workers more certainty and more chance to accrue retirement savings. From tomorrow, the $20,000 instant asset write-off becomes permanent, helping small businesses right across the country with their cash flow. From tomorrow, paid parental leave reaches a full 26 weeks, 6 months of support for new parents to be shared amongst them as they see fit. And from tomorrow, we're banning supermarket price gouging, ensuring the duopoly doesn't rip off hard-working Australians at the checkout. Only the Labor government has a positive vision for Australia, an economy that works for people and not the other way around. That means higher wages, combined tax cuts of over $2,800, protecting people from price gouging and support for families.
Member for McKellar.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak about absolute legend Charlie Vercoe, the courageous 24-year-old McKellar local and Newport Surf Club member who paddled towards the jaws of a shark to save Leah Stewart, who was being attacked at Coogee Beach on June 13. In a moment of crisis, Charlie showed extraordinary bravery and selflessness, putting the safety of another ahead of his own. As one Northern Beaches local put it, Charlie is the epitome of a hero, a brave young man who risked his own life to save that of a complete stranger. He's also the epitome of all volunteers who make up Surf Life Saving Australia. Surf lifesavers all around the country give up their time and undertake training to keep our community safe, not just for a moment, but for years and sometimes decades at a time. They too are absolute legends. Charlie's actions reflect the very best of our community and the values that define Australia's surf life-saving culture. On behalf of the Northern Beaches community and everyone across Australia, I'd like to thank Charlie for his courage, selflessness and unwavering commitment to serving others. You are a remarkable role model for young Australians and someone we are all so proud of. As we hear the welcome news that Leah is out of a critical condition and has been reunited with her family, we send her our love and support as she begins her road to recovery and rehabilitation.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, it was another perfect dry season weekend in Darwin and Palmerston with heaps of community events, which of course gave me the opportunity to get out amongst our groups and explain all the really positive cost of living supports that are starting on the 1st of July, tomorrow, which is Territory Day. So happy Territory Day to all Territorians. I went along to the CODA Seniors Expo. Thanks to Sue Shearer and the team for putting on this great annual event for our senior Territorians. Then I went and spoke with the younger crew in Darwin at the Kindness Festival, which is put on by our international student community. Excellent work by the Chair, Sushan, and team. There was a festival of hockey on the weekend. Well done to the SRA Territory Stingers men who won the series against Indonesia. The SRA Territory Stingers women didn't quite make it, so well done to the Indonesian women's hockey team. Well done to all the organisers. It was a really fantastic event. On Saturday evening, I attended a dinner at the Palmerston Mosque. I want to thank the President and all of the committee members there before I flew back on Sunday. Also had the opportunity to attend the Beer Can Regatta put on by the Lions Club. So well done to all the teams, the Mixed FM team, the military team that had their HMAS Wilson, and the winners, the Down Under Safari Pirates. Well done.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, yesterday Labor voted to increase taxes on widows and divorcees. That tells you everything you need to know about this government. Now, this tax is appalling, but it doesn't surprise me, because over the last few weeks I've been advocating fiercely for a Whyalla constituent, Kate Edwards, a registered midwife. Unfortunately, Kate has been slapped with over 70 grand in taxes and fees because of an admin error when she bought her own home. Kate packed up her life in the United Kingdom to fill a skills gap in Whyalla, saving a maternity ward that was forced to close in 2023. Today, after pressure from Kate and my office, State Treasurer Tom Goodson-Tonus apologised on air and has guaranteed that Kate will get her state fees back. Around 28 grand.
Well done.
Putting aside state Labor's hypocrisy, spending 12 months asking the feds for a refund but not refunding their own fees, finally State Treasurer Tom Koutsantonis today admitted that, and I quote, "It is something we could have fixed earlier."
Shame.
Speaker, Labor loves unfair taxes, and this is just another example. I call on the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, to take Kate's issue seriously, respond to my requests, and, like his state colleagues, see the light and refund the $44,000 that has been taken from Kate immediately.
Hear, hear.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow, July 1, Australia's first independent national environmental protection agency will begin its work. It marks a brand new chapter for the protection of Australia's natural environment. For the first time in our nation's history, Australia will have an independent national regulator with the power, focus and responsibility to uphold our environmental laws. That is a proud achievement of this Albanese Labor government. In just over 6 months, the National EPA has gone from a long-held ambition to a working reality. For decades, Australians have called for stronger environmental protection. They have asked for clearer rules, better decisions and a regulator strong enough to make sure that our rules are followed. They have asked for a system where the environment has a real voice. Tomorrow, that begins. I want to thank the environmental groups, legal experts, scientists, First Nations people, community advocates and local volunteers who help make this happen. In my community of Griffith, this is something people have been asking for many years because people deeply care about the environment around us. I joined with my community to campaign for stronger environmental laws and our first national EPA. Too much of what we love is under pressure: our threatened species, rivers, reefs, forests, wetlands and oceans. The National EPA will help people understand Australia's environmental laws and it will make sure those laws are respected. Labor has always understood this responsibility. Tomorrow will be a proud day for our government, but more importantly, it will mark the beginning of a new era for Australians' environment.
Member for Fisher.
And Deputy Speaker, last night Labor failed a very simple test. They had the opportunity to stand with Australians who've already endured some of life's greatest challenges. Widows and widowers, divorcees, families trying to rebuild after loss and hardship. Instead, Labor voted to increase their taxes. Can you believe it? That tells Australians everything they need to know about an incompetent government that cannot tell the truth. Before the election, Labor promised Australians that they wouldn't come after their savings, their investments or their future. But once those votes were counted, those promises just disappeared into thin air. This government keeps talking about fairness while punishing Australians who've worked hard, saved hard and planned responsibly. First it was toxic taxes on housing, investment and aspiration. Now they're reaching into the pockets of widowers and divorcees. Life has already dealt them a very tough hand. Labor shouldn't be making it harder for them. Labor can't manage the nation's finances, so they keep coming after everyday Australians. The Coalition believes that Australians should be rewarded for hard work, not punished for it. We'll continue to fight these toxic taxes. We'll stand up for families, retirees, small businesses, widows, widowers and divorcees, and we'll keep fighting for a fairer, freer, better Australia.
Member for Aston.
Deputy Speaker, our government is laser focused on assisting with the cost of living. On this side of the chamber, we understand that many Australians feel as though the economy isn't working for them. We know that right around the country, Australians are looking for solutions, and that's why Labor is delivering real change. From tomorrow, every worker is getting another tax cut. And around 3 million workers are getting a pay rise. We're banning supermarket price gouging to give Australians a fair go at the checkout. We're extending paid parental leave to a full 6 months, giving families more time with their little one and more support. We're making urgent care clinics a permanent part of Medicare so anyone can see a GP for free. And we're tackling the big challenges that have been thrown in the too hard basket for way too long. We've passed new laws to give first home buyers a fair go, because if you work hard and save, you should be able to buy a home of your own. Lower taxes, higher pay, a fair go for families and first home buyers. That's real change, and that matters to people in my community. Real change that we'll keep delivering. Deputy Speaker, this is all at risk under the right-wing trio opposite. They would like to take this country backwards. It's only Labor that will lead this country forward. And with your indulgence, happy birthday to my end of financial year baby Clancy, who turns 25 today. Thank you.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor's tax attack is killing confidence in Australian real estate, and Mallee is feeling it. While the Housing Minister was bragging in the House yesterday, people on the ground were seeing the damage firsthand in Mallee. Wes Davidson is a prominent real estate agent in Horsham in Mallee, and he says, and I quote, "We now see the biggest lack of confidence in real estate that I have ever seen in over 4 decades in the industry. I am seeing clearance rates at record low levels across the country. They are lower than the first couple of weeks of COVID, and that was a pretty uncertain time. Now people are saying we're in a more uncertain time because the aspirations are being killed by these regulations." Wes goes on, "This is the dumbest economic policy we have, the dumbest government that I've seen, both state and federal, in terms of housing policy. It's wrong, it's criminal, and hopefully they'll both get the boot at the next election."
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 'Twas the night before delivery, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even in those in their 5% deposit house. And when the calendar turns to the 1st of July tomorrow, the following changes will come into effect. Working Australians will wake up with another round of tax cuts, keeping more of what they earn and helping ease cost of living pressures. Families gain greater security through the continued expansion of paid parental leave, moving us closer to 6 months of support for new parents. Workers receive higher minimum and award wages because a fair day's work continues to deserve a fair day's pay. Small businesses will have the certainty of a permanent $20,000 instant asset write-off. Everyone will benefit from stronger investment in our public hospitals, alongside permanent Medicare urgent care clinics that make it easier to receive treatment close to home. More women will have access to specialised endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, ensuring conditions that have been overlooked for far too long receive the attention they deserve. Veterans will be supported through a dedicated veteran wellbeing agency, recognising that those who have served our nation deserve coordinated care and lifelong support. So while those opposite remain divided on who should lead their party or require a glam-up or a makeover, or who will continue to lead, we will continue to change and deliver a better tomorrow for every Australian.
Member for Nichols.
Deputy Speaker, there was a time when governments actually did the hard work. They consulted widely, they carefully considered the impacts of policy, and they understood and dealt with potential unintended consequences. But we are in a new era now. Under the Albanese government, we get a cluster of thought bubbles delivered as a budget and presented in half-baked legislation that requires more backflips than a trampoline competition. Now, the Treasurer has been unable to explain changes to trust arrangements, and the front bench are all over the place to the point where they don't seem to have understood the policy change or the rationale for it. Then, in a deal with the Greens, out of nowhere comes this attack on self-managed super funds and their ability to borrow for housing. Now, as it turns out, and this should have been understood by the government, these arrangements have been used by widows and divorcees to ensure they have security and dignity into the later years. And a law passed, and that threatens that security. And the government says, oh, we'll fix it in a new tranche of legislation. But wouldn't it have been better to have understood what you were doing in the first place and prevented the fear and confusion that have been the result of this mess? And all of this confusion leads to a stall in investment, including housing investment, and that leads to less houses. In the World Cup in North America at the moment, there are a few own goals being scored, but the Albanese government has just scored a few own goals as a result of this budget, and the Australian people are the ones who are losing.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You just assured me that I could speak. Tomorrow, 1st of July, working Australians will get another tax cut. Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. See those chaps over there? These are the blokes that voted against the tax cuts. When we propose cost of living relief for working Australians, they grapple with it and then they vote against it. Ah, yes. I see that they know their judo well. When residents of my electorate visit one of the 23 bulk billing clinics in Hughes, what is the charge? It's free. When they get scripts for their PBS medicines, what is the charge? It's $25, the lowest it's been since 2004. Good one. Australians told those opposite at the last election, "Get your hands off my Medicare card." Those opposite claim to oppose monoculturalism, but they won't defend the multiculturalism that defines modern Australia when it counts, even if it's eating a meal, a succulent Chinese meal. Tomorrow, from the 1st of July, underpaid minimum wage workers will be getting a pay rise. A pay rise not backed by those opposite. Why did they do this? For what reason? Are they waiting to receive another tax cut to vote against? This 1st of July, the Labor government is delivering higher wages and cost of living relief for working Australians, while those opposite talk down our country. Ta-ta and farewell.
Member for Casey.
Well, Deputy Speaker, the PM is the ultimate political insider, spending his life working in politics. And he has the same playbook. He has the same playbook every time. He rushes legislation through the House. He stifles and guillotines debate, not allowing members to have a say, and then he does a dodgy deal with his good friends and coalition partners in the Greens. And this flawed insider action has consequences, real consequences for Australians. It has resulted in tax increases for widows, widowers and divorcees, people at their most vulnerable. It says it all about this government, taxing people at their most vulnerable. We saw the Assistant Minister for Productivity last Thursday say that they would not change this legislation. The Treasurer refused to outline how and when they would change this legislation. This is causing heartache. It is causing confusion for the Australian people. This is a heartless government. They have destroyed confidence in the housing market. They have destroyed confidence for small business owners and tech startups. They have destroyed confidence for every Australian. Every Australian is struggling. They realise that they have a Prime Minister that is focused on internal politics, focused on ramming things through this House, not in the best interest of the Australian people, but in the best interest of his own agenda, and he will pay the price.
Member for Moreton.
And Deputy Speaker, today there are three very special little visitors to the gallery. My nephews and my niece, and they're just up there. And what an appropriate time for us to talk about what we do in this place and what the Labor government is delivering for Australians. And given that it's their first visit to Canberra, it's their first visit to Parliament House, what a great day to visit on than the day before the 1st of July. Because on the 1st of July, tomorrow, your mum and dad, along with every other taxpayer in this country, will get a tax cut. Because tomorrow, if your parents or your friends' parents want to expand your family, they will be able to access 26 weeks of paid parental leave. And because tomorrow, the first National Environmental Protection Agency will roll out and comes into effect so that the environment that you will live and work and raise your families in will be protected. And tomorrow, people who work at early childhood centres as educators and workers will get that 4.75% pay rise, the people who look after you every day. We welcome you to this House. Our job is to make your life better. And even though we live in a challenging time, your future is very bright.
Member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is not so big on truth bombs, but they're definitely big on inflation bombs. 1 July this year brings in the next round of consequences from the Treasurer's active inflation agenda, where he stokes inflation, taxes inflation, then spends inflation, and he's got families and small businesses on his hit list. The Treasurer keeps pouring debt petrol on the inflation fire, and what's the consequence? Well, because he can't control his spending addiction, many fees automatically go up because of indexation. Company registration fees will go up. Business registration fees will go up. NBN plans go up by $10. The cost of sending a parcel will go up by close to 5%, and the price of fuel will increase too. And that's the way the Treasurer likes it. He wants inflation to be the silent thief in the night so he doesn't get caught, his hand in your pocket. And what he's doing is charging, and of course it's going to be the same thing with taxes. That's why the Coalition's tax-back guarantee will return overtaxation from inflation automatically. We're on your side. The Coalition actually backs Australians and their wages to hold their money. We think you should have it better. We will draw a line under the Treasurer's tricky take.
Member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. From 1st of July, a whole range of changes come into effect that will make a real difference to Australian households. As a proud geriatric millennial, I have to say it is nice to see government policy for people who survive dial-up internet, MSN Messenger, work choices, overpriced uni parking, and being told for 20 years that if we stop buying avocado on toast, we could finally afford a house. From 1 July, every taxpayer gets another tax cut. Award workers and people on minimum wage will see their pay go up. Super will have to be paid on payday, not months later when everyone has forgotten about it, which is good because nothing says retirement security like actually receiving money you earned. Paid parental leave expands to 6 weeks because raising children is real work, even if toddlers behave like tiny workplace relations disputes with no cooling off period. Small businesses will benefit from the permanent $20,000 instant asset write-off, and we are cutting more annoying tariffs. And we are cracking down on supermarket price gouging because Australians should not need forensic accounting degree to work out why a cucumber suddenly costs as much as a streaming subscription. These changes are practical. They're about wages, tax, super, families, small business and cost of living. Or in millennial terms, a few system updates have been installed and for once they're not asking us to accept cookies.
Leader of the Opposition.
Over and over, again and again, the Australian people see the same pattern, the CFMEU engulfed by corruption, kickbacks, organised crime, intimidation, violence and mistreatment of women. A culture summed up in 2 chilling words: everybody eats. Except that's not right. It's the Australian taxpayer who pays the bill, and Labor keeps protecting the CFMEU. Last night, the Prime Minister was asked about organised crime and corruption in the Victorian government's big build projects. He said he had no tolerance for it, and he's taken the strongest possible action against it. Surprise, surprise, another perversion of the truth. The government's aware of at least 4 allegations of corruption on the suburban rail loop. So what did it do? Seek assurances the taxpayers' money wouldn't be misused? Of course not. The Prime Minister gave the project another $3.8 billion in the budget. And today, in the Parliament, they're doing it again, handing unions control over taxpayers' money, writing corruption into law. Labor's protecting its mates in the CFMEU from scrutiny. Labor's giving a green light to organised crime, to rackets, to rorts, to rip-offs in the CFMEU. It's time to get organised crime out of our construction sites. Every Australian knows it. The only people pretending otherwise are those opposite.
Member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow marks the 1st of July, the day that eligible families will be able to get up to 26 weeks of paid parental leave, backed by this Albanese Labor government. Families accessing the full entitlement will receive almost $30,000 across their paid parental leave. This is more than double the entitlement available to families before Labor came to government. Meanwhile, the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation don't seem to have such a positive view of the working Australian family. In 2017, Senator Hanson claimed that women will get pregnant to access paid parental leave. Just recently at the National Press Club, she asked, why should a business pay them if they're not at work? And we've seen the member for Goldstein say, it's not my choice that women have children, it's genetic. This is what the 3 right-wing parties have to offer Australian families. While they tear down and belittle working Australians, Labor is backing Aussie families every step of the way.
Order. If members can take their seats quickly and quietly as possible. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Housing. Last April at the National Press Club, the Minister said this about first home buyers, I quote, "Many of them have taken on incredibly large mortgages while interest rates were particularly low, and we don't want, nor is it good for the country, for us to see that generation go into negative equity." How many first home buyers have fallen into negative equity since the budget?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities. Member for Durack. Minister has the call.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And the Leader of the Opposition is asking about the house price impacts of the budget. We covered this matter in some detail yesterday, but let me go through it again for those who are a little bit slower off the uptake, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, legislation passed the Parliament last week which does two really important things. It delivers a tax cut for every single one of Australia's 13 million workers, and it delivers for the first time a level playing field for our nation's first home buyers. That's going to get 75,000 Australians who are today stuck in renting into the home of their own that they deserve, Speaker. Now, Speaker, house prices in Australia, according to Treasury, will continue to grow over time, but a little bit more slowly than they otherwise would have. I think those opposite surely have availed themselves of the information about the Treasury modelling that suggests a slower rate of growth of about 2 percentage points. Speaker, that ballpark figure is backed up by other major models, including that of the Commonwealth Bank and the Grattan Institute. And Speaker, I'd say again, we had this conversation in the Parliament yesterday, but it's pretty clear where the Labor Party stands on this. We support first home buyers. We support them through the 5% deposit program. We support them through Help to Buy, and we support them by providing for the first time, Speaker, the fair go at winning an auction that they deserve.
I'll give the call to the honourable member for. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Tomorrow is the 1st of July. Why is this an important day for those of us who are committed to strengthening Medicare, helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn, and delivering real change? Is there anything standing in the way of these efforts?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Dunkley for her fantastic question and for her advocacy for the people of Frankston and her region, keeping them strong. And indeed, tomorrow is a very good day, because tomorrow we will see the delivery of real change, the real change that we are committed to. Tomorrow, as every Australian on award wages will receive a 4.75% increase, and those on the minimum wage an even higher increase than that. The 5th consecutive increase in the minimum wage under this government, something that we have advocated for, unlike those opposite who opposed every single wage rise, and indeed said that lower wages were a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture. But not only do we want people to earn more, we want them to keep more of what they earn. So tomorrow we'll deliver another tax cut for every single taxpayer. The Deputy Liberal Leader has said this week has backed in and said that these tax cuts that passed this week that will flow through in future are egregious. But these tax cuts, of course, were the ones that were legislated last year that the Leader of the Opposition, when Shadow Treasurer, first said they'd oppose, then voted against, then said they'd roll back, and committed to legislate for higher taxes for all 14 million Australians. But in addition to that, tomorrow we have paid parental leave increased to 6 months and paying super on top. Those opposite declared that parents getting paid parental leave were double dippers. Double dippers is what they called them.
Order, the member for Holt.
Now, in addition to that, workers' superannuation will be paid on payday, again increasing the dollars that are in the pockets of Australian workers. And tomorrow we strengthen Medicare even further, making urgent care clinics a permanent part of Medicare, those opposite called them wasteful spending. Wasteful spending. And tomorrow we expand cheaper medicines further with another 10 cheaper medicines listed on the PBS. So we want Australians to earn more and keep more than what they earn. Wages are up, taxes down, paid parental leave expanded, Medicare made stronger. Helping Australians under pressure right now and preparing for the future. That's our government's agenda, delivering real change, which was our platform we were elected on last year.
The call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. Labor's correction in house prices means the value of an Australian home could collapse by 10 to 20%, smashing Australia's nest egg. Did the Minister receive or review any advice from Treasury or APRA about how many first home buyers will be pushed into negative equity because of Labor's deliberate correction?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thanks so much, Speaker. Appreciate that question from the Shadow Treasurer. And again, Speaker, I'm being asked effectively the same question that I was asked just before. Let me come back to a little bit of advice and referral to those opposite. The impact of the budget changes on house prices is actually in the budget documents, and I would really encourage those opposite to have regard to those documents. I'm going to refer to page 5 of the fact sheet on CGT and negative gearing, Speaker, and I'm quoting directly from the budget. Treasury modelling suggests that the reforms will increase the owner-occupier share of housing, resulting in about 75,000 additional owner-occupiers over the next decade. Speaker, I continue. This is equivalent to reversing around 10 years of decline in Australia's home ownership rate. And Speaker, the document goes on to say the reduction in investor demand is expected to lead to a small and temporary slowing of house price growth, estimated to see prices grow by around 2% less over a couple of years relative to no tax policy change. Speaker, it's there in the budget documents, and I'd encourage those opposite to actually read them.
I'm not sure what you're doing, but resume your seat. Just resume your seat. Resume your seat. Yeah. We don't approach the dispatch box in that manner. No one does that. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for McEwen.
My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians with the cost of living and to help people get ahead? How does that compare to other approaches?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
I thank the member for McEwen for his question. I acknowledge his wonderful granddaughters in the gallery today. Ava and Lacey, welcome to the House of Representatives, where your pa makes a really terrific contribution to our team on this side of the House. And you're here on a really important week because tomorrow is a really important day when we deliver more cost of living relief for Australians in every corner of the country, Mr Speaker. We are delivering tax cuts. We are delivering a stronger budget. We're delivering real change in the tax system to help first home buyers, and from tomorrow we are delivering more help with the cost of living as well, Mr Speaker. From tomorrow, which is the 1st of July, we cut income taxes again. We boost wages again. We extend paid parental leave. We pay super with wages. We extend petrol price relief, and we make the small business instant asset write-off permanent. Earlier today I was with the Aged Care Minister, the Social Services Minister, the member for Bean at Uniting and Western. Wonderful aged care home there, Mr Speaker, talking to the workers there. A personal care worker from tomorrow gets $59 extra a week because of the award increase. A registered nurse gets $86 a week, an enrolled nurse $67 a week, Mr Speaker. We support these wage rises, we support these tax cuts, unlike those opposite, Mr Speaker. We've made progress on inflation and we've seen petrol and diesel prices come down substantially, but people are still under pressure, and that's why there is more help on the way from tomorrow, Mr Speaker. This is the cost of living relief that Australians need and deserve, and this Albanese Labor government is providing it, Mr Speaker. We're providing this help at the same time as new numbers show that debt is now $200 billion lower than we inherited from those opposite, and the deficit this year will be smaller as well. So we are delivering for workers, for first home buyers, for parents and for motorists, Mr Speaker, and those opposite want none of this cost of living relief, none of these tax cuts to flow, Mr Speaker, and I take their interjections. And I know that the member for Lindsay has been saying that they need to rebrand their values over there, Mr Speaker. It's not a marketing problem over there, it's a meltdown, Mr Speaker. The member for Hume said that his leadership was a change or die moment, and then he made the wrong choice, Mr Speaker. He said it was a change or die moment, and then he forgot to change. And so that leaves only one option, Mr Speaker. They haven't changed a bit. They haven't learned a thing. All three of the right-wing parties over there share a divisive, anti-worker, anti-housing agenda, and that more than anything explains the mess that they're in. We're delivering cost of living relief, more cost of living relief from tomorrow, the 1st of July. We're proud to do that, and it's happening despite those opposite, not because of them.
Before I call the member for Clare, I'm pleased to inform the House and welcome in the gallery today a representative of the Cronulla RSL sub-branch, President Corey Rinaldi and board members Paul Zatt and Greg Crumlin, guests of the member for Cook. Give a call to the honourable member for Calare.
To the Infrastructure Minister. The New South Wales government's recently announced fix for the Convict Bridge on the Great Western Highway merely replicates an 1832 one-lane each-way bottleneck and locks in a hopelessly inadequate business support package. It's all second best while Sydney gets billions. Has the New South Wales government approached you or the federal government for funding for either the roadworks or the support package? And will your government now stump up funding to get us some decent highway access and a support package that genuinely helps our businesses that are dying because of government negligence?
Give a call to the Minister for Infrastructure, the Minister for Transport, the Minister for Regional Development and the Minister for Local Government.
Thanks very much, and can I thank the member for Calare for his question, but also acknowledge the member for Macquarie for her advocacy. She's been in my office consistently about this on behalf of the Blue Mountains community. Of course, as the members know, the closure of the Great Western Highway has had a very substantial impact not just on businesses but families trying to get their kids to school as well as to freight operators. I've been briefed regularly by my New South Wales counterpart, Minister Aitchison, and the New South Wales government, who's managing the closure and now the delivery of works. In March, Transport for New South Wales, as you know, identified it is a really complex issue. It is a complex geotechnical failure on that 194-year-old Mitchell's Causeway. The New South Wales government's been working to develop an engineering solution and a procurement process in parallel. That's not normally how it works, but they've been trying to expedite that as quickly as possible to work out the way forward. There's been a detailed and careful process to do that because we know we can't take shortcuts with this. On Friday, the New South Wales Minister announced a contractor has been appointed with construction to begin in July to provide residents with a clear pathway to reopening the highway next year. I understand right at the moment detailed design work is currently underway and that includes the possibility of adding an extra lane as well, but they're working their way through that if that's possible at the moment, and they will then have a clearer picture of how much this will cost. They will work with my department on then a specific funding request, but I spoke to Minister Aitchison on Friday to signal my support for the Commonwealth assisting in what we know is a very significant piece of infrastructure, not just for the Blue Mountains but also the member for Calare's community as well. I'm very happy to keep the member for Calare and the member for Macquarie informed as we progress those works.
Give a call to the honourable member for Paterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. How's the Albanese Labor government delivering real change for first home buyers? And why is this approach better than others for first home buyers, Minister?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
That's how you do it, Tim.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And could I just really thank the member for Paterson for her question. She is an absolute powerhouse in advocating for better housing opportunity for regional Australians, Speaker. more than 2,000 people in her electorate have gotten into their first home with our government's assistance, and many more to come, Speaker. Now, Mr Speaker, we've put in place first home buyer assistance because we recognise that there is no greater aspiration than owning your own home. And Labor is delivering real change to help more Australians realise that dream. Speaker, I want to tell you about Nicholas and Anthea, who have a little girl called Adeline. Like so many Australians, they were desperate to get into a home of their own. They saved for years and they just could not make the numbers stack up. Then they found out about Labor's Help to Buy shared equity scheme, and Nicholas told us that this changed everything for their family. Help to Buy allowed us to go from a small rented 2-bedroom apartment to a well-located 3-bedroom townhouse close to shops, schools and family, and made it affordable. Speaker, it's pretty simple. Our housing policies are about helping Australians build a better future for themselves and their families. And last week, Speaker, the Parliament took a critical next step towards that plan. And I want to explain to the Parliament how our approach fits together. Speaker, we've got Help to Buy, which is delivering smaller mortgages for low and middle income families. We've got that 5% deposit program that is helping Australians get to the auction years earlier. And now we've passed legislation so that when a young family gets to an auction, they're on a level playing field with other first home buyers. Speaker, our government is firmly on the side of first home buyers. Now, I'm asked about some of the alternatives, Speaker, and last week Australians got a really clear look at what they were. We saw the Liberals vote against first home buyers, we saw the Nationals vote against first home buyers, and we saw One Nation vote against first home buyers. Speaker, the 3 right-wing parties teaming up to disadvantage first home buyers at every single auction in our country. Speaker, they're opposed to the expansion of the 5% deposit program. Those opposite say it's supporting the children of billionaires. They want to scrap Help to Buy. So let's be really clear, Speaker. Under those opposite, Nicholas and Anthea would still be stuck in renting. Many of the 260,000 Australians who have bought their home through the 5% deposit program would still be stuck in renting, and the 75,000 Australian households that will go out of renting and into their own home through our tax changes would also be consigned to renting. Speaker, you can't claim to support first home buyers and then repeatedly vote against meaningful change that's going to support them. Speaker, we've seen the evidence. Those opposite are the only man left standing defending our broken housing system. We're delivering real change for first home buyers right across the country.
Call to the honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. The day after the budget, the Treasurer was asked by Peter Stefanovic if he negatively gears any properties. And the Treasurer said, quote, "I don't, Pete, no. I did maybe a decade ago," or something like that. Can the Treasurer explain to Australians why it's fair for him to benefit from negative gearing and then rip up the same opportunity for millions of aspirational Australians?
What?
Order. The imputation in that question wasn't particularly within the standing orders, and reflecting on a member in such way regarding his own financial benefit is barely within the standing orders, but out of respect for the member for Flinders. Yeah. And yeah, I think we'll hear from the Leader of the House, because I'm not comfortable with the tone of the question. The subject matter is important, so I want to find a way that we can have this question answered. So, order. We'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, under page 555 of practice, it's not in order for questions to be reflecting on the private affairs of a minister. That's entirely what this question does.
Yeah. So let's just hear from the manager. We may find a way just with the rephrasing, like we did last week, with another similar in that vein of questions. But we'll find a way. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. And you allowed last week questions to be asked to the Prime Minister and the Minister for Housing about their arrangements because they contained a contemporary hook to their portfolio responsibilities. This question is similarly constructed. I also note the ruling Speaker Smith gave about these types of questions on 15 October 2015. Questions are not permitted purely about a minister's or a Prime Minister's private affairs. There needs to be a connection with their responsibilities. I've listened very carefully and that connection has been made on this question. Now, that's exactly what this question did, and we made sure that it did, because this is all about...
OK, we don't need to go into the analysis.
That's fine. I'm happy to go into the analysis, but I won't.
Yeah, where we intersect, and I'm aware of that ruling, but where we intersect on page 178 is discretionary powers of the chair, which can always deal with some of these topics. So I'm not happy with the imputation in the, just as I wasn't last week, but we're going to allow it. But I just remind the House that it's a bit of a dangerous slope to go down for everyone in the House if we're going to open this can of worms up. And I think it is not within the dignity of the House to go to specific financial matters of any individual member of this House. So language is important, but the manager is correct. There is a policy area that the Treasurer is responsible for. So I'm going to be very broad with allowing the Treasurer's response in light of what I've just said. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd be very surprised if the Leader of the Opposition wants to go down this path, which I suspect is why nobody on the front bench asked that question, Mr Speaker. Now, just like the Leader of the Opposition, the questions from the Liberal and National parties are becoming increasingly desperate and more than a little bit pathetic, Mr Speaker, because our changes in the budget that we announced less than 2 months ago are about making the housing market fairer for everyone, Mr Speaker. They're about making sure that for the first time in a quarter of a century that first home buyers and particularly young Australians get a fair go in a housing market which has locked them out for too long. Now, Mr Speaker, we understand that those opposite, all three of the right-wing parties over there, Mr Speaker, with their divisive, anti-housing, anti-worker agenda, they would like to leave the housing market and the tax system exactly as it is, Mr Speaker. They are entirely comfortable with this idea that for a quarter of a century since Mr Howard and Mr Costello made a big policy mistake to distort the housing market and lock more young people out of the market, that is the status quo that they will go to any lengths to preserve, Mr Speaker. We have a different view about the housing market. No objective observer of the housing market in this country would say that it's working exactly as it should be, and it's especially not working for first home buyers, Mr Speaker. Now, once you come to that realisation and once you acknowledge that truth, you've got two choices. One, to do nothing about it, which is their approach for a decade, or secondly, to do something about this challenge to make it easier for first home buyers to get a toehold in a market which has been too difficult for them for too long. Now, the Leader of the Opposition has been interjecting once again about the latter, Mr Speaker. And I say once again to the Leader of the Opposition, not everybody fails upwards up the ladder like the Leader of the Opposition does. Not everybody starts their life at the top of the ladder, Mr Speaker. And there's not much point in a ladder if the first few rungs are missing, Mr Speaker. And that's the case when it comes to the housing market in this country. We are making the housing market fairer for first home buyers. We are proud to be doing that, and no amount of increasingly desperate, increasingly pathetic questions from those opposite will deter us.
Give the call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting communities across Australia to prepare and respond to natural disasters? How does this compare, Minister, to other approaches?
Give the call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, the Minister for Local Government and the Minister for Territories.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Lingiari. She's a fierce advocate for her community, and her community has been severely impacted by floods and cyclones, and thank you for all the time you've spent with me in my office speaking about that. We know Australia is experiencing increasingly frequent, severe and complex natural disasters, and it requires a coordinated response from all levels of government. And that's why the Albanese government supports all Australian communities to prepare for and respond to disaster. In just the last high-risk weather season alone, we saw 60 severe weather events impacting more than 190 local government areas. And I saw firsthand the impacts on our communities from Harcourt in Victoria to Dolphin Sands in Tassie to Julia Creek in Queensland to Katherine in the NT. Homes and livestock lost, businesses closed and major infrastructure damaged. And tragically, we lost community members, including first responders. Mr Speaker, our government has made substantial investments in emergency management, from establishing the National Emergency Management Agency to create a single nationally coordinated...
Member for Fisher is returning to his bad habits again of continually thank you, and has taken the cue that that sort of order, that sort of behaviour is disrespectful to the House, particularly as a former Speaker. We're just going to have random people just saying what they want non-stop. He's had a good go this week, but everyone's got to draw a line in the sand with their behaviour. The Minister in continuation.
As I said, we've created the National Emergency Management Agency to provide a nationally coordinated agency to better prepare for, respond to and recover from disaster. We've got our $1 billion Disaster Ready Fund delivering disaster resilience and risk reduction across the country. We've created the National Emergency Management Stockpile, supporting the rollout of critical goods and services to communities quickly. We're delivering AusAlert, our new national emergency warning system that sends near-instant emergency alerts to mobile devices. And we're investing more than $100 million in national aerial firefighting capability. And I was asked how this compares to other approaches. Well, those opposite ignored warnings from fire commissioners, they delayed and paid politics with recovery sport, and now you only have to look at the comments from the Leader of the Opposition in the media today to know nothing has changed. If there was a Rhodes Scholar amongst us who had done a dissertation on bushfire management, then they might be qualified to comment on how firefighters do their job, but there isn't.
The Minister will just pause a moment. There was way too much noise. The Minister can just resume her seat for a moment. Thank you. The Manager on a point of order.
Yes, just goes to alternative approaches, Speaker. And this is a ruling of Speaker Smith's, who, as you know, like yourself, tried to be very balanced and fair on these things. Just because you're asked about alternative approaches does not mean that you can embark on a character assessment. You're going to need to actually find an alternative policy approach that you can refer to that's relevant to the question that has been asked. And I point you to that from Speaker Smith. Speaker.
The order. We'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, to the point of order, what the Minister is responding to is completely consistent with what the Manager Opposition Business just read out. It is extraordinary that the Leader of the Opposition made the comments about firefighters that he made, but they will be responded to.
The member for Braddon is warned. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't hear because of the interjections. So I'm just going to remind the Minister she's entitled. She was asked a question about natural disasters and how does this compare to other approaches. She was reading some information about a quote or some information, so she is being directly relevant. But I remind her and all members, if we're going to talk about character, Manager of Opposition Business, that we don't bring personal matters into the parliament. As I just said in the last question at all, order, because we've just had that conversation, so the Minister needs to be directly relevant. She's entitled to state her claims that she's answering the question with, but I'll listen carefully to make sure she is following the standing orders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was pointing out, the Leader of the Opposition stood at a precipice in front of people, pointed the finger at rural firefighters, saying that they let the 2003 Snowy Mountains bushfires run. That is absolutely shameful. I am disgusted, and so are the first responders who have come into my office to complain about it. And I have a message for first responders.
Order. Everyone resume their seats immediately. Order. The member for Cornwall. Just not sure what transpired there, but just ask. Just going to ask everyone to reflect on their behaviours. The member for Warringah on a point of order.
It's for the member for Groom to be named for unparliamentary behaviour.
Well, I'm not. Well, look, I can appreciate the member for Warringah's view, but I genuinely did not see what occurred then. But if there has been an incident for the parliament, I will review footage. I will report to the House if necessary. But I'm asking everyone to rise to the challenge of representing their electorates and showing more dignity for this chamber. So I will inspect what happened, and I just ask all members to please follow my lead. Just ask the minister to conclude.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as I said, first responders have come into my office upset and unsure why someone in a leadership position has said that they didn't do their job. I've spent a lot of time with first responders in my own community during the Black Summer, during the Tathra fires, during the Yankees Gut fires, and my message is to those first responders, our government has your back, and the difficult decisions you have to make to keep us safe.
Order.
The Leader of the Opposition should stand up, be a man and apologise now.
Give a call to the order. Give a call to the honourable member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Last night, Sarah Ferguson asked him whether he had sought assurances from the Victorian Premier that no Commonwealth funding would end up in the hands of organised crime. The Prime Minister responded, of course. When did the Prime Minister seek these assurances and what form did they take?
Good question.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I like the Victorian Premier as opposed to corruption in any form. It's up to authorities, wherever there is evidence, as I said last night, for action to be taken by those authorities should there be any evidence of corrupt conduct.
Give a call. Order. Members on my left. Give the call to the honourable member for Moore.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government improving outcomes for working Australians, and why is this effort so important? What are the risks?
Give the call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Moore for his question, but also his years and years of advocating for working Australians, both before and while he is now in this place. Now, from day one, this Labor government has been committed to improving wages and, of course, delivering tax cuts for hard-working Australians. And from tomorrow, Aussie workers will see further cost of living relief because of this government's action. From tomorrow, the 1st of July, over 14 million Australians will get another tax cut. This is on top of the tax relief we've already delivered since coming to government. And of course, there will be more tax cuts to come under this government. Not only are we ensuring people get more of what they earn by cutting taxes, we're also focused on improving the wages of Australians. This Labor government has advocated year after year for pay increases for our lowest paid workers at the Fair Work Commission. And from tomorrow, almost 3 million workers will receive a real wage increase. Workers on awards will receive a 4.75% increase, and workers on the national minimum wage will receive a 6% increase. From tomorrow, the national minimum wage will be more than $12,000 higher per year compared to when we came to government. And for the first time ever, a full-time worker on the national minimum wage will earn over $1,000 a week. Now, not only is this Labor government backing workers on the minimum wage, but we've also made significant changes to our workplace laws to reinvigorate enterprise bargaining, and we are seeing those laws delivered with higher wages for millions of workers. Now, Speaker, I am asked about the biggest risk to our efforts to deliver for workers. And of course, the biggest risk is those sitting opposite. When the coalition was last at the most recent election, they promised a tax increase to working Australians. Of course, when the coalition were last in government, they made low wages a deliberate design feature of their economic policy. The Liberal and National Party never once advocated for a real wage increase for our lowest paid workers. And of course, they've always been in good company. They've been in company with One Nation, who have continually failed to back workers in this country as well. Now, despite these three right-wing parties opposite taking every opportunity to to stand in the way of pay rises and, of course, try and stop tax cuts for hard-working Australians, it is this Labor government that's getting on with the job.
Call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that no Commonwealth taxpayer funds have directly or indirectly been made into the hands of convicted criminal and underworld figure Mick Gatto or any associated companies?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This goes to the first question that I was asked after the 2022 election. And at that time, of course, I pointed out the action that I took as leader of the Australian Labor Party within 3 weeks of my election. Within 3 weeks of my election as leader of the opposition, I took on some people, such as John Setka. I expelled him from the Labor Party. He took action and took us to court. He appealed that court action and we defended that. And John Setka remains outside the Labor Party. We also have excluded the CFMEU from being affiliates of the Labor Party. We also put the CFMEU into administration, and that stands in stark contrast.
Order. The Leader of... Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Give the call to the honourable member for Bass. The member for Bass has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government continuing to lead the world when it comes to keeping kids safe from the harms of social media?
Great question. Give the call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Bass for her question and for her thoughtful and optimistic contribution that she is making to the Parliament with her time here so far. Mr. Speaker, Australia's world-leading social media minimum age law sparked a global conversation that is rapidly becoming a global movement. Since our law started on 10 December, more than 5 million social media accounts belonging to under 16 have been removed, deactivated or restricted. But the impact of our social media minimum age isn't stopping there. Our goal is for tech companies to compete on the safety features of their platforms, the same way that car companies promote themselves as the safest for your family. After my meeting with the founder and CEO earlier this year, Roblox introduced children's accounts with improved safety features, and Apple will soon implement a significant uplift to parental controls, a change the CEO said was inspired by Australia's world-leading approach to children's online safety. Building on our social media minimum age, the Albanese government will introduce a digital duty of care that will require platforms to have systems in place to prevent the harm before it occurs. Harm from AI chatbots that send people down dangerous paths, or notify tools that strip people of their bodily autonomy. Harm from personalised algorithm recommender systems that maximise engagement and profit before user well-being. Systems that amplify extreme content, entrench social biases, and negatively impact mental health through addiction and harmful online comparisons. Systems that send users down rabbit holes and create echo chambers that fuel division or extremism in the community. The Albanese government is proud to stand with parents, and we will not back down in our mission to keep kids safe from the harms of social media. As Wayne Holsworth, the founder of Smack Talk, said yesterday, the implementation of the social media minimum age law and the day that it was effected, December 10, 2025, is an historic day in this country's history, and I'm really proud to be an Australian. The world is watching. We will continue to lead the way. And going forward, I implore all members of Parliament to support the Albanese government's amendment to the social media minimum age law so the E-Safety Commissioner can hold social media platforms to account.
The call to the honourable member for Indi.
My question is to the Minister for Health and Ageing. Murray Primary Health Network, which services most of Indi, recently had its after-hours funding cut, apparently because demand is now serviced by Medicare urgent care clinics. The government says 4 in 5 Australians live within 20 minutes of a Medicare urgent care clinic, but in Indi, if you live outside Wodonga, it's 0. Minister, can you guarantee that rural communities without a Medicare urgent care clinic will not lose access to after-hours care?
The call to the Minister for Health, the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Disability.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question. I think she and I have been corresponding about one particular after-hours service, Walwa Bush Nursing Centre, I think it's called, something like that, and I responded to the member, I think, last week about this. It is true that we have adjusted the funding that has traditionally been paid to primary health networks to support after-hours services across the country. Let me give a bit of a sense about why, because the member says apparently that's because of the rollout of the urgent care clinic network. That is part of the reason, but it is only part of the reason. As the member knows, given how familiar she is with the health area, there has been a bit of a transformation about the way in which people access health, particularly after hours since COVID, particularly driven by the explosion of telehealth services. Really what's happened more significantly, I think, than the urgent care clinic network rollout, particularly for communities like the members, is the rollout of 1800 Medicare, which now gives all Australians 24/7 access to a high-quality nurse, advice and triage services. And after 6 p.m, in that period of time that the after-hours service pre-telehealth was focused on, from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m, free of charge, high-quality telehealth services from a GP as well. It's true to say that the urgent care clinic network has also picked up a significant part of what used to be serviced through the after-hours program. It's true also to say that that's not covering every single regional community, as the member knows far better than I do, coming from a city electorate as I do. But I'm very convinced that the rollout of 1800 Medicare, which since January has responded to 700,000 episodes of service, plus the urgent care clinic network, plus the degree of support that our bulk billing incentive program has given to communities like the members, which has seen bulk billing practices triple since just November last year, that we are delivering a much stronger Medicare service. Now, I think, as I said in my response to the member's letter about that particular after-hours service, the PHN, the Primary Health Network, has provided some funding through the 26-27 financial year to that service. They have, on my advice, been experiencing quite low service volumes. That around the country is seen as a reflection of these new services like 1800 Medicare and urgent care clinic networks. So the funding that they will receive over the 26-27 financial year will reflect the quite significant reduction I understand this service has seen in their after-hours volumes.
Give the call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. What progress has been made by the Albanese Labor government to repair and rebuild our aged care workforce? Why was it necessary after a decade of neglect?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Werriwa. I know many colleagues on this side of the chamber share my great admiration for her and the fearless way that she fights for the people of south-western Sydney. Mr Speaker, when we came to government, we found an aged care sector on its knees after a decade of neglect, a workforce stretched beyond its capacity to deliver care to our loved ones, and wages that didn't reflect the value of the skilled and challenging work that they do. Now, on this side of the House, we know that better care for workers means better care for older Australians. We came to government with a commitment to rebuild aged care. Keeping skilled workers in the sector has been central to this promise, and it's why we've invested almost $18 billion to increase aged care worker wages. And this morning, I had the pleasure of joining the Treasurer, the Minister for Social Services and the Member for Bean to celebrate yet another wage rise for workers around the country, including our aged care workers. Tomorrow's increase means an extra $85 per week in the pocket of a registered nurse on the award, $67 per week for enrolled nurses and $59 per week for personal care workers. Mr Speaker, that's around $3,000 to $4,000 a year depending on your role. That's food on the table, it's rent or the mortgage paid, it's a family holiday with the kids. And it comes on top of our previous increase to aged care wages, which already have the average registered nurse in aged care more than $28,000 a year better off under this Albanese Labor government. It's tens of thousands more than what workers were receiving in the 9 miserable years under those opposite. After just 4 years, our work to boost wages for those in aged care is helping us keep the dedicated people who do the work in this sector in the sector for even longer. And all of this comes on top of our focus on delivering real change for every working Australian. 5 tax cuts, cheaper healthcare, more homes and more home owners. We're delivering more cost of living help and building a more productive economy, a better tax system, a fairer housing market and a stronger and more sustainable budget. And today isn't the last of our work delivering better wages for workers in the sector, with another increase for nurses to be delivered in just a month on the 1st of August. Now, if there's one thing that we learned from the Liberals' time in office, it's you can't have a strong aged care system without a strong and supported aged care workforce. Our aged care system is better when workers are properly supported at work and at home.
Members on my left.
To every single aged care worker across Australia, thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the dignity and the compassion that you bring. Thank you for working around the clock. You're the best of us and you deserve every dollar that these wage increases deliver.
The call to the member for Cowper.
My question is to the Prime Minister. What assurances was the Prime Minister given by the Victorian Premier on whether Commonwealth taxpayer funds directly or indirectly made it into the hands of convicted criminal and underworld figure Mick Gatto or any of his associated companies?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I will take up that question from where I was speaking before I was rudely interrupted. and I'll make 3 points.
The member for Cook.
3 points. One, I confirm the actions that this government has taken. Right. 2, I'll make the point that stands in stark contrast to the former government that had a royal commission into unions, but it was about having a crack at the then Leader of the Opposition, using Commonwealth funds to have a crack at the then member for Maribyrnong and have a go at the former Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard. With millions of dollars spent, which during that same period John Setka increased his influence in the CFMEU, and expanded it from Victoria into South Australia and into Tasmania. I'll make two further points. In 2024, the Commonwealth put specific provisions in funding agreements with states and territories that place obligations on jurisdictions to report any allegations of unacceptable behaviour. That was something that wasn't there under the former government. And further than that, Victoria continues to keep the Commonwealth informed of the work that they've done to strengthen the integrity processes. Those measures include requirements within tenders to develop a management plan for fraud. It can't be more relevant. Oh, well.
Order. Order. The member for order. The Prime Minister was asked a specific question. He's reading about Commonwealth assurances he was asked about. There cannot possibly be a point of order, Member for Cowper. If he was asking about other topics, he specifically referenced 2024. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. He was asked what assurance he was given. He was reading about. Resume your seat. There's been far too much disrespect in this chamber today. Prime Minister in continuation.
Mr. Speaker, and these are the measures that the Victorian government have put in place, which include requirements within tenders to develop a management plan for fraud and integrity matters. 2, broaden conflict of interest in gifts and hospitality requirements. 3, a requirement for contractors to install robust security access arrangements at sites. 4, minimum requirements for timesheet systems. 5, requirements for contractors to provide a register of subcontractors and suppliers engaged on a relevant project. And 6, the establishment of a mandatory register of approved industrial relations consultants and mediators. That is the measures that have been put in place. The measures that have been put in place by this minister are substantive as well, measures that were not in place under the former government.
Give a call to the honourable member for Blair.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to make sure early educators are paid fairly while strengthening the safety and affordability of early education?
Give a call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my friend, the big-hearted member for Blair, for his question? Mr. Speaker, as he knows, tomorrow every Australian worker will get a tax cut and 3 million Australians will get a pay rise, and that includes hundreds of thousands of childcare workers right across the country. As I told the House last week when we were first elected, childcare workers were leaving the job in droves, not because they didn't love the job, but because you could earn more money stacking shelves and educating our kids. And that has now changed. It's changed because of the 15% pay rise that we've delivered. As a result of that, there are now 20,000 more childcare workers working right across the country. Turns out if you pay people more people want to do the job. And that's why what we announced a couple of weeks ago, locking that in, is so important. It's good for the workers because they get paid more, but it's also good for parents because for the centres to get the money, they've also got to cap their fees. And for the average family for a child in childcare, that'll save them about $1,500 over the next 2 years. So good for workers, good for parents, but it's also good for our kids because we've added a new condition. To get the funding, the centre also has to meet the national safety standard. And this builds on the work that we've been doing over the last 12 months. The banning of personal mobile phones in centres, the CCTV trial, the mandatory safety training. And I can tell the House that now 99% of workers have done that national mandatory safety training. That's the first phase. The next stage of that training will start to roll out next month. And those reforms also include the legislation that we passed through this parliament last year that mean if you don't meet the standards, then you can have your funding cut. And that wasn't an idle threat. I can tell the House that we've now issued notices against 115 centres. 47 centres have now suddenly fixed the problems they'd refused to fix for more than 5 years. 7 centres have voluntarily relinquished their licences. And I can inform the House that today my department has cut funding to a service in Victoria that has been warned and continued not to meet the standard. Mr Speaker, this is not the end. This is just the start. The truth is that this work will never end and will continue to take the steps we need to take to keep our kids safe.
Call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Young Australians are being diagnosed with early onset bowel cancer at the highest known rate in the world. Many report their GPs are reluctant to screen because of their young age, which is leading to advanced cancers being diagnosed. How can the government better raise awareness among young people about early onset bowel cancer, and what supports can be provided to GPs to encourage earlier access of screening?
The call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Mayo. I think members right across the chamber and senators as well met with younger Australians from their own electorates coming to this building last week to talk about this extraordinary, terrible trend that we're living through now with, as the member said, the largest increase in younger onset bowel cancer we can find anywhere in the world. It's not the only cancer type where we're seeing big rates of increase in younger diagnoses. There are a number of others. Head and neck is one, a number of others as well, but colorectal or bowel cancer really does stand out. We've provided funding and advice, or requested advice from Cancer Australia to start a research program particularly focused on this question. We did that a year or two ago. I can't quite remember when, but one of the clinician researchers that is leading some of that research was part of the delegation last week. I'm not sure whether the member for Mayo managed to talk to him. I think people like that, extraordinarily smart, experienced people, are pretty honest that we just don't know what is driving this big increase in diagnosis rates among younger Australians. And I'm not talking the 45 to 50-year-old cohort, which has been the subject of NHMRC investigation about whether we should move the bowel cancer screening age from 50 down to 45. I'm talking about, the member is talking about people in their 20s and in their 30s. There are a range of hypotheses. Some of those are being tested and probed by the research that we've funded through Cancer Australia, and this research is happening in cooperation with clinician researchers right across the world. We talked to that group, and I talked to others involved in bowel cancer about ways in which we can lift the awareness of general practitioners, not to simply discount reports from their patients about symptoms that should be investigated, not simply put them down to something unrelated to bowel cancer. And I know that those groups, and government is talking to the College of GPs about materials and resources we can give to their members, their GP members, who, as the member knows, really are the front line when young Australians in their 20s and 30s and 40s are going to their GP asking questions about these symptoms that they're having. So that terrific campaign group that came to see us last week, that came to see us at the same time last year, is doing everything they can to raise awareness among young Australians, not to look past some symptoms that simply are not normal. But we need to do more. We need to understand what is driving this big increase in diagnosis, and we need to help lift the awareness among GPs about this issue and for them to know what to do about it.
Give the call to the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to strengthen paid parental leave? And how is it supporting families and women in the workforce? What are the risks to this?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thanks so much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Dixon for her terrific question. I know when she's out door knocking, which she does a lot of the families that have received paid parental leave in her electorate raise this with her. 1,700 parents in her electorate just last year receive paid parental leave. This morning, as the Treasurer and the Minister for Aged Care said, we were out at Uniting Care Miranjani, a fantastic facility, with Sharon and her team, there with the member for Bean as well. And Sharon, of course, heads a workplace that is mostly female, taking care of older Australians when they need it most. From tomorrow, this fantastic group of staff will receive a range of terrific benefits, including higher wages, including tax cuts, including payday super, and of course they'll see increases in their family tax benefit tomorrow as well if they've got kids, and if they have a baby from tomorrow onwards, they'll of course receive the full 6 months of paid parental leave, more time at home. They'll receive more money, over $1,000 a week now. More people will be eligible. The scheme is more flexible. So thanks to our changes since coming to government, the Albanese Labor government has more than doubled the entitlement for paid parental leave. It's around $30,000 now. And we know that that is particularly important in female-dominated industries like aged care, where we've also seen the benefits of our changes to industrial relations, which has meant that we've got the lowest gender pay gap in history as well, because of the changes this government has made. In industries like aged care, you also see a lot of casual workers and a lot of part-time workers who are women. They, of course, also benefit from paid parental leave as long as they meet the work test, and that's very important to know. But, of course, we know that those opposite have been completely all over the place on that. The Shadow Treasurer disappears every time I talk about paid parental leave. He's gone again. He's gone again. And of course, One Nation's only 50% here. We've got one of them, but not the other one. What happens when the Liberals and One Nation gang up on paid parental leave when they both have such odd? They support it. Well, the Shadow Treasurer doesn't. The Shadow Treasurer doesn't. And, you know, One Nation, since 2017, the leader of One Nation has been saying that women get themselves pregnant for the money. The idea of One Nation and the Liberals ganging up on this, it's a disaster.
Has concluded. Give the call to the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. Since coming to government in 2022, how many older Australians have died while waiting for their home care package?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. It stands to reason, certainly any reasonable person's judgment, that no one in this place wants any older Australian to pass away waiting for the care that they deserve. Now, the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety examined exactly this. Now, at the peak of the aged care crisis, which was around 2018, more than 16,000 older Australians were dying on the waiting list each year, approved for what was then a home care package, but passing away before they ever received it. And it's why the Commission recommended that the aged care system should be better at supporting Australians to age in place and to receive those services quickly to keep them healthier at home for longer. This Parliament acted on those recommendations together on a bipartisan basis through the new Aged Care Act and the Support at Home program that began on the 1st of November. Now, that number today is still too high, but the number of people dying while waiting for care has significantly reduced. And the way we're bringing those tragic deaths down further is by investing to cut wait times for support at home services. The latest data shows that standard priority cases are now waiting on average 3 months less. Medium priority cases are waiting around 2 months less. High priority wait times are now just 1 to 2 months. And as always, those assessed as urgent priority are always allocated their full funding within a month. Our investment of $47 billion in the aged care system next year, including an extra 32,000 new support at home places on top of the 83,000 that we finished delivering today, will continue our work to drive these wait times down. Mr Speaker, there's much more work to do to ensure that the system moves faster and is more responsive to older people's needs. Our job is to get those wait times down further and get care to people faster, no matter where they live. The number is the same as it has been for some time. It's been reported publicly, and I have given it in this House, and it is distressingly that last financial year, 4,812 Australians were on that list. We have made significant progress, but for all of those people and the older people to come, we'll continue that work to deliver on the promise of the Royal Commission and provide the safe, dignified care that every older Australian deserves.
Call to the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Health. How are Medicare urgent care clinics helping Australians around the country see a doctor when they need it? And why is it so important to strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Robertson, who is affectionately known as Dr Gordon in his electorate, where he still pulls shifts as an emergency physician at the Wyong Hospital. And through that work and his other work as a doctor, he is a terrific source of advice to us about our program to strengthen Medicare, and I'm glad to say he's seeing the results in his own electorate, Mr Speaker. Our record investment in bulk billing in just November last year has already seen the bulk billing rate climb by more than 10% for people who don't have that concession card, more than 10% in just 5 months, Mr Speaker. And around the same time, we opened the urgent care clinic at Erina, and that has already seen around 9,000 patients, Mr Speaker. And from tomorrow, the Erina Urgent Care Clinic will become a permanent feature of our healthcare system, along with the other 136 clinics that we have delivered. As I said recently, Mr Speaker, last week we opened the last of the 137 clinics we committed to delivering before 30th June. It was in Caloundra in the electorate of Fisher, Mr Speaker, and just like the urgent care clinic at Erina, the Liberal Party refused to match our commitment to the urgent care clinic at Caloundra in the member for Fisher's electorate. And I say to the member for Fisher in his absence, Mr Speaker, that at least we had his back. At least we had his back on the Sunshine Coast, Mr Speaker, and more than 3.2 million Australians now have gone through these new clinics. They're staffed by high-quality doctors and nurses, they're open 7 days a week, and they're fully bulk billed, Mr Speaker. And that confidence to try something new, Mr Speaker, comes from knowing that these clinics are backed by Medicare, that cornerstone of the world's best health system. They're not just urgent care clinics, Mr Speaker, they're Medicare urgent care clinics. Now, there's been a bit of chatter recently about older brands getting a bit stale, chatter that happened again this morning for some reason. Now, older brands needing a bit of glitter, a bit of pizzazz, Mr Speaker. Well, I can tell you the Medicare brand needs no pizzazz. It doesn't need any glitter, because it hasn't changed in 40 years, Mr Speaker. People still get the same Medicare cards that Bob Hawke was posting out to people in 1984, and people still trust that brand more than ever before because it delivers for them. It delivers real change in their lives. It builds a healthy Australia, and that, Mr Speaker, is how you build a strong brand.
Call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Services. Shane is 64 and served in the Australian Army for 21 years, and he lives with multiple injuries. Shane will hit the proposed $5,000 limit for Veterans Allied Health Services in less than 4 months. Many veterans have said to me they will need to choose between physical and psychological health support or be re-traumatised trying to seek extra support above the cap? Will the government do the right thing by veterans and raise or reverse the proposed cap?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, because it's important to be able to provide the House with the full suite of information about the package that was announced on budget night. At the moment, we know many veterans that are having difficulty accessing allied health services because historically DVA has not paid those allied health professionals enough. And so we announced that we'll make the biggest increase in 20 years to those fees. As part of that, we're also scrapping the treatment cycle. That meant that veterans would have to go back to a GP for a new referral every 12 sessions with an allied health professional, which was, of course, adding to the administrative burden and the complexity for those veterans, as well as for GPs. We're replacing that with the $5,000 allocation, as you mentioned. But importantly, our commitment is that for any veteran that has a clinical need to go over that amount, they will be able to access additional allied health services. Now, to put that $5,000 in context, the median use of allied health services by a veteran is $1,900. Around 1 in 10 veterans may go above that $5,000 amount. And we've committed, as you would expect, us to work with the veteran community in consulting with them about the best method for obtaining those approvals where they may need more. Because we understand that some veterans have very complex needs, and for different allied health services, that may work in different ways, recognising the diversity of allied health users. So we'll work with the veterans and with the allied health service professionals around a system to make sure there's a good approval system with no gap in delivery of service to a veteran that has a clinical need to receive it. And I say to those that are heckling opposite, it would be helpful if they would engage in constructive conversation around this, instead of trying to create fear in the veteran community, as we engage with the veteran community to make sure this system works well for them with better access to allied health care going forward. Thank you.
Give the call to the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What policies are helping to lower the costs of fuel and energy to households, and what policies would see Australians paying more?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
I'm very grateful, Mr Speaker, for the call and for the question from my honourable friend, and what a wonderful job she does representing the people of northern New South Wales in this House, Mr Speaker. And I'm asked what policies we have to help people with the costs of fuel and energy, and of course we have several. And of course we have the cheap home battery policy, Mr Speaker, which turns tomorrow 1 year old, Mr Speaker. Introduced on the 1st of July last year, and I'm pleased to tell the House that 456,320 Australian households have introduced cheaper home batteries, and that equates now to 13 gigawatt hours of storage. Now, the House might ask, what's 13 gigawatt hours? Well, some honourable members might remember the Hornsdale battery, which was at the time the biggest battery in the world. We thought it was a great national achievement at the time. Mr Speaker, Australian households have now installed 100 times the capacity of the Hornsdale battery just in the last year alone. And this is Australians, Mr Speaker, reducing their bills in many cases to zero, but also putting downward pressure on bills for everyone, because they are storing that cheap renewable energy for the middle of the day and using it at night, which means we are using less of the more expensive energy. Now, Mr Speaker, what we are seeing is Australians in the suburbs and the regions taking up this policy with great enthusiasm. I told the House last week that there are 4 electorates that have more than 10% of the households with cheap home batteries: Greenway, Mitchell, Mayo and Wright, Mr Speaker. People who are taking up that cheaper home battery policy with great enthusiasm. But I can tell the House, since last week, there has been a development. There is now another electorate which has more than 10% of the houses in that community that have put in cheaper home batteries. What inner-city woke electorate is it, Mr Speaker? I can feel the House asking. Mr Speaker, would it be a member who supports the cheaper home battery policy or one who opposes it? Well, the electorate in question is the electorate of Hume, Mr Speaker, where more than 10% of the good people of Hume have now put in a cheaper home battery policy, Mr Speaker. Now, is the local member pleased with this development? Has he said, fantastic, well done him, Mr Speaker? Or is he against the policy? Well, I'm sorry to tell the House he has called for the abolition of the cheaper home battery policy. He doesn't want the 5,405 households in Hume to be able to reduce their bills to nothing. He doesn't want them helping reducing bills for everyone. When the members opposite have a chance to help Australians reduce their fuel bill or reduce their energy bill, they say no. They're against cheaper home batteries. They're against the EV tax cut. They're against the new vehicle efficiency standards. They're against any policy which helps Australians reduce their bills, Mr Speaker, because of their prejudice and their anti-climate action. They don't want to stand with the people of the suburbs and regions of Australia and the people of Hume. Well, we do.
To the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Before members leave, and I will give a call to the Leader of the Opposition once I do this matter, a serious incident occurred during question time, and it has been brought to my attention what occurred. I'm deeply concerned and troubled by the incident. The member for Macroom has shown severe disrespect to this House through his words and his actions. I take these matters extremely seriously. This is a new low that I have witnessed, and as a result of these actions, I've been left with no other choice. Because of the respect and dignity of this House, and because of his actions, I now name the member for Groom. I call the Leader of the House.
I move that the member be suspended from the service of the House.
The question is the member for Groom be suspended from the service of the House. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Order. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the member for Groom be suspended for the service of the House. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 102, noes 33. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. The member for Groom is suspended from the services of the House for 24 hours, and I certainly hope the member for Groom, when he does return, will apologise to the House. The Leader of the Opposition has indicated he is claiming to be misrepresented. Does the Leader of the Opposition claim to be misrepresented?
Yes, most egregiously.
You may proceed.
Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, during question time, the member for Eden Monero said that I impugned RFS firefighters. I did no such thing and never would. I was referring to the failures of National Park management in the lead-up to the devastating 2003 fires in the Snowy Mountains. And this is what I said in Kiandra, in the heart of the Snowy Mountains. And I said, I quote, "Year by year, the national parks decided they didn't want people here. They thought the only knowledge or experience that mattered was in an office or a bureaucracy. In January of 2003, the dry storms rolled through and fire started, and the national park said, we're not going to put them out. So I did not blame firefighters. I blamed the mismanagement of the National Parks bureaucracy. And what I said was based on a Commonwealth report published in 2003 called A Nation Charred that showed evidence that the National Parks mismanagement had resulted in excessive fuel load, inadequate hazard reduction, poor fire trail access and lack of management planning. And I table this report. Mr Speaker, the member for Eden Monero should withdraw and apologise.
I know, but we'll just... So is the Leader of the Opposition seeking to table a document?
I do seek leave to table the report.
Is leave granted?
Right, then leave's not granted.
Thank you. Thank you. Order, order. We'll just follow the processes. Order. The Leader of the Opposition is entitled to do so. Okay. We're just going to keep moving. I present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report number 45 of 2026, entitled Australian Taxation Office Management of Small Business Collectible Debt Australian Taxation Office. Give the call to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's failure to govern for older Australians. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Albanese government has declared war on older Australians because the majority of them don't vote Labor. It's as simple as that. The Albanese government has declared war on older Australians because the majority of them don't vote Labor. Now, through deliberate measures, Mr Speaker, in a budget of broken promises and higher taxes, and through rationing the services that our seniors need, the Labor Party has sent a clear message that it simply does not respect older Australians. And the message we are receiving back in return is equally simple. Australians want their country back. After 4 years of this government, Australians are worse off and our country is heading in the wrong direction, and it's older Australians who are copying it the most. Because, Mr Speaker, budgets are about choices, and this government simply doesn't choose to support our older Australians. Now, for a Prime Minister who promised to govern for all Australians, this is yet another broken promise, because our aged care system is in crisis. Now, there are now 230,000 Australians on waiting lists, and what those Australians don't need is the fake empathy we saw in question time from this minister. They need action. The aged care system has 230,000 people on waiting lists, and now what we're seeing on top of that, in terms of impacts on older Australians, we've seen this government come out and decide to cut private health insurance rebates. We've seen this government come along and change the arrangements for capital gains tax, change the arrangements for negative gearing, change the arrangements for trusts and self-managed super funds, all after the Prime Minister said not once, not twice, but 50 times he was making no such changes. And the Australian people weren't even given a chance to vote on those changes at an election. Now, Mr Speaker, I'm going to focus my comments today more on aged care for a very good reason. Because this is literally a matter of life and death for a lot of older people in our community. And I have spoken on this issue in the past, in this chamber and in the Federation chamber as well. And I make this contribution with a heavy heart because it should never have come to this. We have written repeatedly to this minister on behalf of constituents. In fact, my office is now tracking 18 outstanding representations to the minister since the start of the year. This minister can take 3 to 4 months to bother responding to correspondence on behalf of my constituents. And I'm not trying to score a political point in saying this, Deputy Speaker. We are trying to instil a sense of urgency in this minister and his department about the real-life consequences of their failure to fix the aged care system. Now, the minister has told the House previously, and I quote, "Aged care is a fundamental promise this country makes to older Australians that they will be safe, they will be seen, and they'll be cared for with dignity." But given that Sound Estimates has been told that 4,800 older Australians died in just 12 months waiting for their supported home package, isn't this just another broken promise to the people of Australia? And we simply don't know what the current figure is. The minister was invited today to give us a figure from 2022 to now. He failed to do that. But there could be up to 100 Australians dying each week as they wait for the support they are entitled to receive. These people have been assessed and have been deemed eligible for support, and they are dying on the waiting list. And these are not abstract numbers on a page, Deputy Speaker. These are real people who have worked hard, contributed their taxes, helped to build our nation, and they find themselves needing a little bit of help to stay in their homes. They've been assessed for care and they're not receiving the care they're entitled to. And I'm going to give you just one tragic example, Deputy Speaker, and I've spoken about this in the past and in local media. I have the permission of the family to do so. I was contacted by a family member who was concerned about his 99-year-old parents, Frank and Velma. Both 99, both living at home. They wanted to stay at home. And we all know that older people in our community do better if they have that opportunity to stay in their own familiar surroundings. But after some recent falls, Frank and Velma were assessed, and they were reassessed as being eligible for a modest assistance package under the supported home program. But did they get the help, as the minister tries to pretend in this place? No, Frank and Velma were told their package would be delivered in 11 to 12 months' time. Deputy Speaker, they were 99 years old. We warned the government that they could very well die before they received that package. We asked in Senate estimates, was there any way we could fast-track this package for Frank and Velma? I wrote to the minister. We waited 74 days for a response from the government. And poor Frank died 7 days before that letter arrived in my office. Frank died on the waiting list and we received no additional action, and the letter itself contained no commitment to try and fast-track that support for this 99-year-old couple. So, Deputy Speaker, I urge the minister, I urge the department to take some responsibility for these long delays and show some urgency on behalf of older Australians who are waiting up to 12 months now to receive supported home packages that they've been deemed eligible to receive. And sadly, Deputy Speaker, it's not an isolated case. I've got one other case here from a letter from Mari, who wrote to me a matter of a couple of weeks ago, I think, about her 100-year-old mother. And she says, "My mother is 100 years old. She has already waited many months after being approved for funding and now faces further delays before any practical assistance can be provided. The government promotes programs that support older people to remain in their own homes, but the reality is that the system seems unable to deliver supports within a time frame that reflects the urgency of their needs. Perhaps those responsible for designing these changes should ask themselves a simple question. If this was their own mother or father, would they be satisfied with this outcome?" And I appeal to the minister, I appeal to the department. If this was your mother or father who was 100 years old, waiting month after month after month for support in their own home, would you be satisfied? I ask the department, I ask the minister, do better. Just do better. Now, the minister can't claim he hasn't been told. As I said, I've written to him on many occasions, and so have my colleagues. In March this year, the minister said, and I quote, "I think the integrated assessment tool is doing a good job." Then, on the 3rd of June, he announced a so-called rapid review of the same system that apparently 8 weeks earlier was doing a very good job. Now, surely the minister now understands that the system is not responding well to people whose conditions are deteriorating quickly and they have been left on these waiting lists without receiving any support in their own homes. Now, the algorithm simply isn't working. And I've listened to the minister give media interviews. The algorithm isn't working. Human assessors in our communities are incredibly frustrated, and the prioritisation of cases has resulted in warped outcomes. Now, Deputy Speaker, various advocacy groups have written to the minister. They've spoken publicly about their concerns. What did the government do in response? Well, the government tried to bury the wait times report by releasing it in budget week. Because that wait time report showed older Australians were waiting more than a year to receive their supported home packages. Now, the Older Persons Advocacy Network Director, Samantha Edwards, said in relation to aged care waiting figures, they're confronting because, and I quote, "It's so detrimental to the health and well-being of older people to have those wait times to watch their health and well-being decline." We have the New South Wales Health Minister saying older Australians are now blocking beds in hospital up to 800 per night because there's no support for them in their own homes. And what happens when people are left on this waiting list, Deputy Speaker, is their health deteriorates. They do have falls. They need more help then, they end up calling ambulances, and they wind up in the hospital rather than more appropriate settings. And as Ryan Park, the New South Wales Health Minister, said, the reality of the lack of aged care places and the wait times for those places means 800 people remain stranded in New South Wales hospitals. This is not good for patients. It decreases mobility, increases their risk of further complications. They and their families deserve better. And that is the bottom line, Deputy Speaker. They and their families deserve better than this. This government's war on older Australians is hurting their health. This government's war on older Australians is hurting their finances and their retirement income. And it's hurting the people they love to see their family members suffer. Families are being traumatised by a government which is failing in its fundamental duty to all Australians. Just keep Australians safe. Just keep Australians safe. And worse than that, Deputy Speaker, we now know the government is trying to hide the facts from the nation with sneaky political tactics which are unworthy of a minister in the Parliament of Australia. Yeah.
Thanks. If members are leaving the chamber, just please do so quickly and quietly. And I give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Listening to the member for Gippsland, it strikes me just how far this parliament has drifted from where it used to be. There was a time, and it wasn't so long ago, when aged care and looking after seniors across our community wasn't a contest in this chamber. We were working on this together. The Royal Commission into Aged Care was established by a coalition government. It was backed right across this parliament by both sides of this House. And as it reported its findings, nobody in this place stood up to defend the system as it was. The new Aged Care Act was passed with bipartisan support, a commitment that we would work together, knowing the urgency and the importance of this task to deliver better outcomes for the people who have built our communities. We agreed, all of us, collectively, that we had let older Australians down. We agreed it could never be allowed to happen again. But, Deputy Speaker, if those opposite want to talk about failing older Australians, then let's talk about what that same Royal Commission found on their record. 3 volumes in its interim report. The commissioners needed only one word for the cover: neglect. A system, in their words, that diminished Australia as a nation. Older Australians left in pain, left alone, and left waiting for care that never came. And Commissioner Linnell Briggs put the cause of it beyond doubt. She said that the coalition government's main consideration was, and I quote here, the minimum commitment it could get away with rather than what should be done to sustain the aged care system. Deputy Speaker, the minimum they could get away with. That's an independent Royal Commission's verdict on a decade of those opposite in office. And it's the reason the mountain we have to climb to deliver better outcomes for older people is so very steep. Now, I note that the member for Gippsland was a minister in that government. It was within his power every single day to stand up for older Australians across all of our communities, to demand that his government did better before we got to a point where a Royal Commission accused him and his colleagues of systematic
Member for Gippsland,
neglect.
Sorry, Minister. I think everyone showed you respect during your 10 minutes. I want you to apply the same level of respect back again. The cross-table interjections are very unhelpful. You have all got an opportunity to contribute to this debate and express your opinions during that. The Minister has the floor, and I'd like to hear him uninterrupted, please. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since the Royal Commission, the Minister for Gippsland has been party to the bipartisanship of these generational reforms that we're seeking to implement. But now, racked with the desperation of facing their own political senescence, they are crab-walking away from this bipartisan reform program. I'm thankful for small things, Deputy Speaker, and at least, the member for Gippsland has recently, but very recently, found some sort of
part-time moral courage when he comes to this chamber on these important matters. But I stress how recent it is and how very part-time it is.
Member for Gippsland, I will not repeat what you are just uttering across the chamber, but I don't want to hear it again. I think you know very well what I'm talking about, and if I hear it again, you'll be leaving the chamber. Minister has the call.
So forgive me, Deputy Speaker, if I find today's MPI and the member for Gippsland's carry on a little hard to swallow. Because here is what those opposite have chosen to do. The bipartisanship we built around older Australians, they've walked away from it. And this week, as this parliament prepares to take the next steps in rebuilding the very system that they hollowed out, they've decided that older Australians are worth a cheap political stunt, rather than showing up to work together, to work hard on supporting older Australians to rebuild the system that they rely upon. And we don't accept that. We never have. Where they choose division, we choose delivery. And we've got the record to prove it. Because rebuilding a system a Royal Commission called a national shame doesn't happen overnight. You do it brick by brick. So let me lay out the building blocks of the new system, everything that we've achieved in 4 years after that miserable decade of neglect. A new Aged Care Act, the first full rebuild of the Act since 1997, that as of the 1st of November last year, wrote the rights of older Australians into law for the first time in this nation's history. Stronger standards, a regulator with teeth. The very first bill that we passed in the 47th Parliament was an aged care bill. Support at Home, launched alongside the new Act to replace the old home care packages program. A way to make aged care a government service that will be around when the member for Gippsland needs it, when I need it, and when all of our children need it. Already, in just 8 months, tens of thousands more older Australians are getting care where they actually want to be, in their own homes. Wait times coming down in the order of months. An extra 83,000 packages that, as of today, have now been fully rolled out to get people care where they need it sooner. And once that system started in November, we did what Labor governments always do. We listened to older people's experiences and we refined. And in this year's budget, we invested so that no older Australian will pay a cent out of pocket for clinical care under our Support at Home program. We've delivered a package of consumer protections so people get a fair go on prices and a clear statement of exactly what they're paying for. And we've digitised the hardship process so the people doing it toughest aren't drowning in paperwork to prove it. The workers, Deputy Speaker. We inherited a workforce that had been told for years that it simply wasn't worth more. Carers who said, I could get paid more working on the checkout at Aldi. We didn't think that was acceptable. So in 4 years, we've invested nearly $18 billion to fund the largest pay rises in the history of aged care. The average registered nurse on the award is now $28,000 better off every year, and that goes up again tomorrow. We put registered nurses back in nursing homes around the clock. We lifted care minutes. There are now millions of hours of extra care being delivered to older Australians that simply weren't there before. Because we know that when we value our workers, when we pay them what they're worth, and when we support them to have long careers in the sector, older Australians get better aged care. We've invested in the buildings. This is where years of underinvestment has a particularly long tail, Deputy Speaker. It takes anywhere from 5 to 7 years from inception to delivery of a new aged care home. So to say we're still playing catch-up would be an understatement. But we're ambitious about moving towards delivering the 10,000 new aged care beds this country needs every year to keep pace with our growing population. So we've invested more than $1 billion through the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program. More aged care infrastructure investment than any government in our nation's history. New homes, new beds in the communities that need them most. We're making aged care work for every Australian. This week, the government will move to establish Australia's first permanent Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Aged Care Commissioner, a dedicated, independent voice for First Nations elders, built into the architecture of the system to ensure that they are central to the care that they receive. And, Deputy Speaker, we're not finished. Next year, this Labor government will invest $47 billion in aged care. $47 billion. The single largest aged care investment this country has ever made, and it will keep going up every year after that.
Now, those opposite are stopping at nothing to frighten older Australians about how that gets paid for. Every dollar we ask for through the changes to the private health insurance arrangements for older Australians goes straight back into the aged care system. Every single cent. So that when an older Australian needs aged care, it's there for them. That's the deal we've made. We're reinvesting in the care people will genuinely need, rather than leaving them to find it in the system the Royal Commission called neglect. So let me put it as plainly as I can. They had the roadmap and they did the minimum. We got the report and we got to work. They bring a motion, we bring a record. This side of the House does not treat older Australians as a political football. We don't do division, we do delivery, and we'll keep doing it, brick by brick, for as long as it takes to get the right care for every older Australian.
Member for Mallee has the call.
Well, Deputy Speaker, if confidence actually delivered outcomes, I'm sure that the Labor Party would do a fabulous job. But the fact of the matter is it doesn't. Nobody held back, nobody left behind. That was the promise of this Prime Minister. Older Australians remember it. They were told this Prime Minister understood aged care, cost of living and dignity. Now they actually see the truth. Labor has broken faith with the people who built this country. Those who worked hard, paid taxes, raised families, volunteered, served their towns and did the right thing all their lives. Many went without so they could keep private health insurance, not for luxury, but for security. They wanted to know that if they needed a hip replacement, a knee replacement, surgery or specialist care, they would not be left waiting in pain and in that incredibly long queue. What has Labor done? It's targeted them. Labor wants Australians over 65 to pay more for private health cover. More than 3 million older Australians will be hit. Many will pay hundreds more a year. Some couples could be forced to find well over $1,000 extra. For pensioners and self-funded retirees on fixed incomes, that is not loose change. It is the groceries, it's the fuel, it's the medicine, it's the power bill. This is not fairness, it is a blatant Labor tax grab on older Australians. There is nothing fair about punishing people for ageing. Nothing fair about telling someone in their 70s after decades of premiums that they're now the budget problem. Nothing fair about pushing people out of private health and pretending public hospitals can absorb the pressure. In regional Australia, we know what happens when the system is stretched. People wait longer, they travel further, they sit on lists. Families take time off work to drive mum or dad hundreds of kilometres for care. When Labor makes private health more expensive, it does not just hurt household budgets. It piles pressure onto already stretched hospitals across the nation, and aged care is no better. Older Australians were promised dignity and better care. Instead, too many are waiting a year or more for the support they need to stay safe at home. They deteriorate while they wait, as the member for Gippsland aptly described many of the constituents in my electorate. Families are left exhausted. Some end up in hospital beds because help did not arrive on time. Home support is not a luxury. Help with showering is not a luxury. Meals, transport, cleaning, nursing and personal care are not extras. They allow an older person to stay in their own home, in their own town, close to the people they love. Yet under Labor, older Australians are told to wait, pay more and accept less. They are pushed through phone assessments and computer systems when what they need is a person who will listen. I hear from older people who are proud and independent. They do not ask for much. They want to pay their bills, see a doctor, stay safe at home, keep the private cover they worked hard to maintain. They want respect, not lectures. Labor has no credible plan for the future of the Commonwealth Home Support Program beyond 1st of July 2027. That matters. These basic services keep people out of hospital and out of residential care for longer. This is the Labor pattern. Promise compassion, then bill Australians for it. Promise reform, then deliver delay. Promise fairness, then make older Australians pay. Older Australians are not the problem. They are the backbone of this country. They built the roads, staffed the hospitals, ran farms, opened businesses, built homes, cared for children, paid taxes and held communities together through drought, flood, fire and hardship. Older Australians are not savings measures. Better than a health policy that forces a choice between insurance and food. Better than an aged care system that makes people wait until their health collapses. Labor's attacks on older Australians must stop. This parliament should stand with older Australians. They kept their end of the bargain. It's time this government kept theirs too.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to oppose this MPI on so many fronts, Deputy Speaker, and I want to call it for what it is, a shabby, cynical little stunt from a Liberal Party trying to crawl out from under the wreckage that they created. And for those opposite to come into this chamber and lecture Labor on older Australians is not just hypocrisy, it is gall on stilts. They had years in government, yet ignored all the warnings, Deputy Speaker, letting families fight through a broken system, leaving older Australians waiting, worrying, and often and heartbreakingly waiting and watching them beg for the dignity that they deserve. And what did they do, Deputy Speaker? They sat on their hands while aged care services buckled. And that was even with access to the departments, access to the budget, access to the cabinet table, the warnings and the Royal Commission. They had the power and every opportunity to act, Deputy Speaker. But now, in opposition, this Liberal Party slithers back into this chamber, draped in concern, pretending that they are the champions for older Australians. Please, just spare us the performance. This MPI is not about older Australians. It is about the Liberal Party trying to torch the evidence before anyone reads the file. They want the country to forget who was in charge when they were in government. They want aged care workers to forget who undervalued them. They want families to forget who let the system decay, and they want older Australians to forget who looked the other way. But Australians aren't fools, Deputy Speaker. The Liberals come in here with clean speeches and dirty fingerprints. They did not just discover compassion here today, no. What they discovered was opposition. And now, apparently, after years of neglect, they found a conscience, conveniently located somewhere between a press release and a media opportunity. And as a doctor, I know a bad handover when I see it, Deputy Speaker, and I'm seeing one right now. The Liberal Party handed over an aged care system in distress, understaffed, underpaid, neglected and unstable. And now they want to blame the treating team for starting the resuscitation. That is not leadership or concern. That is political cowardice dressed up in a cheap suit. This Labor government is doing the work that they were too weak, too lazy and too divided to do under this Prime Minister and under this Minister for Aged Care. And we are delivering a rights-based Aged Care Act, putting dignity, safety and respect at the centre of aged care. Deputy Speaker, we are delivering support at home so older Australians can stay independent, supported and connected in their own homes, and we are backing aged care workers with real wage increases because you cannot fix aged care while treating the people who provide it like an afterthought. We are strengthening Medicare, making urgent care centres permanent and making medications cheaper. And we're also investing in hospitals, all of which our older Australians access. This is what governing looks like, Deputy Speaker. And what the Liberal One Nation coalition is offering is heckling from the wreckage. They had the power and wasted it. They had the responsibility and they ran from it. They had the time and they squandered it, Deputy Speaker. Older Australians right across this country, on the Central Coast, but right across this country, deserved better. And what they don't deserve is to be dragged into what we've all witnessed here today, to be dragged into this Liberal, national, one-nation, grubby little memory loss exercise. This MPI should be rejected for exactly what it is. It is a cynical stunt from a Liberal opposition with what I can see is no plan, no shame, and what's more, Deputy Speaker, no moral authority. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I rise today to speak for a proud generation of Australians who have shamelessly been targeted by this hapless Albanese Labor government. They are our seniors, our retirees and our pensioners. These are the people who built our nation, who worked hard, who paid their taxes and sacrificed for decades so they could enjoy a secure retirement. They were promised certainty in their twilight years, but instead they've been handed a brutal betrayal of a budget. This Albanese Labor government has looked at their hard-earning savings of older Australians and treated them like a cash cow to fund their reckless spending. Because when Labor runs out of money, they come after yours. Deputy Speaker, hidden in the budget papers is the widow's tax. The title transfer trap. Under the new rules, the simple administrative act of updating a property deed due to a death or a lifelong partner strips away the grandfathered protections. This is a financial penalty on grief. The moment an asset changes to a surviving spouse's names alone, their capital gains tax discounts vanish, triggering a massive unplanned tax bill during a period of deep personal trauma. And to add insult to injury, the private health insurance rebate has been slashed. The budget systematically reduces the private health insurance rebate for anyone over the age of 65, breaking a decades-old promise of seniors to look after seniors on fixed incomes. This will exacerbate the hospital crisis, forcing seniors off private cover through artificial premium spikes. This will drive vulnerable patients back into the public system, placing immense pressure on struggling regional hospitals. And we certainly know that the regional hospitals are already at breaking point. And the cruelest blow of all, the allied health cap for our veterans. Capping our aged veterans and war widows, the government has slapped a rigid $5,000 annual cap on allied health services, including physiotherapy, podiatry and occupational therapy. An insult to their service. Our aged veterans did not put a cap on their service when they stood up for Australia. This government has no right to put a cap on their medical care. In this budget, those opposite have abolished the 50% CGT discount, capital gains tax discount, completely removing the long-standing capital gains discount heavily penalises regional small businesses owners and retired farmers who have spent a lifetime building an asset to fund their own retirement. A lot of these people haven't had the resources to put money into super. Their farms was their super. By destroying the nest egg, decades of physical labour and early mornings work has been treated like a sudden windfall, with the tax office taking a massive bite out of independent savings that were meant to create wealth in their twilight years. And changes to trust income. By attacking self-funded retirees, changes to discretionary and family trusts directly harm self-funded retirees who utilise these legal structures to manage steady retirement income. Restricting financial independence, these changes penalise older Australians who've worked hard to maintain self-sufficient, independent funding for their aged care. And the hidden trap is the inflation. We're living in a Labor-created cost-of-living crisis, And inflation, everything's gone up. Groceries gone up. Insurance has gone up. Mortgages have gone up. Every single thing that those opposite do are creating a bigger cost for people. And the most affected are our elderly. This budget strikes a cruel blow to anyone over the age of 65. It's a calculated assault on financial independence, and it's happened during the worst time this country has ever seen. You do not build a fair country by making our seniors poorer, and you certainly do not build a strong economy by penalising the people who have worked hard to achieve self-reliance. This budget tells the older Australians that their lifetime of effort does not matter.
Member for Richmond.
Look, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise on this matter of public importance. I, like others on our side, do find it very bizarre the opposition have put forward this, because we all remember when the Liberals and Nationals were in government. We all remember the extent of all their cuts. Yes, that's exactly right. Whether it was aged care or health, no matter what it was, right across the board, cuts to pensions. But look, I'll detail that a bit later on. What I want to talk about is what we on the Labor side, what we think about our older Australians and why we're very proud to deliver for them. Let's always remember these are the people that built our nation. They worked hard, paid their taxes, raised their kids, and that's at the heart of everything we do to deliver for them. And of course, it's quite extensive in terms of our funding increases and assisting older Australians, whether it's lowering cost of living pressures, whether it's expanding healthcare access or aged care as well, all major areas we've invested in. Let's look at healthcare first. A stronger bulk billing right across the board by tripling the bulk billing incentive. So many older people can actually access a bulk billing doctor now, and they couldn't do that before. Cheaper scripts have made such a huge difference to all the general population by capping it at $25 and freezing it for those pensioners and concession card holders at $7.70. Urgent care clinics, amazing. I know so many older people in my electorate. It has made a huge difference for the health care that they need, and we know obviously older people do need to access health care more. So we have continued to deliver for them. We've also got workforce incentives as well, other cost of living relief, Commonwealth rent assistance. That's 40% higher than when we first came into government. That assists so many older Australians. Our deeming rate adjustments, our energy bill rebates, and of course all of our reforms to aged care, which have made such a huge difference, and our indexing of the pension as well. Now, as we know, we are really getting on with the job of delivering once-in-a-generation reforms to deliver high-quality aged care services to older Australians. And again, let's look at the record of the Liberals and Nationals. Now, they did establish the Royal Commission into aged care, and the interim report, tabled October 2019, just needed one word for the cover. What was that word? Neglect. And that really summarised their time in government when it came to aged care. In the Commissioner's own words, the Coalition left behind an underpaid, undervalued and insufficiently trained workforce. And that's what we inherit as a government. Yet our record investment, we're investing $47 billion in aged care, the largest investment in our nation's history. And those investments are right across the board in terms of residential care, in terms of support at home, and in terms of workforce, nearly $18 billion to fund the largest pay increase in the history of aged care. Again, all we saw were cuts from them. Let's turn back the clock and just go over some of those cuts that they had. We'd all remember before the 2013 election, they were then crying, oh, if they got into government, no cuts to education, no cuts to health, no changes to pension. What's the first thing they did? Cut all of it. And it was horrific with these cuts. And in 2014, they tried to introduce a GP tax, and I know many older Australians in my area remember that. They cut $57 billion from hospitals. They tried to cut pension indexation. They tried to increase the pension age to 70. And always remember, when the Liberals and Nationals, they teamed up with the Greens and cut the pension for over 370,000 pensioners. And I can tell you, every one of those people in my electorate remember what they did with them. And we know how devastating that was. We also know that the Liberals and Nationals, you know what they want to do, and they talked about it a bit, they want to bring back the cashless debit card, and oh my, what an impact that'll have on pensioners. And that still worries people in my electorate. They know they want to bring it back, and we know what that means. 80% of their pension pay will be put on a privatised cashless card. They had it in government before. They wanted to expand to pensioners. We got in and we got rid of it. And I know pensioners are very, very worried when they talk about doing that. Now, of course, it's not just the Liberals and Nationals, but people in my electorate are also equally concerned about the other Conservative party, One Nation. And we know now they're just sort of a conglomeration of these three parties all trying to, outdo one another. Well, we know, we look at One Nation's policies, they want to have cuts to the PBS. How devastating would that be for our older Australians? We also know One Nation MPs have voted 15 times to cut or freeze the age pension. They've also voted many times to make GP and specialist visits more expensive. So all we can say when we look across there, the Liberals, Nationals, One Nation, what are they going to do? They're going to make cuts to health, to aged care, to pensions. The Greens helped do that as well, so, can't trust them on that. But this is the fact. Conservative governments and Conservative parties make cuts that hurt older Australians. We've seen it time and time again. It's only Labor that continues to live for our older Australians, whether it's health, whether it's aged care or whether it's pensions, because we will always stand with our older Australians.
Time has expired, and I give the call to member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know the topic today is Labor's failure to govern for our older Australians, but given the snowball effect of announcements over the last 6 months, it seems more appropriate to say that Labor seems intent on punishing our older Australians. Under the changes in the FY27 budget announcement, older Australians will now be forced to pay up to $1,600 more for their private health insurance per year, which is just going to put significant pressure on their household budgets, particularly for retirees on limited or fixed incomes. And since the day of that disastrous policy announcement, my office has been literally inundated with pleas from directly affected constituents asking for my help. In my electorate of Cowper, over 26,000 residents will be negatively impacted. And in many cases, these people are already sacrificing on other essentials in order to be able to afford the health cover they vitally need. They are choosing between eating meals 3 meals a day or having their cover. And while we live in a region rich with natural beauty, that wealth does not extend to the average weekly household income, with a significant number in my electorate relying on pensions. Regional Australians are acutely aware of the shortcomings and extended wait lists seen in our public hospitals. So these considered older Australians have taken the necessary steps not only to safeguard their own health and well-being, but responsibly take the pressure off the public health system. And Labor's reward for that careful planning? Another bill to their ever-increasing cost of living pressures. This is the age group of our community that can least generate additional income. It's not like they can go to Coles and stack shelves at night time to make ends meet. And the moving of the goalposts in this circumstances at their stage of life is cruel and unusual punishment. This Labor government needs to listen to the real issues facing older Australians and not just those in metropolitan areas. But I suppose this lack of acknowledgement and practical care was foreshadowed months ago when the ill-considered, unconsulted changes were introduced to the aged care home care packages in November. That raft of a flick of a pen changes have now been in effect for over 6 months, with the snowball now a full-blown avalanche. To date, we've seen a few press releases touting new processes or small number of packages being released, but cruelly, every announcement and adaptation being made has ultimately left older Australians increasingly vulnerable. The number of requests for urgent assistance through my office have increased tenfold in recent months. Issues ranging from inhumane wait times for a home care package assessment, newly implemented algorithms that arbitrarily strip some of the recipients of basic essential supports without warning, and a significant escalation of service costs are some of the common issues, Deputy Speaker. and the compounding effects of every new hurdle are leaving many elderly Cowper constituents in significant distress and providers at their wits' end. And to hear from local providers that they have clients in palliative care forced to go on a wait list and subsequently pass away before receiving any level of support isn't just heartbreaking, it's indefensible. And it is demoralising for the providers who are genuinely there to do the best they can for their clients. As Ben Kleeman from UPA Aged Care Solutions in Port Macquarie in my electorate told me last month, we want to help. We have capacity. We've been through reforms before, but right now we are disempowered from providing care. Deputy Speaker, the last few months I've reached out to advocates asking for their input, and the picture they paint is one of negligence through government ignorance. I'm asking for their input, and I want to share that input on a bipartisan nature. I will give it to those opposite, and we will see what happens.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While we listen to those opposite try to throw blame around, cynically, desperately trying to claw back some votes, we should turn to an independent arbiter as to why the aged care system is where it is right now. The Independent Aged Care Royal Commission called it when they released the interim report entitled Neglect. In 2019, under those opposite. It's a condemnation of those opposite. They left a mess, they left a disaster. But now, shamelessly, they play politics, spread misinformation, rather than help us fix the problem. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is the government for older Australians. We are for older Australians living in dignity and security. We're for older Australians being able to access the care they need when they need it. This government recognises the magnitude of the task before us. The demographics are not in our favour. Next year, 90,000 additional Australians will turn 80. 15 years ago, that number was 15,000. This has an impact on the service offerings we need to provide, specifically in aged care and health. It means that we need to build an aged care home every 3 days for the next 20 years in order to accommodate our rapidly growing older population and deal with the backlog of no beds built over the last decade. But the Albanese Labor government has a plan that will tackle the issues head-on and provide older Australians with the quality of care that they need and they deserve, and that will be sustainable for generations to come. And that's why we're putting $47 billion in the coming year into expanding and improving the provision of aged care services in Australia. This means 5,000 more beds year on year. It will mean being able to build and maintain quality residential accommodation. It will mean making support at home fairer and more affordable and making assessments faster and wait times shorter. In the last 2 quarters, we processed 260,000 assessments. And more recently, we announced that we will strengthen consumer protections for those on support at home by empowering the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission to be able to order refunds for overcharged services and to be able to report publicly on investigations and enforcement actions. By producing each quarter a national summary of support of at-home prices in order that participants and their families can compare prices across providers, by monitoring prices of personal care as they transition into the clinical care category, on top of the free showering, dressing, continence support and clinical services already provided, and by limiting increases to no more than twice per year, by working with the Older Persons Advocacy Network, Council of the Ageing, Ageing Australia and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission to establish clear and enforceable definitional guidelines around what constitutes reasonable pricing. The government's plan to expand and improve aged care services in Australia will also mean an expansion of end-of-life pathway, providing dignified care to older Australians in their final months. It will mean 20 additional specialist dementia care program units and an expansion of the Aged Care Dementia Support Program, providing crucial transition support for older Australians going from hospital into residential care. The Albanese Labor government's plan means more aged care beds, more packages, better care. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is for older Australians. The growth of our older population is rapidly outpacing our capacity to provide crucial supports and services, and unfortunately we inherited a service system in crisis. The system risks collapsing under its own weight, and we are confronted with this reality, and we are confronting the reality with a plan that will ensure that every older Australian can affordably and timely access the quality care they need and deserve. A plan that will improve and expand the system to make it fit for purpose and sustainable well into the foreseeable future. Labor has always stood for older Australians, and we will continue to stand for older Australians. And when you think about the Liberal National Party commitment to older people, just remember that one word: neglect.
Member for McPherson.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I commend my friend and colleague, the member for Gippsland, for moving this motion in relation to the government's failure to govern for older Australians. And, Deputy Speaker, I am livid. I'm livid on behalf of the thousands of older Australians, not only in my seat but around this country, because some of the changes that the government's proposed and that the government is making are going to affect them in such an unconscionable and a serious way. And I say to those opposite, the ones who have contributed to this debate and those who are sitting in the chamber today or watching, you should really look at yourself and look at the content of what we're saying, because this is about your parents, it's about your grandparents, and it's about people that you represent or are supposed to represent in this place. And what you're doing to older Australians is not something worthy of representatives. Deputy Speaker, I ran a campaign in my electorate after the changes for 65 plus were announced, which are going to mean that older Australians are going to be paying more for their private health insurance. We received over 2,000 responses to those surveys, and most of the responses focused on the fact that these are older Australians who have worked for this country, who have done the right thing for so many years, and now they're finding themselves in a really difficult spot as a result of this government's characterisation of them. And it was said by the member for Gippsland, and I absolutely echo his comments, that we need to call this out for what it is. It is a Labor Party government that is punishing Australians who don't vote for them. And that is fundamentally disgusting and it's dishonest. Now, I'm going to read, Deputy Speaker, some of the comments, and I know there are those opposite laughing, but this is a serious matter. I'm going to read some of those comments that ordinary Australians, people in their 65 plus category, have written to me about, and give them a voice in this place, because those on the opposite side of this parliament are prepared to go against them. And I quote, "That's a joke, Leon. We currently struggle to maintain existing low cover. Any further change will force us to the public system." Another person said, "It's a money grab by Labor, who've wasted money, now targeting aged people who've been prudent with their money throughout their tax-paying years." Someone said, "I'm 79 years old, on pension and still working because of rental costs. I think this is excessively unfair. Please consider accepting pensioners from these continual rises. I've tried to stay independent, not to be a burden to the government, but it's becoming really frightening when there is nowhere else I can go to if I can no longer afford rent and healthcare too. As a still working self-funded semi-retiree, 73 years old, I feel disillusioned and disgusted by our current government, who seem to be hell-bent on removing any incentive to be a self-sufficient, hard-working person. This is in complete contrast to what I was taught growing up. Work hard, take responsibility for yourself and for your family. We see aged care and NDIS funding being misappropriated in the millions of dollars, while inept ministers seek to take funds from the disabled and elderly victims. Deputy Speaker, there are many of these comments. When we joined a health insurance, the government advised the rebate would be for life. We trusted that promise. To do this to older retirees is criminal. A lot of them are hanging on by the skin of their teeth financially. When they need their insurance the most, and after paying premiums for years with minimal claims, Labor will pay the price if they mess with older Australians. and another person. So this is over $1,200 for the two of us. If more people drop out of private health, not only will it affect the elderly, hospitals are struggling now, how will they cope with the extra patients? Waiting lists will lengthen even more. The younger population will also be impacted with increased premiums due to the large number of contributors dropping out. Deputy Speaker, I have so many. I asked my staff to print out the first 50 that came through out of 2,000 people, and these are some of those comments. And so I say to those opposite, you can dismiss this topic in here, you can come into this place and you can act like that you're gods and you're not doing anything against older Australians, but older Australians see through your mess. They see through your lies, they see through your incompetence, and
Member for McPherson, you'll need to withdraw the unparliamentary
I
reference.
withdraw, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
But those opposite who are calling out things from across the chamber should sit and look at yourself, because you're doing this to older Australians who have done nothing but the right thing. They've worked hard their whole life, and you're coming into this place and ripping out their future from under them.
I'm just going to remind all members in the House when making contributions to the debate to direct your comments through me as the chair. That way we avoid the personal attacks. I'm giving the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is an incredibly serious topic. After all, the way we judge a society is by how we care for its most vulnerable. And we know that the aged care system was correctly categorised as a reflection of neglect in that initial report in 2019. Years of ignoring the statistical fact that we are an ageing population, that more and more of us are getting older and will need support. And what was done? Well, not enough. Now we're at a stage where we would need about 10,000 extra aged care beds a year, even to keep up for a whole number of years. As the member for Boothby quite rightly noted, that would be about 3 extra facilities a week for the next 20 years. Now, that is a mammoth task, and it's not going to be easy. It's going to take a very long time to make up for a very long period of ignoring the obvious and predictable outcome of becoming an ageing population. Older Australians deserved a steadfast resolve to improve the system. They haven't had it up to this government. The legislation was changed, and it is already making a difference. Tens of thousands more Australians are now receiving care in their own home. Now, does that mean we're content with the system as it is? Of course not. We're not asking people to be pleased about the status quo. In fact, we are doing everything we can to drive it forward, to make sure more older people can live their remaining years, complete their final seasons with dignity and as much health as possible. But this is a mammoth task. It was something that we had committed to do together across party lines not that long ago. But in a desperate attempt to find partisan issues, reasons for grievance, we now see these debates devolve into personal attacks. Personal attacks relating to the implementation of legislation they voted for, nonetheless. Now, these are incredibly serious matters, and I take them seriously. And I have to say, so does the Minister. In my electorate of Deakin, we had an aged care facility, Dell and Dale in Ringwood North, that simply wasn't meeting standards over a long period of time. The aged care quality and service regulator had made that clear, had given them every opportunity to make a difference, and the difficult decision was made to close that facility down. And I have to thank the Minister for all his assistance in helping to ensure that all of the residents in that facility were relocated and to ensure that they received the care that they needed going forward. Because the reality is we cannot let standards slip. We know from the Royal Commission that too many older Australians were left malnourished, that they were left effectively abandoned during the day, some subjected to all sorts of torrid abuse, too graphic to describe in this chamber, because of the neglect. It was a system failure, and it was allowed to happen for years. Out of sight, out of mind. Well, no more. It's the time that this parliament as a whole stands up for older Australians to make sure that we insist upon a proper quality standard across the industry, and we're working to do just that. So not only are we investing in more facilities, we have got a clear focus on ensuring they meet appropriate standards, that the rights of older people are taken into consideration in the design and delivery of aged care services across the board. Now, are we there yet? Of course we're not. But we need to make sure that the standards that we uphold are what we want for our own families. Because I think all of us have got a story of an elderly loved one who has been subjected to care that we would find simply unacceptable, the most vulnerable people in our community. And we do have to stand up for them. Now, they've referred to a change to the subsidy for the private health insurance, and as the Minister said, that is going straight into aged care to ensure that people receive the supports they need at home, because we know that the longer they can stay at home, the higher their quality of life is. This isn't just a game about people living longer. We have to make sure that older Australians who have contributed their entire lives to our society get to complete their final innings with dignity, to make sure that families aren't left tearing their hair out, worried about their loved ones not receiving the support they desire. People with families with, family members with dementia worrying that there's going to be chemical restraints in facilities just because they're understaffed, because there's no nurse in the nursing home. This government has taken clear action. The remarkable idea that a nursing home should have a nurse in it. Finally, a government came in and made that the standard, and we are seeing it in the vast majority of aged care facilities now, because these issues could not be more serious. And in addition to that, in other areas of policy, because the MPI goes to the governing for older Australians, across portfolios. So we're seeing in superannuation more work being done to ensure that older people receive advice before they retire to improve their retirement outcomes. In areas of communication, we're ensuring that the anti-scams frameworks are preventing sordid criminals from taking advantage of older Australians. Across the board, we are taking into account the legitimate rights and interests of older people, because we know that older Australians need a government that has their back, and they can rely on the Labor government to do everything they can to improve their lives and conditions.
And this discussion has concluded. I'll call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, notice number 1, approval of work in the parliamentary zone.
Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
I move that in accordance with Section 5 of the Parliament Act 1974, the House approve the following proposal for work in the parliamentary zone, which was presented to the House on the 22nd of June 2026, namely Commemoration of Nunga Jimmy Clements and Ulungan George John Noble.
Minister has a call.
Deputy Speaker, when the Duke of York officially opened Old Parliament House in 1927, the event was billed as a pageant of empire. There were around 15,000 people in attendance, politicians, military officials, dignitaries and Canberrans. But at a time when Indigenous Australians were not even counted on the census, no invitation to any representative of our First Nations community was extended. Despite that, there were 2 Wiradjuri elders among the throng. Nunga, known as Jimmy Clements or Billy King, and Ulungan, known as George John Noble, or sometimes simply as Marvellous. These 2 men, well into their 80s at the time, had walked barefoot from the Brungle Aboriginal Mission across the Brindabella Range, a multi-day trek of some 150 kilometres to attend the opening. On arrival, they were nearly evicted for their lack of appropriate attire, but bystanders intervened, saying no one had more right to be there. They took a place of prominence and even spoke to the future monarch. Billy King later stated that he was there to demonstrate his, and I quote, sovereign rights to the federal territory. Today, this act is seen as the first instance of Aboriginal protest at the Parliament. Deputy Speaker, to commemorate this event, the National Capital Authority has made plans to construct a life-size figurative sculpture of the men and their 2 dogs. This piece will be located on the lawns opposite Old Parliament House in a setting purpose-built to suit the sculptures. Works are intended to be completed by May 2027 to align with events to mark the centenary of Old Parliament House. A design and construction team has been selected to deliver the commemoration. Regal Innovations will lead the team, with sculptor Julie Squires to deliver the sculpture elements. Deputy Speaker, 100 years ago, Billy King and Marvellous were seen as uninvited interlopers in their own land. Today, we welcome them with a permanent place of honour here at the seat of our democracy. Theirs is a remarkable story, and this piece will help ensure their legacy is seen, understood and carried forward by generations of Australians to come. And I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the motion to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, I present the committee's report incorporating dissenting reports entitled Inquiry into the Conduct of the 2025 Federal Election, Interim Report, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Thanks. Member for Maranoa. Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, Australians have a lot to be proud about. Our values and culture, our lifestyle and natural environment, and our economy and standard of living. Deputy Speaker, we should also be incredibly proud of our world-class electoral system. For a long time, we've had the privilege of participating in a healthy, vibrant and safe democracy characterised by high standards of conduct, transparency and fairness. But, Deputy Speaker, something happened at the 2025 federal election, something that felt like an assault on our democracy, especially in targeted seats. Many describe this assault by third parties identified in submissions to the committee, like the Plymouth Brethren and Advance, as a fundamental disruption to the foundations of our free and fair voting process. Deputy Speaker, this parliament cannot ignore this evidence. In an electoral system where it is compulsory for adults to participate, every effort must be made to ensure that the electoral process is safe, fair and inviting for all involved. In reviewing the 2025 election, the committee is considering a purported increase in antisocial conduct, which impacted this experience for voters, political participants, volunteers and Australian Electoral Commission officials. The inquiry is also looking at potential reform to safety and security arrangements, including the AEC's powers and capacity to address this conduct. It is also considering universal voter access and the suitability of authorisation requirements, noting our rapidly changing communication technology. The inquiry is also looking at domestic interference in our electoral processes. Deputy Speaker, there have been 360 submissions to the inquiry to date. Many illustrate experiences with aggressive and intimidating conduct at polling places and a rise in activity by third parties in the electoral process. Submissions have also highlighted concerns regarding the authorisation and enforcement of political advertising, especially in an evolving technological landscape. The committee has conducted 12 hearings in locations around Australia, with evidence received from a range of witnesses. The interim report makes 13 recommendations in time for the government and the parliament to consider their implementation before the next federal election. The committee has recommended reviewing the thresholds under the significant third party and associated entity framework to capture coordinated involvement in elections at scale. The committee has also recommended that an enforceable and mandatory code of conduct be developed for all participants at polling places. Recommendations also include registration for polling booth campaigners and strengthening the AEC's statutory powers to address misconduct at polling places. The interim report recommends the creation of a new campaign zone in which the code of conduct is enforceable, and that the number of campaigners and the amount of campaign signage is reduced and regulated. These recommendations respond directly to the many accounts of overwhelming, unsafe and intimidatory experiences at polling places during the 2025 federal election in targeted electorates. To counter concerns about deliberate interference in Australia's electoral processes, the interim report recommends a review of electoral laws to protect the process and, importantly, to protect voter experience from domestic interference. Interestingly, Deputy Speaker, the Election Integrity Assurance Task Force, while easily able to define and identify foreign interference, did not do the same for domestic interference. In the face of evidence received to date by the committee, a strong argument can be made that any behaviour designed to dissuade participation in the electoral process could be considered domestic interference. In order to protect the electoral process, the committee recommends that the matter of domestic interference be considered and addressed as a priority. The committee also heard that the authorisation framework and requirements for electoral matter are increasingly out of step with our communication and technological landscape and lack clarity regarding third parties engaging in political communication. Recommendations have been made to ensure accountability for communications and that the AEC has appropriate enforcement powers to remove or block non-compliant material. The committee also recommends that privacy and safety risks be urgently addressed in relation to public access terminals. Deputy Speaker, not all of the inquiry's terms of reference are addressed in this interim report, and more evidence needs to be sought and considered in regards to the use of generative AI in electoral matter, the consideration of fixed and extended terms of Parliament, and on the size of Parliament as a whole. The committee will continue to hold public hearings, consider evidence, and address all terms of reference in its final report due in November 2026. I move that the House take note of the report.
The member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to make a short statement in response.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Member for Forrest, that's the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and unfortunately I stand here today to convey to the House the Coalition's position that one of the most serious committees in the Parliament has been reduced to a one-eyed, hyper-partisan witch hunt of a group of religious Australians. That someone would seek to deny, on the basis of their faith, or indeed not having faith, a role in our precious democracy should be called out for what it is. This is a committee that has had standing in previous parliaments as one charged with stewarding, upholding and protecting our precious democracy. The dissenting report the Coalition has tabled in response to this details a litany of gross overreach on the part of this partisan witch hunt, because ultimately this is anything but a fair, balanced and impartial approach to assessing the feedback of the Australian community that we saw in the wake of the 2025 federal election. I won't go on, Deputy Speaker, but I urge Australians to read the dissenting report, its stinging condemnation of the hyper-partisan approach that was taken through this committee, a very serious committee and one that ultimately leaves our parliament and our democracy cheaper.
The member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned. The resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The member for Bennelong.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. I've received a message from the Senate returning the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Amendment Bill 2026 without amendment. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, online safety amendment, strengthening enforcement for the social media minimum age bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. In continuation, the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have spoken to parents who feel exhausted by this. They want their children to have friends and they do not want them isolated, but they do want every family dinner to become a fight about an app. They don't want to be the only household saying no. They want a fairer set of rules. This law gives parents backing. It says the burden should not sit on families alone, and it says social media companies must take responsibility for the products they put into children's lives. Deputy Speaker, in my community of Griffith, I see families trying their best every day. I see it at school gates, at community events, in local sporting clubs, and in conversations with parents who are proud of their children and worried about them at the same time. Griffith is full of families who care deeply about their children's well-being. They want their kids to learn, explore, volunteer, play sport, join a club, get outside and feel part of their community. They know technology is part of life. They are not asking for childhood childhood to be frozen in the past. They are seeking for childhood to be protected in the present, and that is a fair ask. We can support children to use technology well, and we can set limits where harm is clear. We can value connection, and we can still say that some platforms are not suitable for under 16s. We can back young people, and we can hold companies to account. This bill does just that. Deputy Speaker, Australia's reform has not stayed within our shores. We are world-leading in this area. More than 20 countries have created or committed to creating their own laws to delay access to social media. That includes countries across Europe, Asia, the Middle East, South America and beyond. Australia acted first and others are now watching. Australian parents are watching too. They do not expect perfection overnight, but they do expect persistence. They expect us to keep going, fix weak points and respond when companies drag their feet. That is exactly what we are and what we will continue to do. We will continue to prioritise the health of our kids over the interest of these multinational companies. Deputy Speaker, this government could not be clearer to these platforms. If you want to do business in Australia, you must obey Australian law. The same principle applies to local businesses across our communities. It applies to local shops, cafes, builders, pharmacies and childcare centres, and it must apply to the largest technology companies in the world. It is the principle behind our consumer laws. Australians deserve clear rights, fair treatment and real protection when powerful companies do the wrong thing. For too long, some of these companies has acted as if their size puts them above the rules. They have shaped childhood, friendship, news, entertainment and social life at a speed that the law has struggled to match. That cannot continue. Deputy Speaker, this bill strengthens enforcement of the social media minimum age, but the work of protecting children online cannot end there. The next step in the government's work is to legislate a digital duty of care. That will put the responsibility of digital service providers to build safer systems and protect Australians, especially children, from harm before it occurs. I recently met with a local mother who told me what happened to her family after her eldest daughter, then just 12, was seriously harmed by an AI companion chatbot. Her daughter was first introduced to an AI roleplay website at school on a friend's phone. From there, she built a relationship with this chatbot AI character over months. The character told her she was worthless and made references to self-harm. Looking back, her mother described the exchanges as having the hallmarks of grooming and gaslighting. This was not a platform her daughter should have been able to access. The app's own terms of service said that it was not for anyone under 16, yet Google Play listed it as suitable for ages 12 and up. Her daughter was 12. Her daughter is now in regular therapy. Her mother describes what they are managing at home as having the features of an addiction. Parents can do everything right and still find themselves outmatched by products designed to pull children back in. Too often, safety is treated as something added later. That is just absolutely, utterly backwards. Children should not be the testing ground for unsafe design. Safety must be built in from the start, and that is the work the government is continuing to undertake. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has already shown that Australia can lead the world in online safety. More than 5 million underage accounts have been removed, deactivated or restricted. Early signs point to more sport, better sleep, less online bullying and less exposure to harmful content. That is real progress, but it's not the end of the task. It is not enough if platforms still leave doors open for children under 16. It is not enough if parents are still fighting these battles alone at home. And it's not enough for powerful companies to say they are doing the right thing but then refuse to provide the evidence that proves it. This bill strengthens those laws, those important laws that we introduced in December last year.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Kooyong.
Speaker, Australia's world-first social media ban came into force in December 2025. As of June 2026, 7 countries have implemented similar bans. 4 countries have legislated similar restrictions, and 15 countries are actively considering taking stronger action on social media. The aspiration behind this reform is one for which Australia can be proud. We have led the world in recognising that children deserve better protection from the harms of social media. But good intentions don't necessarily produce good policy, and aspiration, goodwill, are not the same as keeping children or adults safe online.
Immediately following the commencement of the ban, the e-Safety Commissioner reported that 4.7 million age-restricted accounts had been removed from social media platforms. And she described those early results as being very encouraging. But unfortunately, she spoke too soon. By March this year, eSafety's own data showed that about 70% of children who had accounts prior to that ban were still using restricted platforms. I'm hearing that in my electorate. In February this year, a group of young constituents from Methodist Ladies College in Kew visited my office in Kooyong. They said that the ban just wasn't working. They told me that their classmates routinely bypassed its restrictions. Their experiences reflected exactly what the emerging evidence was beginning to show. Over time, that evidence has only become stronger. This week, researchers from the University of Newcastle published a survey of 408 Australian adolescents, which found that 85% were still accessing social media 3 months after the ban commenced. The researchers, in fact, found very little evidence that this much-trumpeted ban had succeeded in getting young people to stop using platforms like TikTok, X, Facebook or Instagram. None of this should surprise us. I warned the House about this potential outcome in November 2024. When this Parliament first debated the social media ban, I opposed that legislation because I believed that technological workarounds, VPNs, false age declarations and other methods of circumvention would inevitably undermine the effectiveness of a blanket ban. The data that we've seen this week confirms that those concerns were well-founded. I also warned that a ban could unintentionally increase risks for those children who continued to access social media platforms. A child who lies about their age to access Instagram is no longer recognised by the platform as a child. Whatever safety settings or other protections might otherwise have applied disappear, and the child is then treated by the platform's algorithms as an adult. Now, that outcome was entirely foreseeable. It was the predictable consequence of legislating too quickly, without sufficient evidence, without meaningful consultation or a credible implementation strategy. It was legislation which flew in the face of the expert advice. Turned out the experts were right. We've ended up with a policy that has failed to substantially change children's online behaviour. Which brings me to the bill before the House today. On Saturday, the government proposed to double the maximum civil penalty for platform non-compliance, increasing it from $49.5 million to $99 million. The bill also strengthens the powers of the e-Safety Commissioner to compel platforms to demonstrate the steps that they have taken to comply with the ban. Now, those are sensible measures. We know that the e-Safety Commissioner is actively investigating possible non-compliance by 5 platforms: Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Snapchat and TikTok. E-Commissioner Julian McGrant has set those platforms formal notices demanding information on how they're implementing age checks. Stronger investigative powers and higher penalties will assist that work. So, for that reason, I support this bill. I want Australians and Australian children to be safe in online spaces. But let's think about those legislative changes in context. Elon Musk is now the world's first trillionaire. The maximum penalty that we're proposing for his platform, X, is approximately $68 million at the current exchange rate. X's income in 2026 has been estimated at $1.4 billion. 68 million Australian dollars would represent about 11 to 12 days of Elon's profits. For the largest technological companies in the world, these bans and these fines are still hardly an existential threat. They risk becoming simply another cost of doing business. More fundamentally, Deputy Speaker, my concerns about the bill from November remain unabated. Doubling fines on a broken system doesn't fix the system. Empowering the e-Safety Commissioner with stronger powers helps with monitoring and enforcement, but it doesn't reduce the harm that, as we've heard from both sides of the House today, still exists in online spaces. In 2024, I asked the House, what is the problem that we are trying to solve with this legislation? Is it the problem that children and teenagers are using social media platforms? Or is the problem that billion-dollar companies are marketing unsafe digital products in Australia? I said then and I say now that a ban is not going to address the root causes of online risks, and it's not going to make platforms safe for everybody, not just young Australians, for all Australians. Age gating will not make an unsafe product safe. If the product itself creates unacceptable risks, then regulation should focus on the product, not simply on restricting who can access it. That's why I continue to believe that Australia needs a comprehensive digital duty of care. The government has committed to introducing one later this year, with somewhat less urgency than it has demonstrated in putting this legislation in front of the House this week. Digital products should be designed according to public health principles, with safety built in from the outset, not being added as an afterthought. The evidence supporting that approach continues to grow. Excessive and addictive use of digital media has been associated with poor physical health, less good sleep patterns, reduced social connectedness, and worse mental health outcomes for many young people. While researchers continue to investigate questions of causation, the evidence is already more than sufficient to justify stronger safeguards. Those safeguards should apply to everybody. We should require platforms to design products that are safer by default, that are more transparent, that are less addictive, and that are more accountable. But instead, we've created incentives for children to conceal their age, deceive their parents, and thereby lose the protections that currently exist. A digital duty of care would achieve what I argued for when this online safety legislation was first put in front of the House. It would preserve the legitimate benefits that social media provides while making digital platforms safer for everybody. Back then, I said social media is not just entertainment. For many young Australians, including those under 16, it is a source of essential information. It's where they get their media knowledge from. It's a source of education. They all love YouTube videos. It's a source of community and it's a source of civic participation. Now, that is particularly true for LGBTQIA+ young people, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people, for culturally and linguistically diverse communities, for young people living in remote and regional Australia, and for young Australians with a disability. For many of those young people, online communities provide a community that is impossible, or at least difficult, for them to find offline. Access to social media may well be more important than ever for those young people with a disability who will soon be moved off the NDIS by this government. And those who remain will soon have their social and community participation supports cut in half. We know where they'll be turning. Young Australians also exercise democratic participation online. They increasingly access news, they debate public issues, and they engage in political communication through social media platforms. That makes the constitutional issues raised by this legislation difficult to ignore. Reddit has now challenged the validity of the social media ban in the High Court on the basis of implied freedom of political communication. The government should explain how it intends to respond to those concerns. Finally, if we are serious about taking on a public health approach to this online environment, then we should apply that principle consistently. A public health approach is not simply about restricting access. It's about reducing foreseeable harm at the source. It's about ensuring that digital products are designed to be safer, that harmful commercial practices are addressed, and that companies take responsibility for the risks that they create. Australia's young people are growing up in a digital environment. It's built for engagement, not for well-being. The cost is now plain to see. Rising rates of anxiety, rising rates of depression, rising rates of sleep deprivation and gambling-related harm in our children and our teenagers. Social media platforms have been allowed to operate for much too long without a legislated duty of care. They optimise algorithms for time on screen while exposing minors to harmful content, to predatory contact and to addictive design features that our children are simply not equipped to resist. At the same time, the explosion of gambling advertising and online wagering products has normalised betting for the next generation. It has embedded harm into our homes through the kids' phones and screens, rather than betting shop. A digital duty of care would shift that legal and moral obligation back onto the platforms. It would require them to proactively identify and mitigate risks to our children, rather than just reacting after the damage is done. Coupled with stronger restrictions on gambling promotion and advertising, it's not about restricting freedom or innovation. It's about ensuring that the platforms that shape our children's daily lives are held to the same standard of care that we would expect of any product or service that was marketed to our young people. We owe it to young Australians and to their families to act before further harm accumulates, not after. And that's why it's difficult to understand why the government has this urgency about social media while it continues to drag its heels on online gambling harm and on other safety concerns in the public space. The Murphy report called for a comprehensive ban on all gambling advertising online that leaves no room for circumvention. But under the government's reforms, if a person is logged into an account, they'll be exposed to online gambling ads until they opt out. That is not a safe digital environment for Australians and is incongruent with the principles that are expressed in this bill. So, when the government's gambling legislation is introduced into Parliament, I will be introducing a detailed amendment that will honour the late Peter Murphy, that will honour her clear recommendation that Australia needs a comprehensive ban on online gambling advertising that leaves no room for circumvention. My amendment will provide for a full ban on online gambling advertising across digital platforms, including social media, streaming services and in online video environments, where Australians are now currently routinely exposed to targeted content. My amendment will ensure that Australia's approach to online safety is consistent, that we don't take a strong regulatory approach to one set of harms, as we are here, while continuing to tolerate another source of significant harm to young Australians and their families. If we are serious about an evidence-based public health approach to Australia's digital environment, then we cannot be selective in its application. We can't treat social media harm to children as urgent, as the government is doing today, without treating their exposure to gambling harm in online spaces as optional. So I commend this bill to the House, Speaker, but I ask the government for more quickly and more effectively. And in doing so, I move amendments 1 to 4 as circulated in my name.
Is the amendment seconded? The member for McKellar.
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Kooyong has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to. The member for Moreton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on December the 10th, 2025, the Albanese Labor government launched the social media ban for children aged under 16. It captured global attention. It was lauded by world leaders as world leading, and it was celebrated by many other governments across the globe. But I want to take a moment to highlight how Australian parents and how Australian carers, the drivers of this law, reacted. And I think that the quotes, while you may have heard them before, are worth repeating. Because shortly after the ban came into effect, one mother said, "Our son can no longer access his apps." This has already had a profound effect. And this morning my son said, "Mum, do you want to do something with me after school today? Like putt-putt or something else together?" Where normally he would be consumed with his phone, watching mind-numbing videos. Another said, "My daughter is 6 and she watches YouTube. She's already displaying signs of body issues, not wanting to eat, wanting to be beautiful. The rabbit hole that is available through the algorithms is horrible." And the last one, "Now I feel backed by the government and relieved that our country is taking the online safety of our youth seriously. Many parents are blind to what their kids get up to online." And Deputy Speaker, those last 2 points are particularly impactful. They reflect a core priority of the Albanese Labor government, keeping Australians safe online and keeping Australian children safe online. And that's the reason that we're here today, debating the Online Safety Amendment, strengthening enforcement of the Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2026. And since the ban, more than 5 million social media accounts belonging to under-16s have been removed, restricted, or deactivated. Last December's ban, however, was not ever meant to be a one and done. Because when you are on the leading edge, as we have been on this important reform, you must always strive to keep getting better. And that's what this bill does. We need to keep pushing forward to protect young Australians from the constant and, quite frankly, powerful influence of social media. These days, social media companies, they're big household names. I'm talking about platforms like Facebook, like Instagram, like TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube. And when you chat to young people, it's not long before someone mentions their favourite YouTuber or asks if you've seen a particular reel or TikTok, and then shares it with you, much in the way that in the past we used to reference the morning's newspaper headlines in everyday conversation. And Deputy Speaker, the social media companies that we're talking about here, they're large, they're influential, they're big, they're global, they've got resources, they've got expertise, and they have the capacity to meet their obligations to uphold the social media ban for under-16s. However, in March 2026, the independent regulator, the E-Safety Commissioner, publicly released a compliance update which highlighted that a significant number of Australian children under 16 still maintain social media accounts or have found ways to create new accounts by circumventing existing age verification measures. And Deputy Speaker, that's not good enough. The pressure and reach of these platforms are far from harmless. These platforms are designed to draw people in. They're designed to hold their attention. They impact their lives. And when it comes to young people, that impact is not momentary. It can last a lifetime. Algorithm-driven feeds, endless scrolling, constant alerts, and unhealthy popularity measures all work together to capture and keep young people's focus. And Deputy Speaker, in this chamber, in this place, we're guilty of it. We're guilty of sitting up late at night and scrolling through, watching videos. There's no doubt about that. But we did not have the misfortune of growing up in an environment where that was available at the absolute developing moments, at the moments where you were deeply impressionable. And this is about safeguarding our children against that. These features, they're not accidental. They're deliberately engineered to maximise engagement. And this is often at the expense of time, face-to-face socialising, family life, such as playing putt-putt with your mum, doing schoolwork, your well-being and development. And Deputy Speaker, scrolling on social media can consume hours of the day and can continue late into the night. That's why the Albanese Labor government is not leaving this work, this important work, unfinished. From the first discussions, Labor has acknowledged that this fast-changing space would require us to adapt accordingly and to make sure that legislation reflected that adaptation and that change. And fighting for the safety of Australian children online is a fight that we are more than willing to have. It's a fight that we should have, and it's a fight that we are having. The E-Safety Commissioner is currently investigating the compliance of 5 platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok and YouTube. And this bill strengthens the investigation and enforcement framework for the E-Safety Commissioner. So what have these platforms in particular been doing? Well, the E-Safety Commissioner's compliance update shows that many of them seem to be doing the very bare minimum to comply, instead of taking real, robust and strong action to protect young people. This includes practices such as allowing users under 16 to keep retrying age checks until they get through. It could be failing to stop underage users from quickly setting up new accounts after theirs have already been shut down. And we've also seen reporting systems that are difficult to use or ineffective for parents and others trying to flag underage accounts. And Deputy Speaker, when you talk to parents, these algorithms, these platforms, they're the things that keep them up at night. They're worried about what their children are watching. They're worried about the profound impact it may have on their lives. They've heard their stories and they don't want to be another example. It is one of the defining challenges of modern parenting, not just in this country, but around the world. And these are parents who need someone on their side. And this is a Labor government that is on their side. The Prime Minister made it clear that the leaders for this reform have been parents who have undergone unimaginable pain. And I was incredibly privileged to meet one of those parents in Mia Bannister recently. She came to my daughter's early learning centre, and her role there was to educate other parents, to explain what had happened to her, and to talk about the impacts that social media can have on everyone's lives. This is about backing Mia in, and this is about backing every parent like her in. This bill takes aim at these platforms in 2 ways. Firstly, it will increase the maximum civil penalty substantially. Currently, non-compliance with the minimum age obligations can result in a penalty of 30,000 units or a total of $49.5 million. This will increase to 60,000 penalty units, increasing the maximum penalty up to $99 million. This change is designed to increase accountability and send a very clear message that platforms are expected to take the minimum age requirements seriously and fully meet their obligations. By strengthening the consequences for non-compliance, they aim to deter weak enforcement and encourage more proactive steps to protect our young users. They also bring penalty framework into line with recent updates to the Competition and Consumer Act, ensuring consistency across Australia's regulatory approach and reinforcing that these are obligations that carry real weight and real consequences. The second part of this bill strengthens the information gathering powers of the e-Safety Commissioner, which means the compliance of platforms can be assessed when required. The amendments specifically give the e-Safety Commissioner stronger powers to request information and documents from any relevant party where there are reasonable grounds to believe that they hold material related to compliance with the minimum age framework. Importantly, this extends to information provided by third parties, such as age verification services or app store operators, which can help verify, support, or challenge the claims made by platforms about their compliance. This includes situations where it is necessary to determine whether a particular service falls within the scope of the law or is meeting those very important obligations. For instance, information obtained by those third parties could challenge or contradict what a platform has reported about its own compliance efforts. This information could also reveal that measures claimed to be in place are not actually working as intended. This helps ensure that platforms cannot rely solely on their own representations without scrutiny, without transparency, and without accountability. Overall, these changes will give the e-Safety Commissioner a more complete and a more accurate picture of how platforms are operating in practice, day to day. And with better access to evidence, the Commissioner will be in a stronger position to thoroughly investigate potential breaches and, where appropriate, take enforcement action to ensure that this is a law that is properly followed. Deputy Speaker, Australia is at the forefront globally when it comes to protecting our children and our young people online. Since Labor's ban came into place in December last year, numerous countries have either passed their own legislation or put restrictions in place. There is no doubt that we have been leading the way. But what this legislation shows is that we know there is more to do. Online safety for children is something that resonates worldwide. Malaysia has banned under-16s from accessing social media. Indonesia has applied an age-gated approach with restrictions. Brazil has implemented an under-14s ban. And France has an under-15s ban coming into force in September this year. And I could go on, Deputy Speaker. As the Prime Minister has said, I'm heartened by the shift in conversation and the global momentum that we've seen since introducing the social media minimum age. But it's clear big tech are not doing enough to comply with the law. There are still too many children on social media. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is utterly serious about enforcing compliance by the big social media platforms. And this bill is a very clear signal to Facebook, to Snapchat, to Instagram, to YouTube and to TikTok. It tells them that we expect them to not only do the right thing, but to fully comply with the law. And Labor is not stopping with this bill. We are driving upcoming work to legislate a digital duty of care, and this will build on the existing reforms and reflects a stronger, more proactive approach to tackling harm in the digital environment. Because, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to a digital duty of care, when it comes to making sure our children are safe, we will not rest. We owe it to our young people, and we owe it to our children.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Flinders has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Is it any surprise that we find ourselves here? Let me start with a history lesson, because in respect of this reform and its failures, which today we are here trying to mop up, that history lesson actually matters. Back in the 46th Parliament, my friend, a strong-minded, most clever coalition MP, the member for Fisher, led an inquiry into age verification for pornography and gambling sites. That committee concluded in its report, which was called Protecting the Age of Innocence, that age verification is not a silver bullet, but a useful tool to create a barrier to young people's access to harmful online content. Protecting the age of innocence was handed down on the eve of the COVID-19 pandemic, but it set out a future course of conduct, including that the Digital Transformation Agency should lead the development of standards for online age verification, that the E-Safety Commissioner should lead development of a roadmap for mandatory age verification for online pornographic material, that the Australian Government should implement mandatory age verification for online wagering alongside existing identity verification requirements, and finally, that some educational resources for parents should be prepared. That report was largely bipartisan, but in Labor's minimal additional comments at the time, they posted a warning to their future selves where they quoted the E-Safety Commissioner stating, "Age verification is a nascent field, and if it is to be leveraged to protect children and young people from accessing online pornography, then we need to develop a supportive ecosystem, develop robust technical standards and requirements for this type of technology, and better understand the effectiveness and impact of age verification solutions in addressing this policy concern." They also drew attention to comments by the Communications Alliance, translating this objective of ensuring that Australians younger than 18 years should not have access to online wagering and pornography sites into a robust and practicable framework that also protects the privacy and cybersecurity of individual users of an age verification system is, however, a complex task that must be approached carefully and methodically. And further, Labor members of the committee acknowledged that the necessary review and research requires time, expertise and resources to properly examine the complex range of issues that age verification gives rise to across data security, trust, privacy and freedom of expression. Many of the members of the then House of Representatives Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs remain on the government's benches today. The members for Newcastle and Macarthur, and while the formidable former member for Dunkley, Peter Murphy, is no longer here, her presence is felt loudly and proudly for her leadership on the topic of age verification and gambling. Her impact remains felt in this chamber each and every day. Learning from his strong leadership in this policy space, the member for Fisher became my firm friend after I got up in my very first speech and discussed the impact of screening and social media on the generation of young Australians that had just come through the COVID era. In that speech, I reflected on the period the Mornington Peninsula had just passed through and what it had done to the relationship between young people and screens. And I said, 262 days of lockdown in Metro Melbourne, in which the Mornington Peninsula found itself bafflingly included, further embedded their generation's relationship with screens, social media and other online content. Whatever system our households had in place to balance online time with offline time in the form of study, sport, sleep and social activity collapsed during the COVID-19 pandemic. And worse still, the school system became the dealer of the digital drug, putting laptops into every lounge and bedroom. I went on. Increasingly, data shows us that today's adolescents, 24/7 connected to devices, addled by algorithms and autoplay, is showing signs of stress and indeed, in some cases, distress. Self-control difficulties, impulsivity, family conflict, sleep disturbance, inactivity, concentration impairment, and poor language development are often observed among those children whose technology use edges above the recommended few hours a day. Of highest concern is the well-documented epidemic of anxiety and depression in teenage girls, which we know correlates with high use of social media. At the time, I admit, no one was much listening. But it was a conversation I continued, first with former colleagues in tech and telco from my time on the NBN board, and also with families and teachers across my electorate, and then with researchers and policymakers around the world. The work by Professor Jean Twenge was already detailing the impact of technology on young people. Published in 2017, her book iGen detailed the impact of technology on the generation who had grown up with it in their hands. She studied the cohort of young people born between 1995 and 2012 and the impact internet-enabled devices were having on that generation. Twenge's book iGen provided reams of data on what we were seeing in terms of behavioural change, cultural change, social and economic change due to social media, but also on mental health, social cohesion, and to a lesser extent, radicalisation. I thank Professor Twenge for the time she has given me personally while being here speaking in Australia. Her work has been pivotal in giving me the data and determination I needed for what I could already see was happening in our homes and communities over the last decade. Twenge's work was followed by Jonathan Haight's more popular work of 2024, The Anxious Generation, which captured the public's attention, but it also captured interest in this place. Many of my colleagues pulled me aside saying, "I remember you mentioning this in your maiden speech. Can we have a chat?" It was perhaps helpful that many now had kids who were in their teens and the battle over iPhones and platforms was real and rife at the dining room table. Haight's thesis was that we had rewired childhood and that we had let play cede way to phones. Again, Haight detailed a number of perils: social isolation, sleep deprivation, attention fragmentation and addiction, particularly the trap of the compulsive, dopamine-driven design of many of the social media platforms. Early in 2024, my then leader, Peter Dutton, stood up and said, "There's an age verification regime which has been recommended by the E-Safety Commissioner from 2023. We think that's something that the government should pick up straight away as well. But the Online Safety Act has significant powers in it. We passed it when we were in government and it needs to be enforced. If the laws are inadequate and they need to be strengthened or added to, then we would support any effort from the government." By then, a number of parents' groups had already got organised and were running hard, demanding reform. The Heads Up Alliance and 36 Months and News Corp's Let Them Be Kids campaign had been kicked off in May 2024. A local hero from the Mornington Peninsula, Dad, Wayne Holdsworth, had started his Smack Talk outreach work across the country. All these efforts were getting increased public attention. Meta whistleblower Frances Haugen visited Australia a number of times. Listeners will recall she was the person who revealed that Meta knew exactly how much damage was being done to young people, particularly girls on their platforms. I thank Frances for coming to Flinders, to meeting with me and my local schools to talk to young people about their experience with social media. On 13 June of 2024, Peter Dutton made an even clearer statement, committing a future coalition government to implementing an age limit of 16 for social media platform use and making it a top priority for his first 100 days in office. Premiers Minns of New South Wales and Malinauskas of South Australia were quick to read the room and held a summit a few months later. But for months, Australia's Prime Minister remained largely silent on the issue, as was his then Communications Minister. In May, the Prime Minister sought to punt the issue into the long grass, referring the matter to a select committee, the Joint Select Committee on Social Media in Australian Society, and unsurprisingly, the member for Fisher and I bullied and begged our way onto that committee. I do recommend the committee report to all and sundry to read, as indeed I did this morning, talking to Senator Julie Minville-Deschênes, an independent Québécoise senator in Canada. Julie rounds out conversations and communications I have had with policymakers and influencers in New Zealand, the UK, France, Germany, Belgium, Denmark, the EU and the OECD since 2022 on this issue. It has always been clear to me that Australia will not get there alone without bigger, more substantive and more lucrative markets getting on board to force change and practice within the social media business model. But there's another reason why the Joint Select Committee's report is worth reading, and that is because in the final report called Social Media, the Good, the Bad and the Ugly, nowhere in it do the Labor members of the committee recommend a ban on under-16s holding social media accounts, the accounts being the vector for algorithmic push and influence. The Coalition members' comments, written by the member for Fisher and myself, argued for meaningful measures to address recommender systems, persuasive design features, customised feeds, and the demand that platforms report on foreign interference and transnational crime, as well as intelligence relating to child sexual abuse material and child sexual exploitation material and non-consensual sexual images. We demanded action on scams which flourish on Australian social media platforms but not elsewhere, and we demanded additional resources for the E-Safety Commissioner and the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation. We demanded a statutory duty of care on social media platforms, and we demanded concerted action in relation to the possible perils of generative artificial intelligence as well. But above all, we demanded that Australia create an effective market for safer social media as it concerns young people. On the 8th of November, after a National Cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister announced an intention to legislate a minimum age for access to social media. And many of the Coalition members of that report's recommendations found their way into a speech given by the then Minister for Communications at the Sydney Institute on the 13th of November 2024. I sat up at the back of the room that night, somewhat flabbergasted to hear her commitment to all the things which the member for Fisher and I had argued for throughout the Select Committee process, but which had gone unsaid, unsought and unfought for by her colleagues on the committee. The Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Act 2024 was passed on the 29th of November 2024 with bipartisan support. But in the E-Safety Commissioner's own words, which she has subsequently shared publicly, she was not given the powers she needed to do the job. In a lunch with Jacqueline Malley, E-Safety Commissioner Julie Inman-Grant said the legislation was drafted very quickly and said, if you're going to take on the biggest technology companies in the world, it's not like you're sticking a pink parking ticket on a windshield. What you're effectively asking us to do with this is fence the ocean. We might be able to create some friction and some degree of safety, but it's a futile exercise if you think you're totally stemming the ocean. That would all be fair comment if the government who had given her instructions and these tasks without requisite powers had not been on notice for at least 2.5 years, if not in fact 4. At the time, my side knew the reform was flawed, but we were on the eve of an election and anything was better than nothing. And we were comforted that, should we be successful at that election, we'd be able to make the reform more rigorous. And frankly, as we've heard from others, parents were desperate. When I quietly said to parents' groups, I cannot promise you yet that this will work, they would invariably reply, I am desperate, you have to give me something to strengthen my arm at the nightly battle at the dinner table. And so we did. The social media platforms had a year to adapt to the reforms, but rather than rigorously test the adequacy of the implementation, this government got busy on a world victory tour. It was shameless, it was grandiose, it was decadent, and it was a dereliction of duty. We had the new Minister for Communications spend some $100,000 to wear the shiny ribbon of reform at the United Nations General Assembly meeting in New York in September 2025 before a single social media account had been cancelled. And on the weekend just past, almost out of nowhere, the Prime Minister declared that the reform had failed and recognised that failure by social media companies to comply with our world-leading law needed to be addressed. And then, to double down on this government's ineptitude, this bill was rushed in yesterday afternoon. So rushed, there were no copies of the bill at the table yesterday when the Minister got up to give her second reading speech. It seems this government is determined to repeat its mistakes through haste and being seen to address issues rather than addressing them in any meaningful way. We are being asked to pass this bill within 24 hours, and it is not clear from the content of this bill that it will actually bring about change and efficacy in the operation of this reform. And efficacy here is not optional. The rest of the world is watching us. I addressed a political tech conference in Berlin in January of this year, which brought together hundreds of politicians, public policy makers and regulators in the social media space across all continents regarding our laws, but especially the importance of the EU, France and Germany following suit to provide ballast and back in the reforms with a 450 million person market. This time last year, I met with the French President's advisors at the Élysée on this topic, and in January, France's National Assembly passed a bill to ban social media accounts for under 15s. In February of this year, I met with members of the German Bundestag, looking at this as a possible reform. And I was in the room at the CDU National Conference in Stuttgart when the then ruling CDU committed to a ban for under 14-year-olds. And I'm proud to say that unlike the Minister for Communications, the Australian taxpayer didn't need to pay a single dollar for me to have these conversations with policymakers around the world. I do thank the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the Meteora Foundation for their support, and I thank others for agreeing to meet with me and to do work together on my self-funded holidays to get meaningful reform done.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The member for Brisbane has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Growing up, I was spared what we now know as the intrusion of Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube and other social media platforms. However, as my sons grew from children to adolescence, technology developed so rapidly. There was a plethora of platforms to engage with friends and others. This included online games they played with their friends and, dare I say, their online acquaintances. And here we are in 2026, when not only is there a plethora of platforms available, but there are algorithms that push content that can be predatory and harmful to young people. I was concerned about what my sons had access to 15 years ago, to the point that we insisted that their online games were played in the living room, where it was possible to keep that little lazy ear on the discussions between them and the people they really didn't know. We didn't know their values either, nor what they may be saying to two very vulnerable young lads who, like any teenagers, were trying to work out who they were.
As parents, we obviously want our kids to explore, we want them to find their peeps, and we want them to be safe. They are rightly curious, their brains are sponges, and they want to feel part of a community and they want to feel loved. But those traits, however, also make them vulnerable to pressures and what they see and what they hear. We've seen the worst that this can lead to, which is why keeping Australians safe online, particularly children and young people, is a top priority of the Albanese Labor government. Now, last year we introduced one of the most significant and controversial technology reforms Australia has seen in recent years, to introduce a minimum age of 16 for social media use. Now, this reform did spark debate across the country. Some believe it was necessary to step up and protect young Australians from online harm. Others argued it limited freedoms, it's difficult to enforce and may create new problems rather than solve existing ones. On this side of the House, however, we made no apologies for keeping our children safe from online social media harm. Now, since the introduction of these reforms in December last year, we have seen over 5 million accounts belonging to under 16s taken off social media, and that really is a positive development. But it is clear that big tech companies aren't doing enough to keep children off their platforms, and that's why this government has stepped in again to do more. With this bill, we are doubling penalties these companies face when they do the wrong thing, and we're also giving more power to the regulators so they can investigate what's going on. Deputy Speaker, but why did the government have to act? Well, social media has certainly transformed the way we communicate. Platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, X have become a normal part of our modern life. Now, while these platforms offer opportunities for learning, creativity and connection, they also expose young people to significant risks. And as we've heard in the chamber earlier, research has linked excessive social media use with increased rates of anxiety, depression, body image concerns, cyberbullying, sleep deprivation and reduced attention spans amongst teenagers. Many young people compare themselves to unrealistic online standards, and algorithms often prioritise sensational or emotionally charged content because it keeps the user engaged. This can create an endless cycle of scrolling that is difficult for adults to manage, let alone children. Parents, teachers and mental health professionals have increasingly expressed concern that social media companies have been prioritising engagement and profit over children's well-being. So in response to this, our government has acted and announced legislation requiring major social media companies to take reasonable steps to prevent Australians under the age of 16 from accessing social media and creating accounts. Importantly, the responsibility takes a bit of the effort away from parents and puts it on technology companies themselves. So what are the benefits of these reforms? First, improved mental health. Teenagers are still developing emotionally and psychologically, and removing constant exposure to social media comparisons, cyberbullying and addictive algorithms may reduce stress, anxiety and depression. Second, there is the benefit of increased face-to-face interaction. Young people are spending more time participating in sport and hobbies, outdoor activities and even conversations with friends and family rather than endlessly scrolling through content. These are activities we did as kids. Third, better sleep. Many teenagers use social media late into the night, reducing sleep quality and affecting school performance. Less screen time before bed could improve concentration, learning and overall health. Fourth, greater protection from online predators, scams and harmful content. The internet, as we all know, contains misinformation, violent material, gambling promotion and inappropriate content that younger users may struggle to interpret critically. And finally, the reforms send a strong message to technology companies that child safety should be built into platform designs rather than treated as an afterthought or something that they just have to deal with. Speaker, when these reforms were first announced last year, there was excitement across the country, but also trepidation. Would it work? How will it work? What do I need to do? So that's why I decided to hold a social media forum in Brisbane alongside our state MPs, Grace and Jonty Bush, to discuss with parents the reforms and what to expect. The session was designed to give parents the knowledge and confidence to help guide them and their children in the new social media landscape. We enjoyed a presentation from Paul, which was very informative, who was representing the eSafety Commission, and we finished the evening with Professor Moraska from the University of Queensland. She partners with Triple P, an organisation that specialises in child psychology. But, Deputy Speaker, even with our existing historic laws, it's clear that big tech are not doing enough to protect our children from online harm. Social media companies are some of the largest and most influential companies globally. They have the capability and they have the resources to meet their obligations under social media minimum age framework and protect young users. Talking of resources, Meta alone has a market cap of over $1.4 trillion US. Now, in March 2026, the eSafety Commissioner released a public compliance update, which found that while platforms removed, deactivated or restricted access to more than 5 million accounts, there is still a substantial proportion of Australian children under the age of 16 who continue to hold or create new accounts or are able to bypass existing age assurance systems. It's just not good enough, Deputy Speaker. The eSafety Commissioner is concerned. The Commissioner is actively investigating the compliance of 5 platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok and YouTube. And in considering enforcement action, the eSafety Commission has advised the government that they need stronger investigative powers to build stronger evidence against potentially non-compliant platforms. And this bill responds to those challenges by strengthening the enforcement framework so that platforms take their minimum age obligation seriously and do more to comply. With this bill, the maximum civil penalty for non-compliance with minimum age obligations extends from 30,000 to 60,000 penalty units, or bringing that maximum penalty up to $99 million. Deputy Speaker, it's also important that the information gathering powers of the eSafety Commissioner are strengthened so they can get the information they need from the platforms to access compliance and understand what's going on. In particular, the amendment enables the Commissioner to issue notices requiring the provision of information and documents from any person where the Commissioner reasonably believes they hold material relevant to the compliance with minimum age framework, including whether a service falls within its scope. So, for example, there may be situations where information and documents are held by a third party that might refute the information provided by or claims made by the age-restricted social media platform, or may show that the steps taken are not operating as claimed. The bottom line is, Deputy Speaker, that these changes will provide the Commissioner with more information as to how the platforms are complying with the laws, supporting more effective investigation and potentially stronger enforcement action. But, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is not stopping here. The next step in the government's mission to protect Australians from online harm is to legislate a digital duty of care. Now, that duty of care will put the responsibility on digital service providers to adopt safety by design and have systems in place to protect Australians, and in particular young Australians, from the harm before it occurs. However, Deputy Speaker, as we know, every major reform has challenges. Now, I've heard from some in my community in the previous changes, and we'll see where we go with this lot, that teenagers are technologically savvy. Some may just simply create accounts using false ages, virtual private networks, or accounts registered by adults. Some think that social media may not entirely be harmful. For many young people, it provides friendship, support networks, educational content, and opportunities to express creativity. People living in rural areas or experiencing isolation rely heavily on online communities for connection. And critics argue that banning access altogether may remove these positive benefits. There is also concern that responsibility should remain primarily with parents rather than with government. Some families say they're capable of deciding when their children are mature enough to use social media safely. Others question whether government intervention is the right approach. But overall, these reforms raise the broader questions about the role of technology companies, and will never get what we have to take steps to ensure that our community is safe. And so we have to ask ourselves, should companies that make billions and trillions of dollars, whose business model depends on keeping users online, be responsible for protecting children? And we argue yes. For years, platforms have developed sophisticated algorithms capable of predicting what users will watch, what they'll buy and what they'll click. Then they push this content to them. If companies possess technology advanced enough to personalise data and advertisements within seconds, surely they can also develop effective systems to protect children. Increasingly, governments around the world are asking technology companies to accept greater responsibility for the products they create. And Australians' reforms are already world-leading and could become even more so with these reforms. Over the past months, many countries have done so or are planning to announce restrictions on social media access for children and teens. The UK is the latest country to announce a ban on social media for children, which it did on June this month. There are 16 other countries, Austria, Brazil, Canada, Denmark, Spain, Vietnam, Turkey, etc., just to name a few of those. Now, this is important, and the reason it's important is because we know that if we work together around the world at a global level, we can send a clear and strong message to the tech giants that this is a serious issue and they must act. It was brave for Australia to go it alone, and I am proud that we took the steps to act in the interests of young people. Governments must stand strong, and that's exactly what we are doing, Deputy Speaker. Now, of course, legislation alone cannot solve every problem. In this space, digital literacy remains essential. Young Australians still need education about misinformation, online scams, cyberbullying, privacy settings, and responsible online behaviour. Parents, we all play a crucial role by maintaining open conversations about online experiences with our kids, modelling healthy technology use and setting clear boundaries. Schools likewise have an important responsibility to teach students critical thinking skills so that they can navigate the digital world safely. And ultimately, protecting young people requires cooperation between families, educators, governments, community and technology companies. So, Deputy Speaker, where does this leave us? Australia's social media reforms represent a bold attempt to address one of the defining public health and technology challenges of our generation. The strength of their success will depend on how effectively these laws can be enforced and whether privacy can be protected, and whether technology companies genuinely cooperate. The debate reminds us that technological innovation should always be accompanied by ethical responsibility. That ethics should be introduced at the start of the development of any product or service that is delivered through digital space. And just because technology evolves rapidly, it doesn't mean society should accept every consequence without question or without compromise. As Australians, we must continue asking how can we enjoy the benefits of the digital technology, which we know there are many, while protecting the well-being of future generations. As leaders, we have to have the courage to take on the big issues, and the issue of social media addiction for our young people is one of these big issues. The Albanese Labor government is on the side of parents and kids, Deputy Speaker, not the side of platforms, and we will keep fighting for them every step of the way.
I thank the member for Brisbane. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I call the member for... the member for Forrest.
Attention to the state of the chamber.
Quorum required. Ring the bells. Member for Wentworth. Yeah, thanks. Quorum achieved. Stop the bells. Order, order. Quorum's achieved, so we'll now return to the debate. I'll repeat the questioning, and the question now is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong, the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I call a member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And unfortunately, the Labor members have all just departed the chamber, which is unfortunate because they might actually, they could have learned something. Between yourself, Mr Deputy Speaker, and myself and our experience in this particular area, we could teach them a lesson. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is an important bill. It's a very important bill, and it's one that I know that you have a great deal of interest in because you and I have worked very closely together over the years on the protection of young people. And any government has no greater responsibility than the protection of its citizens. And drill that down even further, and that is particularly so when we talk about the protection of its most vulnerable, that is, children. There's an old phrase that goes something like, you can always judge the state of a society by how it treats its most vulnerable. The issues that we have together, Mr Deputy Speaker, over a number of years looked at with the harms that are being caused by social media on young people are significant. They are very significant. When the coalition was in government, we led the charge on things such as the implementation of the E-Safety Commissioner. When the E-Safety Commissioner was first introduced, the E-Safety Commissioner was actually called the Safety Commissioner for Children online. And then the coalition expanded that across all age groups because we recognised that, unfortunately, bad things were happening online. We also, not only did we create the Children's E-Safety Commissioner in 2015, we created, in 2017, we built the world's first scheme to force platforms to take down intimate images shared without consent, sometimes referred to as revenge porn, and hit perpetrators and non-compliant platforms with real financial penalties. In 2021, the Coalition introduced and passed the Online Safety Act. It was the most comprehensive online safety regime in the nation's history. We codified the basic online safety expectations, created an adult cyber abuse takedown scheme, and slashed the time platforms have to strip illegal and terrorist content from their feeds. Now, this wasn't window dressing, Mr Deputy Speaker. This was real reform, and you and I both sat on that committee of the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee, which I chaired, and you named the report Protecting the Age of Innocence. And I'll be forever grateful for the work that you and I did, because that really kicked off in this parliament the importance of age assurance. Because in that committee, in that inquiry, we looked at restricting, with an effort to eliminating online pornography and gambling for under 18-year-olds. And we wanted to introduce that age assurance. And that was the first time that this place had considered that. And unfortunately, still today, in 2026, those recommendations have not been fully implemented. And I lament that. It is very unfortunate that those two issues of online pornography and online gambling for under 18s are still not properly looked after. But I digress. Mr Deputy Speaker, the online or social media under 16s ban was a coalition conviction. It was a coalition policy born out of the good work that we did on the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee. In 2023, in November, a coalition private members bill, which, if I remember correctly, was moved by the then Shadow Minister David Coleman. It was a private members bill to force age verification onto the agenda for social media, and Labor knocked it back. This Labor government knocked it back. This Labor government has been dragged kicking and screaming to introduce a social media ban. Now, those members opposite will try and rewrite history, especially those members opposite who are new to the party or new to this place, who are given the talking points by the Labor Party. But the reality is social media, the social under 16s ban was born of and from the coalition. The Labor Party wanted nothing to do with it until a group of parents who had lost children to the sort of abuse that many children experience on social media. Mums like Emma Mason, who lost her daughter Matilda to the most wicked forms of online abuse. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, when you and I were lads, you were a lad a fair bit younger, a bit longer ago than I was a lad, but
correct.
When you and I were lads, bullying stopped at the school gate. But now bullying continues day in, day out, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And poor little Tilly, she succumbed to that bullying and took her own life in her own backyard. And Emma Mason has led the charge with a number of other parents to force this government to act. She then went to the UN, did some great work in the UN, if it's possible to do any great work in the UN, but I'll digress again. But the work that those family members did, those parents did, to bring this to the fore of the front of mind of Australians, that this is not just some sort of boutique issue. This is something that is costing Australian lives. And I want to thank them again for their work. Mr Deputy Speaker, in May of 2024, there was a parliamentary inquiry which was engaged and begun under this government, but at the coalition's behest, when David Coleman was the Shadow Communications Minister. And I remember serving on that committee with the member for Flinders, and we did some really good work once again to look at bringing those age assurance issues into social media. And I'm pleased that the government finally woke up to itself and adopted that recommendation. We also made recommendations around the significance of algorithms and recommender systems, and how those systems can sway significantly what particularly young people, all of us, but particularly young people, see on their screens, and how that can have a significant deleterious impact on their mental well-being. And I know, Mr Deputy Speaker, how much you, as a renowned paediatrician, take those matters very seriously. So I want to thank the member for Flinders for her outstanding work on that committee, because she helped me immeasurably in the recommendations that we ended up putting up. I want to acknowledge the great work of David Coleman and the former opposition leader Peter Dutton, who made a commitment that within the first 100 days of a coalition government at the last term, we would introduce a social media ban for under 16s. But things haven't gone so well since then. The Labor Party took what was a good policy and they wrecked it. And the numbers don't lie. The E-Safety Commissioner, her own March 2026 compliance update, identifies that 70% of children are still, that is under 16, are still on social media. A landmark British Medical Journal study identified 85% of under 16s still logging on. Its verdict: limited implementation, incomplete compliance and substantial circumvention. The Commissioner, the E-Safety Commissioner herself, called the ban, in her terms, or her words, a very blunt force approach, thrown together very quickly, with very thin scaffolding, with no potent powers. In her words, taking on the world's biggest tech companies is not like sticking a pink parking ticket on a windshield. She also described it as like trying to fence the ocean. Now, what this amendment does, this amendment before the House tonight, is actually a confession of the Labor government. Labor is rushing to bolt on the powers it should have built in from day one. Today, as the law stands, the Commissioner can only compel a platform providers. This bill allows the E-Safety Commissioner to compel documents from age assurance providers, app store operators and anyone reasonably believed to hold compliance information. It provides penalties with bite. It provides for the doubling of penalties up to $99 million for a corporation, $19.8 million for an individual. These are all good things, but they are late to the party. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to comment on the sort of dangers and ills that we are experiencing today on social media. Did you know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in 24-25 financial year, the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation received 82,764 reports of online child exploitation. That's 227 reports each and every single day. This is something that we as Australians should be ashamed of. And there is much more work to do for the Minister. You see, Mr Deputy Speaker, there's some really simple things that this government could do. There are unfortunately bad actors that are operating in the dark web. Bad actors that lead to child sexual exploitation being absolutely rife throughout the dark web. There's ways and means that this government should be looking at identifying perpetrators and victims. Things like, and I'm not sold on the particular product, but there's a product out there called Clearview AI, which enables law enforcement to identify perpetrators and victims. But we can't use products like Clearview AI, which scrape the dark web, because some genius in the Privacy Commission decided that that was a breach of Australia's privacy law. So we are at the mercy of these grubs that operate on the dark web, who seek to exploit children in Australia and around the world. And this government won't arm our law enforcement agencies with the tools that they need to identify victims and perpetrators. And I implore those members opposite, the Attorney-General, the Communications Minister, anybody on the government benches, to have a look at the concept of what's called, it's a proprietary product, Clearview AI, that identifies perpetrators and victims so that we can charge and arrest these grubs and try and identify victims and help them get away from the situations that they're in. Thanks, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member for Fisher. The question now is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Online Safety Amendment strengthening enforcement for the Social Media Minimum Age Bill. This legislation is about one simple but vital principle. When laws are made to protect children, those laws must be strongly enforced. A law without effective enforcement is merely a statement of intent. And this bill ensures that Australia's social media minimum age laws are backed by serious consequences for companies that fail to meet their responsibilities. Social media has transformed how we communicate, learn and connect. It has brought enormous benefits to society, allowing people to stay in touch across continents, access educational resources, build communities and express themselves creatively. These advantages should not be ignored. However, alongside these benefits come serious risks, particularly for young Australians. Children today are exposed to cyberbullying, inappropriate content, online predators, scams and unrealistic social comparisons at unprecedented levels. And this is completely unacceptable. These are not isolated incidents. They are systemic problems that demand systemic solutions. Keeping Australians safe online, particularly children and young people, is an important priority for the Albanese Labor government. That's why we've delayed access to social media until the age of 16 to protect young Australians from the pervasive impact of social media. Social media companies are among the largest and most influential digital platforms in the world. They have the capability and resources to meet their obligations under the social media minimum age framework and to protect younger users. We are expecting them to demonstrate their social responsibility to children and young people in our society and to use that capability to protect young people. In March 2026, the E-Safety Commissioner released a public compliance update which found that while platforms have removed, deactivated or restricted access to more than 5 million accounts, and this is a good start, a substantial proportion of Australian children under the age of 16 continue to hold or create new accounts or are able to bypass existing age assurance systems. The E-Safety Commissioner is actively investigating the compliance of 5 platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok and YouTube. In considering potential enforcement action, the E-Safety Commissioner has advised the government that stronger investigative powers are required to build stronger evidence against potentially non-compliant platforms. This bill responds to these challenges by strengthening the enforcement framework underpinning the social media minimum age requirements. The Albanese Labor government is on the side of parents and children, not platforms. The E-Safety Commissioner's public compliance update shows that social media giants seem to be trying to get away with doing the bare minimum. If these social media companies want to do business in Australia, they must obey Australian laws and they must uphold their social responsibility. This bill increases the maximum civil penalty for non-compliance with minimum age obligations from 30,000 to 60,000 penalty units, bringing the maximum penalty up to $99 million. These changes are intended to strengthen deterrence and reinforce the expectation that platforms take their minimum age obligations seriously and do more to comply. Our government will strengthen the e-Safety Commissioner's information gathering powers so they can get the information they need from platforms to assess compliance when they need it. In particular, the amendments enable the Commissioner to issue notices requiring the provision of information and documents from any person where the Commissioner reasonably believes they hold material relevant to the compliance with the minimum age framework.
The member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required. Ring the bells. Unfortunately, the member for Whitlam, the clock continues to run. I'm sorry. Quorum achieved. Stop the bells. And I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to continue to speak on this very important topic, Mr Speaker. The next step in the Albanese Labor government's mission is to protect Australians from online harm, is to legislate a digital duty of care. A digital duty of care will put the responsibility on digital service providers to adopt a safety by design approach and have systems in place to protect Australians, and particularly young Australians, from harm before it occurs. Our original social media minimum age legislation recognised these dangers by requiring social media platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent children under 16 from holding accounts. Importantly, the responsibility was placed where it belongs, not on parents, teachers or children, but on the tech companies themselves. Today, our proposed amendment strengthens that framework by ensuring those companies cannot simply ignore their obligations. Speaker, some of the largest tech companies in the world impacted by these measures generate billions of dollars in annual revenue. For businesses of this size, modest financial penalties can become little more than another cost of doing business. This bill addresses that problem by significantly increasing the maximum penalties for companies that systematically fail to comply with Australia's online safety laws. And that's why we are doubling maximum penalties to $99 million while giving regulators stronger investigative powers. And that's about ensuring accountability. When multinational corporations profit from Australian users, they must also respect Australian law. No company, regardless of its size or influence, should be above the law. Speaker, critics have argued that these reforms place too much responsibility on social media companies, but we disagree. Technology companies possess some of the most sophisticated data collection and identity verification technologies ever developed. These companies know what users watch, where they're located, what ads interest them, and even how long they pause while scrolling. If companies possess technology capable of delivering personalised advertising with remarkable accuracy, then surely they possess the capability to implement reasonable age assurance measures to protect children. The question is whether or not they can. The question is not whether or not they can, the question is whether or not they will. This legislation ensures that they must. Speaker, this debate is ultimately about protecting children. Parents across Australia are increasingly concerned about the amount of time their children are spending online. Where parents can control this, they do. But there is so much outside of their control because of the content that children can now access online. Unfortunately, this is now a challenging feature of modern parenthood. Many families struggle to monitor social media use around the clock. Children can access content at school, at friends' homes, and on multiple devices. Some of the content that children can now access on social media is horrifying and distressing, and far from being age appropriate. Parents should not have to fight billion-dollar technology companies alone. Government has a responsibility to create an environment where families are supported rather than undermined. Speaker, the evidence surrounding online harms continues to grow. Research has linked excessive social media use among adolescents with increased rates of anxiety, depression, body image concerns, sleep disruption, and exposure to harmful content. Young users are particularly vulnerable because their emotional regulation and decision-making skills are still developing. Social media that is designed to maximise engagement does not distinguish between content that is healthy and content that is harmful. Instead, it prioritises whatever keeps users scrolling. For children, that can mean repeated exposure to unrealistic beauty standards, self-harm material, misinformation, disturbing material, cyberbullying, or addictive content. No child should become collateral damage in the pursuit of advertising revenue. Speaker, some opponents argue that young people need social media to remain socially connected. That concern deserves consideration. Social connection is important. However, this legislation does not seek to isolate young people from the digital world altogether. The law was designed so that messaging services such as WhatsApp, online education platforms, and essential health services could continue to remain available where appropriate. This bill is not anti-technology, it's pro-safety. It recognises that not every online platform carries the same level of risk. Speaker, some have raised concerns regarding privacy and age verification, and privacy is an important right. Australians rightly expect that any age assurance systems introduced under this legislation will protect personal information and minimise unnecessary data collection, and that's why implementation matters. Age verification technology should be proportionate, secure, and subject to strong oversight. Protecting children and protecting privacy are not mutually exclusive objectives. Both can and must be achieved together. Speaker, Australia is starting to be recognised internationally as a leader in online safety regulation. Other countries are closely watching our approach. If these reforms succeed, they may influence similar protections around the world. And leadership requires courage. It requires governments to act in the interests of its citizens and in this case, its youngest citizens. Waiting for technology companies to regulate themselves has not delivered adequate protection for children. This bill represents a recognition that stronger government oversight is now necessary. Speaker, there are those who will say that determined young people will always find ways around restrictions, and likely they will. No law achieves perfect compliance. Seatbelt laws do not eliminate every road fatality. Speed limits do not prevent every accident. Yet we continue to support these laws because they reduce harm. Similarly, this legislation will not eliminate every underage social media account, but if it prevents thousands of children from being exposed to harmful online experiences, then it will have made a meaningful difference. Public policy should not be judged against perfection. It should be judged against whether it improves outcomes. My children, Mr. Speaker, are now aged 21, 16 and 15. As a parent, I battled for many years to protect my children from damaging online content. It was important to me to allow my children to have a childhood. I wish that this law had been in place years ago. As a parent, I know we need better protections for children online. Speaker, as lawmakers, our responsibility is to safeguard the well-being of future generations. Children cannot negotiate terms of service. They cannot fully understand complex algorithms. They cannot realistically challenge multinational corporations. The responsibility, therefore, lies with us. This legislation reflects a fundamental principle that has guided public policy for generations, that where there is a risk of significant harm to children, governments both have the authority and the obligation to intervene. We regulate tobacco, we regulate alcohol, we regulate seatbelts. This bill follows in the same tradition. We are seeking to protect children from harm. Speaker, I need to fast forward some of my speech because it was interrupted, but to recap, more than 5 million under 16 social media accounts have now been removed, and we really want to strengthen the approach that we've already taken. And I sincerely hope, Mr. Speaker, that these attempts at protecting children online are effective. We know that we are signalling to social media companies that we are serious about online harm to children, and we expect them to do everything they can to comply. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member for Whitlam. The question now is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong, the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, the government is now back in the parliament trying to strengthen enforcement for its social media age ban. Because the central problems were obvious when the first bill was rushed through this place in 2024. The technology was not settled, the age assurance model was not settled, the privacy implications were not settled, and the core legal test whether platforms would take reasonable steps was certainly not properly defined, and those problems remain. I support strong enforcement against big tech. Platforms should not be allowed to hide behind vague community guidelines or the usual Silicon Valley playbook of delay, denial and minimal compliance. But let's also be really clear about how this bill came to play and the selective approach the government is taking in what harms they're protecting children from and what ones they are turning a blind eye to. Now, I want to also thank the E-Safety Commissioner. I know she works incredibly hard in this space as a local constituent. In fact, I've met with her many times, and I know how hard she works in this space. And this bill gives the E-Safety Commissioner bigger sticks and better evidence-gathering powers. It doubles maximum penalties and it allows the regulator to compel documents from platforms and third parties. Those are important tools. The bigger question remains, though, in the billions of dollars of profit these platforms make, even doubling of penalties, of maximum penalties, may still be such an insignificant consequence that they are more than likely to want to continue to risk it or use their very deep pockets in circumstances of litigation. So I do have strong reservations around how much more of a band-aid this is to a bigger problem. Because what we know is this legislation and these amendments, it does not fix, is a central weakness in the scheme. What reasonable steps for age verification actually means in practice. The government calls this a world-leading ban. Well, a world-leading child safety framework would start with safety by design, safer algorithms, safer default settings, stronger privacy protections, transparency over recommender systems, and a real statutory duty of care on platforms. Now, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Communications are already spruiking this social media age ban as a success on the international stage, despite the evidence showing that, in fact, it has had limited effect in terms of actually keeping young people off and protecting them from harm.
And we have other countries now following Australia's lead while still working on the legislation that would actually make social media safer. Now, we haven't, the years it has taken, the harm that has continued. A European Digital Services Act-style model focused on platform accountability and safety by design. The government continues to promote this band-aid fix internationally when the evidence so clearly points to a systems-focused Digital Services Act-style model as being far, far superior. This will be what I'll be looking for when the government introduces its long-awaited promised digital duty of care framework later this year. A best practice framework not watered down, as we have seen and has occurred in other jurisdictions. A ban can only ever be one part of the answer, or you just push the problem underground. In Warringah, parents, teachers and young people have been very clear with me in their feedback. They're worried about what children are exposed to online. They're worried about the addictive design. They're worried about the algorithms pushing harmful content. They're worried about cyberbullying, eating disorder content, misogynistic material, scams, AI deepfakes, and the relentless pressure children feel to post their lives online. But young people have also told us something else, that social media is not only a space of harm, it is also where they communicate, organise, seek help, build communities and have a voice. When I spoke to the original legislation in 2024, I referred to Lucy Flynn, a 14-year-old from Warringah who had recovered from an eating disorder and used social media to petition for more public hospital beds for eating disorder treatment. Lucy harnessed the power of social media to tell her story and amplify the issues in the eating disorder funding. Online platforms can provide a platform to reach people outside their geographical communities, provided an avenue for youth leadership on issues that matter to them, and provide the ability for young people to feel that they have control over their future. So I disagree with the government. The answer is not a blanket ban on social media. It is to make socially safe, by design, social media fit for the digital age and for young people like Lucy to pursue their passions and find their tribes. A cynical hypocrisy exists when a government lets gambling ads harm the well-being of Australian children. Children as young as 6 can identify gambling companies' brands, while posturing here in this place to be cracking down on social media tech giants with an ineffective and, I would say, disingenuous age ban for social media platforms. The social media minimum age scheme requires age-restricted platforms to take reasonable steps. So this is important for people to understand what this legislation actually does. So it restricted platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent children under 16 from creating or keeping accounts. The platforms covered include major services such as Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, X, Threads, Reddit, Twitch and others, subject to the statutory criteria. Keep in mind there's a lot of concerns around gaming platforms that also create cause for harm. What is really important to understand is there is no narrowing of that decision, the definition around reasonable steps. And I'll come back to that in a moment. The government says this new bill will strengthen the e-safety's information gathering powers and double maximum penalties for systemic breaches from $49.5 million to $99 million. Again, I say, for companies that are making billions of dollars of profit, there is the question of is this still even meaningful in terms of a stick or a penalty? This amendment will allow the e-safety to compel evidence from platforms and third parties, including age assurance and app store providers. That is what this bill provides for. These are simple changes and fine in their own right, if one believes that the system actually works. But the context of this debate does go back to the original bill in 2024. Then, crossbenchers and experts noted that it did not specify how the ban would be implemented and that reasonable steps was not defined in the legislation. It continues to not be defined. Now, I've asked that of the Minister, and the explanation was because we don't want to be held to it now and to allow for that to continue changing. But what it does do is it creates just a huge legal grey area. The Senate inquiry into the original bill recommended that the government legislate a digital duty of care, meaning a positive legal obligation on platforms to proactively identify, prevent and reduce online harms. Instead, the government rushed through a blunt age-based scheme before the age assurance trial had reported, before the practical enforcement model was clear, and before the Parliament had properly tested for unintended consequences. I said at the time that the bill was misguided, that it was window dressing, and that it risked driving harms underground while failing to hold platforms properly accountable. I also said the government was putting the cart before the horse by legislating first and working out the detail later. But of course, here we are, fine-tuning some detail. The recent evidence bears all of those concerns out 2 years on. A University of Newcastle study found little immediate evidence that the restrictions had reduced access, with more than 85% of surveyed under 16 still using restricted platforms after the policy began. Young people reported bypassing age checks through fake accounts, friends or family, incognito browsing and other workarounds. Experts have made the same point. A simple ban is unlikely to be enough if the underlying causes of harm, including platform design, algorithms and age, inappropriate features, are left untouched. There are also now live constitutional challenges in the High Court, one by Reddit, another by teenagers, arguing that the scheme burdens the implied freedom of political communication and that less restrictive alternatives were available, including safety by design tools. So that doesn't mean the challenge will succeed, but it does show that legal risks were foreseeable in the event they do. The constitutional challenge to the social media minimum age scheme cannot be viewed in isolation from the enforcement issues these bill amendments seeks to address. They're linked by the same unresolved problem. The Act still does not clearly define what reasonable steps are actually required of the platforms. Now, if the Prime Minister thought a royal commission into domestic violence would be a lawyer's picnic, let me tell you, this bill is a lawyer's picnic, especially when you're talking about social media platforms with extremely deep pockets and an extremely well-developed desire to contest these kind of restrictions. Because without a clearer definition of reasonable steps, the government is simply inviting exactly the kind of litigation it says it wants to avoid. Platforms will argue over what was reasonable, lawyers testing the boundaries of the Act, and the courts being left to do what the Parliament should have done in the first place. The government should not mistake stronger enforcement powers for a stronger policy. I support giving the eSafety the tools it needs to investigate powerful platforms. I support higher penalties where companies fail to comply, and I support holding big tech accountable. But I do not accept the fiction that the original scheme was well designed and now merely needs some heavier penalties. The obstacles were obvious then: vague obligations, unsettled technology, privacy risks, and the absence of a proper digital duty of care. Parents deserve better than being told that the problem has been solved when they can see every day that it has not. Young people deserve better than a policy that treats them as the problem, rather than focusing on platforms that profit from harmful design. The proposed digital duty of care must be the centrepiece of the next stage of reform, a best practice framework that requires platforms to design for safety, gives regulators visibility over the algorithms shaping children's lives, and backs prevention with proper enforcement, education and support. If not, it is just more window dressing.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to. And, the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to the state of the House.
Again, quorum required. Ring the bells. Quorum achieved. I'll repeat the question, and if members could leave the House quietly. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong, the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Certainly support the amendment put forward by the member for Lindsay in relation to the Online Safety Amendment Strengthening Enforcement for the Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2026. Today I spoke to and listened to the Lutheran school from Wagga Wagga, primary school children visiting on their excursion, Parliament House and Canberra. And I said to those youngsters, as I say to all school groups, I give them two bits of advice. One of those bits of advice, Deputy Speaker, is not to smoke, because it's dumb, it's unhealthy and it's expensive. The other bit of advice I always give the children, and these days the primary school ones are not or should not be on social media. But I always say this to them: when you do get on social media at a later age, don't write something about someone else that you wouldn't like said about yourself. Because online bullying is every bit as bad as every other type of bullying. Face-to-face bullying, bullying by exclusion, bullying by any means. It is unacceptable in the schoolyard, in the classroom and anywhere else. The difficulty for children these days is that bullying just doesn't stop at the school gate. It just doesn't stop a little bit after 3 o'clock when the school bell tolls to end the school day. And it continues online, it continues via TikTok, continues via Snapchat, continues via Facebook, continues via any other social media platform for children, for adults, and it's not nice. Sometimes, when the school children visit Parliament House, we are hardly an example of good behaviour. Sad to say, and we should reflect upon that. But this is a robust debating chamber, and there are things said across this table that are contested. And whilst I don't always agree with members opposite, I respect their views to be able to represent their electorates and their policies and their philosophies, even though I don't necessarily always agree with what is being said. And I know there are elements to this particular amendment which do worry me. I do believe that this is the government scrambling and playing catch-up. And I appreciate that that the member for Lilly, the minister, has done some good work in this space and place. And I appreciate too that there are different views on this legislation. I commend the government of sorts for some of the elements they've put forward, and the minister too, because our children do matter. Our children do need protection. I grew up I began reading in the late 60s, and certainly by the 70s I was very much a fan of Enid Blyton. I thought you were about to say still are. You probably still are, and I am. And I know some of her publications, the late Enid Blyton, have been banned. But it was an age where children played outdoors, where books were read and enjoyed. It was a much calmer, better stage, I will believe, for kids growing up. You the magic faraway tree, Mr. What's his name, and others. Stop it. But I do feel for children these days. And I'm now a grandfather. I have two grandchildren, and certainly little Adeline down in Melbourne, I read to her, and she loves books. She's probably too young to appreciate fully the books I'm reading, but she loves books. And, you know, I want what's going to be best for my grandchildren, and I know that any parent or grandparent would feel the same, because it doesn't matter what you achieve or do in life, it's what you are able to pass on to the next generation is going to be the most important thing. And long after the Parliament and anything else we ever achieve in the workplace is finished, our family's not going to remember it. They're not going to care about it. They're just going to remember that was Dad, that was Pop, and they were a good father and they were a good grandfather, or whatever the case might be. Now, the Coalition has done some good work in this space. We just don't talk about online safety. Our words are also our actions. We built, constructed, established the global model for it. And all the major protections that Labor now relies upon were legislated by the Coalition. They were. In 2015, we created the Children's E-Safety Commissioner. It was the first dedicated online safety regulator anywhere, and we're proud of that fact. The world didn't lead us, we led the world, and that's a good thing. And other democracies are following our model. In 2017, we put together the first scheme to force platforms to take down intimate images shared without consent. It's image-based abuse. We whacked perpetrators and non-compliant platforms with financial penalties which had meaning, and they can never be too severe, quite frankly. These tech companies, these big global giants, are making an extraordinary amount of money, and they have to, I appreciate there's difficulties, but they have to be, if they want to do business in Australia, they have to comply with Australian law. Whether that's law put in by us in the past or laws put in by Labor presently. Because I think we would all agree, everyone in this chamber, everyone in this Parliament, all 226 of us would agree that our children are worth it, 100%. And no big tech company having decisions made in some overseas boardrooms with their big tech mogul executives making big tech mogul paychecks. They don't care about our kids like we do. But we do. Coalition does, the government does. In 2021, the Online Safety Act saw the most comprehensive online safety regime in Australia's history. The basic online safety expectations were codified. An adult cyber abuse scheme, takedown scheme, was implemented, and the time platforms to strip illegal and terrorist content from feeds were slashed. That's a record. That's what we did. And it was important work. The under-16 ban was born of a coalition conviction that childhood is worth protecting, and in November 2023, a private member's bill, coalition, forced age verification onto the agenda. Now, at the time, it wasn't agreed to by the then government, but it bowed to pressure and it funded a trial in the 2024 budget, and I say thank you. I do, because it doesn't matter who brings the legislation of sorts to the Parliament. If it's going to protect just one child, if it's going to prevent one child from self-harm or taking their own life, which is such a tragedy, then it's worth it. The Parliament agreed that more needed to be done, but Labor's 2-year implementation has been marked with missteps, unfortunately. The E-Safety Commissioner's own March 2026 compliance update reported that 70% of children were still on social media. I know it's hard sometimes to make kids do what they're supposed to. I'm a parent, I get that. A landmark British medical journal study showed that 85% of us under 16s were still logging on platforms that they should not have been. Now, its verdict was that limited implementation, incomplete compliance and substantial circumvention, or getting around it. And I know that some will say that kids will find a way, and kids are smart, much smarter than us when it comes to these little devices. But the actions that need to be taken to ensure that children who are under 16, whose minds need to be on something other than a damn mobile device, we have to put in place measures that are going to ensure that the law is not only implemented but is being followed. Now, whilst the framework was collapsing at homes across Australia, unfortunately the Minister went overseas to talk about the ban at the United Nations. I'm not quite sure that trip was entirely probably value for taxpayers' money. That said, I do understand that the Labor government wants to spruik what it's done in this regard. I get that. But whilst this was all happening, children were still circumventing and using social media platforms. And this amendment is coming in now because the proper work on the ground and via stakeholders and via any other means to ensure that children would not have got around the ban wasn't done when the ban was introduced in the first place. And politics is like anything. You have to do the groundwork. You have to explore fully every detail before you come into this place and put a bill down and have it read by the clerks and then vote on it. And unfortunately, all too often, since May 2022, we have seen rushed legislation. And I say to the government this: sometimes you need to calm the farm. Sometimes you've just got to take a breath, take a step back and fully examine the legislation. Here might be an idea. Have a chat to the coalition about it before, even crossbench. Member for Clark's a smart person. And sometimes on issues such as this, take on board the views of those opposite, because there are people of goodwill here, particularly on issues such as this, particularly on those issues where our children's health and harm is at stake. And be a little bit more bipartisan, because what Labor is doing all too often is bringing legislation into this place, rushing it through, ramming it through because they've got a 50+ seat majority, going over to the Senate and then doing dirty deals with organisations such as the Greens political party, who I will warn do not have the same views or philosophies about a better Australia that are shared by the coalition. And this is a mistake. And what we then see is the Labor playing catch-up. What we then see is legislation such as this being brought back and amendments having to be put through. Now, I appreciate that this is going to sit and rest, as I'm told, over the winter recess period. That is good, because it might give the government some time to again take a breath, look at it, make sure that the follies and the missteps taken when the legislation was first introduced by the Labor government are not repeated, because this is too important to get wrong again. This is too important because children's lives are at stake. It is that serious, and we need to make sure that at every step and measure of the way at the moment that we get this legislation right and we protect kids' lives online.
Thank you, Member for Riverina. The question now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Lindsay be agreed to, and I give the call to the Member for Clark.
And I thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, to be clear, I will support this bill because although I didn't support the original bill introducing or legislating the media ban, we have it, it's real, history can't be unwound, and I want to make this law as good as it can be made because I care as much about safety of the safety of our young people as anyone else in this place. But, Deputy Speaker, I lament, though, that we are trying to put lipstick on a pig because the social media ban was ill-conceived, badly designed, and has been badly implemented. If only we could rewind history and go back and think about this from the beginning, and start again, and to listen to all of the people who ventilated their concerns about the bill when it was being designed and legislated. And there were a lot of people who voiced a lot of concerns, and I note that there were some 13 members, all of the crossbench, except for the wonderful Bridget Archer from the then opposition, who voted against the original bill when it came before this place. And we had so many concerns, and they were pretty much all ignored. Probably one of our most significant concerns was we hadn't listened to young people and to find out their perspective. The government did, quite rightly, listen to parents that had been affected and other family members, and heard of their concerns and tried to respond appropriately to their concerns. And that's good in isolation, but didn't go far enough. I don't know that the government ever actually spoke to people younger than 16 who were using social media and relying on social media, and to hear their perspective about why are they on social media, what do they find harmful about social media, do they think there's anything that could be done to make social media safer. That would have been very, very beneficial. We're also concerned that it would just be unenforceable, that it wouldn't work. Concerns that people could just enter incorrect birth dates when prompted by the social media platform. We've learned, of course, of all sorts of tricks since it was implemented, such as people just scrunching up their face and making it look a bit wrinkly, and how that would fool the platforms, fool the software. How young people are actually getting their older sibling or an older friend, or a friend who looks a bit older, to stand in front of the device's camera at the time they were verifying their age. Of course, it was always going to be the case that some young people would get around the ban using things such as virtual private networks. And the fact that there are other platforms that haven't been legislated yet, which would be places that young people would go to. Look, I'm going to out two of my stepsons. They're both now over 16, but I know that before their birthday recently, they were both still on social media. And there was nothing I could do to guarantee they would get off it. I hope Bertie and Ruru didn't mind me confessing that. They'll probably be boastful of it. In other words, the way it was designed was never going to work. And it's a bad law if it's a law that can't be enforced and a law that doesn't work. That's a bad law. It shouldn't be brought into law. Of course, there were so many other issues that were raised by us at the time. I mean, it particularly concerned me that the problem here is the behaviour or the misbehaviour of the tech companies and these platforms. But instead of more rigorously going after them and making them clean up their act, making them ensure that their online environments were safer, because heavens, they've got the technology, the know-how to make them safer if they want. These tech companies can find out any information they want. when they apply their mind to it. But instead of ensuring that the tech companies cleaned up their act and made their online environments safer, we are in effect punishing children by taking or trying to take them off social media, punishing them when they're not the offenders. They shouldn't be the ones who are punished and denied their social media when it's the tech companies that are the villains who are the guilty party in all this. I mean, didn't we hear from so many experts in youth mental health before the ban, and we've heard since, that there's actually a lot of young people rely on social media for connectivity, particularly kids in rural and remote areas, for whom it is one of the few ways they can really connect with a large group of their friends. And we're trying to deny them that. I think that's an issue. I think that's a problem. And I've got to say, excuse me harping on about one of my favourite subjects, but we're going straight to this unachievable social media ban and ignoring the easily achieved ways or achievable ways of making the online environment safer. For example, banning gambling advertising. I mean, on one hand we're saying we'll get kids off social media, or we'll try and get kids off social media, but in our next breath we'll say, oh, we can have ads on streaming services, ads on websites, 3 ads an hour on the telly, ads in for gambling in the print media and so on. We're turning a blind eye to the things that can be achieved and racing to something that frankly is very appealing politically. I'll admit, when the government first announced the social media ban, my instinctive response was, that's great. That's a really good idea. I have five teenage children, 2 teenage daughters and 3 teenage stepsons. You can imagine how a few years ago, or a couple of years ago, my first response was, this is a great idea. So I can see how the government scored a lot of political points with this. At first glance, for a lot of parents and a lot of other people, it's very appealing. But of course, when I started to do my research and started to speak to subject matter experts and technical experts, child psychologists and others, I did a backflip. And I said as much in an opinion piece in the Guardian newspaper. I was the first to admit that those of us who were just jumping to applaud it actually hadn't done our homework, and that it wasn't going to be as simple or as effective as was suggested. Now, when I'm talking about what I think is the failure of it so far, I've got some pretty good research to draw on, Deputy Speaker. In fact, and these are very recent figures, May this year, research by Western Sydney University, it found that 61% of under-16s who had previously been using banned platforms reported little or no change in their social media use. That's 61% of under-16s said it hadn't made much or any difference to their social media use. That's a pretty damning figure. And that same research by Western Sydney University said that found that only 26% of people under 16 who were in the research reported that their social media use had been significantly affected. That's all the evidence you need that up until this point in time, it has not worked. I could refer you to a University of Newcastle study in June this year. They found that around, on a positive note, around 2/3, 66% of adolescents reported encountering some form of age verification requirement. That's good. But of course, we've already spoken about how easy it is to get around the age verification. For some of these platforms, you just enter a different date and you're in. But that's the end of the good news, Deputy Speaker, from the University of Newcastle. It found that generally found that the early impact on access and behaviour has been limited. Found that around 86% of under-16s reported accessing at least one restricted platform in the past week. It found that most adolescents continued accessing platforms through their own accounts, and that included 54 to 68% of users under the age of 16. In fact, it found little significant change in daily use or time spent on social media, particularly for that younger cohort, particularly under 13-year-olds. Now, you know, we have this ban. It's been legislated. I actually want it to work. I wish the government well, and I'll support this bill today, because hopefully it will go some way, some small way at least. Hopefully it goes a long way to addressing that point I've made about we've got to stop punishing the kids, and we've got to start going after the tech companies who have the know-how to make things such as age verification or facial recognition more effective, and they have so far chosen not to. But when you look at figures like that, Deputy Speaker, heavens, you've got to be concerned. You've got to be very, very concerned. You know, I get it. I know the government's got to get out there and crow about their achievement. I know that the Prime Minister, the Minister, I know it's their job to boast about how many countries overseas are following this very closely and have expressed an interest in implementing a similar, or in the British case, hopefully an even better system. I mean, they're not going to come in here and say, well, it was ill-considered, ill-implemented and we fail. I know the politics don't allow that. But I think the government could be a bit more honest with people. And instead of crowing so much about the success of this, say, OK, small steps, we've learned a lot, it's not working nearly as effectively as we had hoped, and we're going to bust our boiler to remedy the shortfalls in this, of which the substance of this bill, Deputy Speaker, would be one small step of a raft of reforms to try and make this work. Because, you know, just cracking down on the tech companies in some way, increasing fines, that's a fraction of what's needed to turn around these figures, Deputy Speaker. It really is a fraction of what is required. And if we can't turn around these figures, then I suspect we should stop giving parents a false sense of confidence that their kids are now safe. Because according to these figures, their kids are not safe. In fact, I'd rather parents know their kids are not safe, and for the parents to be more involved in remedying the situation, than to have given parents a false sense of security, so parents can say, OK, government solved that problem. You know, we don't need to be really alert to what our kids are seeing online on social media. Sometimes it's better to do nothing than to do something which fails and gives people a false sense of confidence. Deputy Speaker, I won't detain the House any longer. I will support it. I hope it actually achieves something. But I actually feel that my opposition to the bill, along with 12 of my colleagues, 11 from the crossbench and Bridget, who was then the member for Bass, Bridget Archer, I'm comfortable with my decision back then. But I tell you what, I'll work with the government. We'll all work with the government to try and make this work. But at some point, if they can't make it work, they should ditch it and stop giving parents that false sense of security. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Clark. And I now call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government has delivered a social media ban that gives parents false hope and fails to keep children safe online. And this is not a passing critique. This is a stark reality. Today, the Coalition stands before you to expose the glaring deficiencies in their approach. We are witnessing a monumental failure of administration that directly compromises the safety of our most vulnerable Australians. The announcement to drastically double the penalty to massive financial extremes is a desperate admission of defeat. It confirms our deepest concerns regarding this flawed framework we see today. Labor completely botched this policy. The ban, while well-intentioned, is poorly designed, dangerously rushed and badly implemented. The E-Safety Commissioner was never given the necessary powers to enforce compliance against multinational technology giants. This glaring omission highlights that Minister Annika Wells is entirely unqualified to be in the world of tech billionaires and their businesses. Rather than flying around the world, attempting to take credit for coalition policy, the minister should have stayed home. She needed to do the hard work required to ensure this policy was properly designed and implemented. Today we see an embarrassing admission that our oversight has been totally flawed, chaotic and ultimately harmful to our young children. Like Keir Starmer, who used a ban as a high stakes distraction to try and save his crumbling leadership, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese plays the same card. He is using this to distract the Australian people from his disastrous budget of endless mistruths, broken promises and higher taxes. It's quite funny, really. If the Prime Minister spent half as much time fixing the economy as he does looking for a convenient political distraction, we might actually see inflation drop. Instead, he treats online safety like a shiny object designed to trick frustrated voters. There is shockingly little evidence to suggest that teenagers have turned away from social media as a genuine consequence of this minimum age law. The laws are failing in real time across our country at all levels. In March this year, the E-Safety Commissioner released a compliance update that revealed the age ban is dramatically failing. A staggering number of children are remaining on social media without any barriers. We have seen platforms added at the last moment, causing widespread confusion over the very definition of an age-restricted social media platform. We've seen rampant reports of kids easily getting around age verification. Now, the government proudly claims that millions of accounts belonging to young people have been removed, deactivated or restricted. However, this is misleading on a multitude of levels. We know for a fact that a huge proportion of those supposedly removed accounts are actually just Google accounts used for basic email and everyday purposes completely unrelated to social media. They are padding the numbers to hide their own immense legislative failures. The online safety of children is of critical importance to families. Yet Australian parents and their children are being badly let down by a lazy government which badly dropped the ball. They are being led by a communications minister who is seriously out of her depth and completely unable to deliver real results. Recently, the E-Safety Commissioner provided a criticism of Labor's exact design of the ban. It is further evidence of another monumental policy failure by this government. During a reported lunch meeting over a lovely beef cheek ragout and delicious swordfish, Ms Julia Inman-Grant revealed her genuine thoughts to a journalist. She explicitly stated that the ban was a blunt force approach which was developed too quickly. Her damning appraisal shows, once again, Communications Minister Annika Wells is not up to the essential job of protecting young Australians from predatory online environments. In comments which laid bare the incompetence of the minister, the Commissioner said the ban was, quote, flimsy scaffolding. It simply did not provide her with any potent powers. She added that she was not really keen on it when it was first discussed. Speaker, taking on the biggest technology companies in the world is not like sticking a parking ticket on a windscreen. It is not easy. Actually, given how this government manages its projects, they would probably accidentally stick it on their own forehead and then hold a press conference to brag about it. The Commissioner noted that the regulator is only as good as the tools given. These are certainly not the comments of a confident person who feels she has been provided with a workable implementation framework by a capable minister. These admissions completely undermine the minister and her ridiculous claim in January that early figures were showing this law is making a, quote, real and meaningful difference. Instead, they indicate a deteriorating relationship between the independent E-Safety Commissioner and the minister. The fundamental implementation of this critical policy has been chaotic from the start. Now, a government's absolute first duty is to aggressively protect its citizens. and above all, it must protect its children. The sandpit and the playground of old moved online long ago, and online it is highly predatory, unpoliced, and getting exponentially more dangerous for young people. The bill exists before us for one reason. It exists purely to frantically patch a massive ban that Labor completely botched. The Coalition will always support giving regulators the strong teeth required to take on big tech. But let us be honest about exactly why those teeth are so desperately needed. They are needed because Labor's rushed implementation has been an absolute shambles from day one. Australian families deserve much better than a minister who arrogantly claims credit while leaving the regulator to awkwardly explain why these laws are simply not working. We in the Coalition do not just endlessly talk about online safety. We actually built the premier global model for it. Every single major protection that Labor Party now relies upon was originally legislated by the Coalition government. Back in 2015, we created the Children's E-Safety Commissioner. This was the first dedicated online safety regulator anywhere on earth. The world certainly did not lead us in this critical endeavour. We proudly led the world, and many other advanced democracies are still closely copying our incredibly successful legislative model to protect everyone. In that year, we boldly built the very first scheme to forcefully compel platforms to take down intimate images shared without consent. We hit predators and completely non-compliant platforms with real penalties. Then we proudly passed the massive Online Safety Act. It remains the most comprehensive online safety regime in our national history. We confidently codified the basic online safety expectations. We created a powerful adult cyber abuse takedown scheme, and we drastically slashed the time platforms have to strip illegal content from their feeds. This is not just empty political rhetoric. This is a very solid historical record. Furthermore, the proposed ban itself was born of a deep Coalition belief that every childhood and the innocence it comes with is genuinely worth protecting. A Coalition private bill initially forced strict age verification onto the national agenda. Labor knocked it back, then eventually bowed to immense public pressure and funded a trial in their federal budget. The Coalition then formally pledged we would quickly deliver an effective ban within exactly 100 days. Only then did the Prime Minister scramble to catch up. The subsequent legislation only managed to pass both houses with our support. The Parliament agreed on the fundamental goal, but Labor's execution has been a disaster. The numbers absolutely do not lie. We have a regulator who was sent into battle unarmed. While the entire framework collapsed at home, Communications Minister Annika Wells was in New York. She was burning massive sums of taxpayer money just to arrogantly boast about this broken ban to the United Nations. She allowed platforms to bolt on compliance measures at the last minute. Key definitions were left in absolute confusion. Circumvention remains rampant because of Labor's failures. The current government has completely dropped the ball, actively failing Australian parents and their children. But simply increasing financial penalties cannot magically cure extreme administrative incompetence. The Prime Minister must stop governing by hollow press releases and taking international victory laps for completely broken promises. Everyday Australian parents and vulnerable children deserve highly competent administration, and they are certainly not getting it from this disorganised government. We are witnessing a terrifying trifecta of continuous foot-bragging, unbelievable incompetence and dangerous legislative overreach happening all at once. This government displays completely backwards priorities when protecting our future digital generations today. They persistently let down children on social media while relentlessly chasing widely condemned misinformation laws that threaten free speech across this nation. We also hear about phantom digital duty of care. This has involved big talk, but absolutely zero delivery. More than a year ago, not a single line of legislation regarding this duty has been brought before this Parliament. We just received the vague promises of a draft, followed by a further 12-month transition period before even one obligation takes effect. After four long years in power, they are still scrambling around. The political spin from Labor never stops, but the vital protection of our children never actually arrives. Consequently, our children remain exposed to online dangers every single day. We urgently need a different approach to solve this escalating national crisis. Much more needs to be done right now to keep children truly safe online. What we in the Coalition would do is fundamentally different. We would immediately put robust, built-in device safety tools directly into the capable hands of parents everywhere. We would aggressively hunt down predatory algorithms deliberately engineered to trap children. These toxic algorithms fuel highly addictive doom scrolling on endless social media feeds, destroying young minds. We must act now and comprehensively block live streaming features to prevent the absolute horrors of child abuse material from spreading. The Coalition demands real action, potent regulatory powers, and competent ministerial leadership. The time for empty promises is completely over. The online playground is far too dangerous for half-baked measures and chaotic strategies. The Coalition will continue fighting fiercely to ensure our children are permanently protected from these severe harms.
I call the member for Wentworth.
I rise to speak on this bill which strengthens enforcement of the social media minimum age. This reform is overdue and I do support it. In 2024, I spoke in support of the original minimum age bill, which restricted access to social media for those under 16. I commend the bill then. I do support again the intent of the bill today, though I will continue to reserve judgment on its effectiveness until it is implemented. And I continue to urge the government to move on duty of care, because until it moves on an online duty of care, these are just band-aids, not dealing with the broader ecosystem of protecting not just our children, but others in terms of online harms. The social media ban was a significant step towards addressing the concerns about social media impact on our young people, the addictive design of these platforms, exposure to extreme and distressing material, and a growing sense of disconnection among young Australians. In the lead up to that legislation, I spoke with countless parents and families who were genuinely frightened about what social media was doing to their kids. The bullying, the threats, the abuse, and the sheer volume of harmful content these platforms had consistently failed to remove. We had seen this play out as close to a game of whack-a-mole, with platforms removing harmful material only after the damage was done. That concern has since been vindicated. Meta and Google were recently found liable in a US trial for deliberately designing addictive products and for misleading consumers about the safety of their platforms. We do not allow people to put unsafe items in our on our supermarket shelves, in physical products. We should not allow that, or we should expect safety in our digital products as well. But we should also be honest about how this first phase of the ban has gone. The E-Safety Commissioner has raised serious concerns that Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube and Snapchat are not properly complying with the minimum age restrictions. Research from the University of Newcastle found that more than 80% of under 16s in Australia were still using social media 3 months after the ban took place. And I have seen this reflected closely in my electorate. One school in Wentworth ran an internal survey of students in years 8 to 10, receiving 142 responses. Of these students, only just under half, 49%, reported losing access to at least one social media account because of the ban. only half losing to one account. Of the rest, 45% had said their social media use had stayed the same, 37% said it had decreased, and a small number said it had actually increased. 65% of students believed it remained easy for under 16s to access restricted platforms. Only a quarter thought the ban had reduced social media use overall. So students are not sure that it has worked really significantly at all. There has been a shift, but nowhere near what a ban would imply. I've also run leadership forums across my electorate to hear directly from young people on this issue. At a senior school forum with students aged between 15 and 17, opinion was genuinely split, with 9 students still supporting the ban, 7 opposing it, and 7 remaining undecided. Among supporters, the common view was that the ban came perhaps too late for their own cohort, because they were already on social media and so harder to get off, frankly, and were able to get around the ban. But they did see that a real opportunity lay in protecting the next generation of 13-year-olds coming through. Several noted that parents were already shifting younger siblings onto basic non-smartphones without access to social media apps, and that this approach seems to be working well for that age group. Among those opposed, the concerns were consistent and specific, that the ban is easy to circumvent, age verification doesn't work, and new accounts can be created in minutes. Enforcement felt inconsistent. A 15-year-old blocked, while a 14-year-old in the same friendship group was not. One student described how a single student in a friendship group was banned from their social accounts, leading to that student's social exclusion. Another had run a campaign against the ban and met with politicians directly, telling me he believed that the intention was right, but the execution was poor. Several made the point that the ban, as it currently operates, targets a minority who are already addicted or being bullied, while restricting everybody else, and question whether this is the right way to design the policy. At a junior school forum I ran with students around the ages of 11 and 12, the response was more positive. 23 of the students supported the ban, 8 did not. Those in favour shared positives about communicating more with friends in person, feeling more included, and a reduction in cyberbullying. One of my favourite comments from a student was, she was a 12-year-old or 11 or 12-year-old. She didn't have social media on her phone. She said, but my older brothers now talk to me more. And that is a good thing, and I appreciate that. So that was probably the most heartwarming story I heard about this. Those opposed to the ban pointed out how easy restriction was to get around, and particular difficulty it created for friends who lived further apart geographically. And that was particularly true of, that was a concern of students who boarded, actually, in particular. That was a real concern. Now, I raise these voices because they matter. These are the young people who are intended to be protected by the legislation, and their lived experience tells us that enforcement to date has fallen well short of the policy's intent, and that actually, because of this weak enforcement, it actually reduces the community's support for the legislation, because it's seen as too easy to get around and therefore not really making the difference that it wants to, or only punishing certain people, but not actually being consistent. That's what probably the overwhelming feedback is we do want this to work. Separate from these general harms, our community has also lived through profound tragedy. Graphic footage was live streamed and shared online during and after the Bondi Junction attack in 2024, and 2 years later in Bondi Beach. Children across the country have been exposed to this content. For children in my electorate, it is deeply personal. Despite the best efforts of the E-Safety Commissioner, young people are still encountering this material. And finally, because this also goes to the hatred that is spread through social media, the radicalisation that goes on through social media, and the polarisation that is driven through social media. Again, it is why I support the ban for under 16s. It is why I think this is important, despite the challenges, the genuine challenges of its implementation, because I have particularly seen with the Jewish community in my community, but also with other communities of other faiths or different backgrounds, the hate that is spread about different parts of our community, the vitriol that is directed in the case of against the Jewish community, the anti-Semitic attacks that are directed online, and how that drives hate and polarisation. And so it is important that we regulate social media, it is important that we protect our children, and it is absolutely critical that we ask and that we demand, frankly, of social media and digital firms to take responsibility for the harms that they facilitate through their platforms, even if they do not direct or create that content. It's certainly facilitated and it's exacerbated in many cases through the algorithms and the business model that these businesses undertake. So it is time to step up. I support this part of this legislation for what it does, but again, come back to the point, it needs to go further. We need to have a digital duty of care that protects all Australians and protects particularly against the online hate and vitriol and extremism that we do see on our online platforms today. So why I welcome the bill. The bill firstly expands the eSafety Commissioner's information gathering powers. The existing Section 63G is repealed and replaced with a broader provision allowing the Commissioner to compel any relevant party, meaning not only platform providers, to produce information or documents relevant to compliance with the minimum age obligation. This will capture the securing of evidence from third parties such as age assurance providers and app store operators, something the Commissioner has directly requested. Entities that fail to comply face penalties up to $1.65 million. This could include internal emails, implementation directions to company branches or board minutes, material that would allow the Commissioner to properly assess whether reasonable steps are genuinely being taken, rather than relying solely on the limited monthly reporting platforms that platforms choose to provide. Secondly, the bill doubles the civil penalties under Section 63D, 63DA and 63DB, lifting the maximum penalty from $30,000 to $60,000 penalty units. That's from $49.5 million to $99 million. I do support both these measures. I do, however, hold reservations that even the double penalty represents a sufficient financial disincentives for platforms at this scale. But I once again outlined that I remain concerned how this regime will be enforced in practice and believe that the eSafety Commissioner may need its greater resourcing to be able to make full use of these powers. Now, the other concerns I have with this bill, the bill does not clearly define what constitutes reasonable steps. Now, there is a balance to strike here. We want to encourage platforms to innovate in age assurance technology while ensuring there is a clear, measurable standard the Commissioner can rely on when bringing enforcement action once she has obtained the relevant documents. Again, I'm not sure that we really have those incentives right yet to get these companies to innovate on age insurance technology. It just doesn't seem that there's a distance to go there, perhaps with changes around the world that innovation will step up. But I think this is going to be a continued weakness to not see in sort of concerns I have in this space. And there are also gaps that the bill does not address. Children can still view social media content without logging into an account at all. Platforms like Roblox sit outside the current framework in ways that warrant greater scrutiny. And I remain concerned about generative AI chatbots, which can offer unfiltered advice to young people on their lives, their schoolwork and their mental health with no safeguards in place. I've said that the government needs a clearer plan on how children are interacting with artificial intelligence, and that remains true today. And it is also worth remembering that these harms do not end at age 16. For those where the ban has been effective, 17-year-olds will log on for the first time with no transition support. Adults too continue to experience real harm from these platforms, including people in their 20s and 30s being radicalised online by extremists, terrorists and misogynistic content, as ASIO Director General Mike Burgess shared in his annual threat assessment just last week. I have long advocated for greater transparency and stronger regulation of the algorithms that quietly determine what content we see and how much we are shown. An opt-out system like Teach Us Consent, Fix Our Feeds initiative would put choice back in the hands of every single Australian about what they see and when, and I do support that. But we need a broader framework. A digital duty of care this Parliament has been waiting for. The government has said it's forthcoming. It has been slow to the party. It has been in government for 4 years now, and the online harms are not new or not yet understood. We are completely aware of them, and this legislation should have been in the Parliament before now. It is desperately needed to hold technology companies to accountable for building safety into their platforms by design, for our children and for our adults. So in conclusion, I am hopeful that this legislation will aid the work in terms of protecting our young people from social media harms. I recognise the challenges and imperfections of trying to do this work, but I think it is still worthy. I do support the government's actions and work in this space. But I urge the government to move more swiftly and decisively on a digital duty of care, not just for our young people, but also to combat extremism, to combat polarisation, and to keep more, including our adults, safe as well, including from online radicalisation. I think that is absolutely critical. I still raise questions as to whether this is going to deliver what we want, and I do believe that we need to work out how to incentivise our social media companies to provide safe places, like to provide safe types of social media. If they are incentivised to innovate in that space, we may get better outcomes. I do hope that this sort of ban that is in place will help other platforms develop, and including the platforms now, develop safer types of social media structures. I think we need to get there too, because otherwise we'll always be playing whack-a-mole. I think we need to work out how to incentivise I hope that these laws help drive those companies to develop what we need, as well as just be banned outright by 16-year-olds. And I will continue to support this legislation, but also, we will have to continue to see how it goes. And I think clear reporting on the success or not is absolutely critical if we are going to deal with online harms and manage the impact on our young people. Thank you.
I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this is a very important piece of legislation that is before the House. I mean, it is a clear admission of error from the Albanese Labor government and Minister Wells, but you have to give them credit, even though they won't say the words that they have made a mistake. It's clear that the intent was good at the start, but the practice and the reality has not lived up to it 6 months later. So I'll give them credit, even though they won't say the words, we made a mistake. They're at least acknowledging that by bringing this legislation to the House. And it is important legislation. And as I said, the intent is very good. I mean, it was the Coalition in June of 2024 that announced our policy to ban under-16s from social media. And months later, after the Coalition led the way and South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas talked about doing his own banning in South Australia, that the Prime Minister had a change of tune and followed us into this policy. And governments have always had a history of protecting children, whether it's banning children from smoking, drinking, driving. There's many things governments do to protect children, and this is another important step in this conversation. But it is the most challenging ban that we have to put in place when it comes to young people, because it does involve technology and they have ways and means to get around the system. There absolutely has to be a requirement on the technology companies to uphold the ban, because let's be very clear, for these social media companies, there is no upside incentive for them to get children off their platforms. Their business model is predicated on people using their apps and people spending as much time as possible on those applications. And they do not care if you are 12, 13, 17, 25, 35, 50. They want you on there as much as possible so they can sell your attention to advertisers. That is their business model. But we have a responsibility to protect young people, particularly as their brains are forming and they are learning how to survive and thrive in the real world. At high school, that's challenging enough without social media. I'm grateful every day that I'm old enough to have gone through high school when social media didn't exist, and I am stressed every day, Deputy Speaker, when I think about my 12-year-old son starting high school this year and navigating high school with social media. Although he assures me that even though some of his friends are on social media, he is not, and I have complete confidence that he would never mislead me at all, Deputy Speaker. But that is the reality and the challenge we face. One of the opportunities is obviously that as yet more young people come off social media through their parents, because ultimately the best way to keep young children off social media is their parents to make a decision to really talk to them about the dangers and why they're keeping them off social media. That's a conversation we've had with our son and with our daughter. And as more young children stay off social media, it then creates a reverse network effect that they realise that their mates aren't on it, and then it's not as attractive as it was. Because one of the real challenges parents have had, and parents are still having, is when their children come to them and say, well, everyone else is on it, so I want to be on it as well. So this battle, and it is a battle for our young people, is ongoing and continuous. And I've had the opportunity to visit a lot of schools, and there is a level of frustration among young people that really want to continue to be on the app, particularly the cohort that were on it between 13 and 16 that have been taken off. They have that real frustration, but particularly for the new generation, those younger children that are below 10, we can keep them off it ongoing.
So, Member for Casey, you can continue your remarks at another time. It being 7:30 p.m, I pose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Bradfield.
This government has set affordable and high-quality childcare as a key policy goal, and I fully support these efforts. Good childcare involves our children getting the best possible start to life, our essential workers being supported and well paid, and more parents having the choice to re-enter the workforce. And we know that good childcare generates benefits well beyond the individual child and the family. It's often described as one of the highest return forms of public investment because it delivers social, educational and economic benefits simultaneously. And I commend the government for reforms made to date, including establishing a minimum entitlement to 3 days per week of subsidised care, safety reforms including mandatory child safety training for educators, directly investing $1 billion in expanding childcare capacity and improving childcare worker salaries to address systemic workforce shortages through the worker retention payment. I welcome too the government's decision to extend the worker retention payment to 30th of June 2028. With another $3.6 billion behind it, and by opening it up to more family daycare and in-home care services. And I acknowledge the work being done to work out what safe, quality childcare actually costs to deliver. And this is an unglamorous but necessary task, and the government has commissioned Deloitte to undertake it. And all of this represents progress at a high level. And I look forward to the government providing an update on this project delivery timeline. All of this represents progress. But in my electorate of Bradfield, things look a little bit different on the ground. Much-loved non-profit and community providers are struggling to stay afloat, and some have already closed despite being at capacity with extensive wait lists. These centres have been squeezed between increasing fixed costs such as rent and insurance, and the need to meet strict conditions around fee growth to receive the worker retention payment. At the same time, plenty of for-profit providers haven't signed up to the worker retention payment at all, so workers aren't benefiting from higher wages and Bradfield families are facing higher fees. Or they've signed up but the changes haven't improved their workforce shortages because even higher wages workers just simply can't afford to live and therefore work in the Bradfield electorate, because Bradfield's one of the most expensive electorates to rent or buy a home and has some of the highest childcare fees anywhere across the country. So constituents contact me regularly to say that even if spots are available, they simply cannot find one that they can afford. For a lot of families, it comes down to one parent, usually the mum, deciding to work essentially for free once they take out the childcare gap fee, or just not work at all. To repeat, that means all of one parent's income sometimes just goes to childcare. And if you're in that position, hearing that a worker retention payment is lowering your cost of living, or that the government is waiting for Deloitte to finish a report before they can increase the childcare subsidy, just doesn't hold up. And when costly childcare locks parents out of work, we lose valuable skills and productivity slows. So businesses miss out on experienced employees and our tax base shrinks. Paradoxically, this contributes to a glut of expensive childcare places in Bradfield that nobody's filling. So local planning that prioritises for-profit over non-profit providers, workforce shortages and high out-of-pocket fees means supply and need just aren't lining up. And that points to a market in a need of proper stewardship through the National Early Childhood Education and Care Commission. This is something I wrote to the Minister about in November last year. A New South Wales Parliamentary inquiry backed this idea last month, and so did the Productivity Commission. All groups, including Thrive at 5, the Parenthood and Early Childhood Australia, are all calling for it. The Commission would oversee national data and systems performance, drive consistent safety regulation, including a national Working for Children check, and manage government payments incentives. This commission could be established alongside the Deloitte project and existing investments in childcare capacity. I call on the government to keep up the momentum, keep going, work with the states and territories and establish a national commission now.
And I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to congratulate the 4 outstanding residents of Bullwinkle who were rightly recognised in the recent King's Birthday Honours list. Emeritus Professor Mark Bush, AM, appointed a member of the Order of Australia for his significant services to engineering, tertiary education and our community at Parkerville Volunteer Bushfire Brigade. Mrs Alva Nucky, OAM, awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for her tireless, selfless service to charitable organisations. Superintendent Jason Beasley, APM, receiving the Australian Police Medal for his exceptional meritorious servicing for policing. And, of course, my good friend Colin James, who has been awarded a prestigious Australian Fire Service Medal. Colin has dedicated nearly 50 years to protecting our community, starting with the Darlington Bushfire Brigade in 1978. From serving 16 years as a Shire of Mundaring councillor, I took his spot on council when he retired, to managing the high-stakes logistics for over 20 aircraft during the devastating Black Summer bushfires. His leadership is legendary. Yet when you ask Colin what he's most proud of, he points straight back to the community and his Bushfire Ready group that he founded in 1996. It's all about the community, says Colin, working for the community. Speaker, these recipients embody the spirit of service, and Bullwinkle is safer, stronger and richer for their contributions. I rise to give a heartfelt shout out to the Forestfield United Football Club for the incredible work they are doing. The club goes well beyond the game, teaching, mentoring and supporting local young people while truly embracing and celebrating the rich multicultural fabric of the area. Recently, the club raised an impressive $8,000 for Kids Cancer Support Group through raffle ticket sales, sausage sizzle and a fun run. This is a remarkable example of clubs helping kids. And I want to sincerely thank Paul Mansfield and everyone involved in the club for their dedication. As someone who loves sport, I will continue to advocate for you and look forward to supporting your efforts to getting new goalposts and LED lighting. Speaker, I want to extend my warmest congratulations to the Les Murdy Tennis Club, who celebrated a momentous milestone this past weekend for their 60th birthday. For 6 decades, this club has been a hub for health, friendship and community connection in the Perth Hills. It was an absolute pleasure to join them on Saturday to mark their Diamond Jubilee, which happily coincided with the official turning on of their fantastic new LED lights. This $105,000 upgrade is a game changer for the tennis club, allowing for more twilight and evening play. I'm incredibly proud that the election commitment by the state Labor candidate Karen Beale was honoured by the Cook Labor government and delivered a $60,000 grant by my colleague Clacy Hurst, MLC. Together with Tennis Australia contributing $20,000 and the club itself investing $25,000 of its own hard-earned funds, this project is a brilliant example of what happens when partnership meets community ambition. As a proud sponsor of the Junior Tennis Club at Les Murdy, it was a joy to be there. for the Junior Club Awards, the birthday cake, and to see between 60 to 80 members brave the winter weather to celebrate their 60th birthday. I want to thank the Treasurer John Daff and the entire committee for their invitation and their tireless work behind the scenes. Speaker, whether it's protecting our hills from fire, raising funds for sick kids in Forestfield, or keeping the lights bright for the next generation of tennis players in Lesmurdie, the people of Bullwinkle look out for each other. I congratulate all of our local heroes and look forward to continuing to support them in this House. I commend this speech to the House.
And I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And last week was Australian Local Government Week, and almost a quarter of my 47 local government authorities made the 3,000-kilometre trek to Canberra. For many, it was a chance to network and share information with their peers. For others, an opportunity to raise serious local issues with ministers and their shadow counterparts, and offer solutions to problems common to regional Australia. I give a shout out to the cities of Albany and Kalgoorlie-Boulder, the Northern Goldfield Shires of Laverton and Menzies, the remote shires of Nunandarra and Dundas, and the Wheatbelt Shires of Bruce Rock, Narrabeen, Lake Grace, Corrigan and Ravensthorpe. It was great to welcome you all to Canberra, facilitate your meetings and hopefully secure some positive outcomes. The Roe Regional Organisation of Councils, or ROROC, is an alliance of my Wheatbelt Shires of Corrigan, Condinnon, Coolin, Narrabeen and Wickerpin. They're collaborating to address the common challenges of severe housing shortages which prevent employers from attracting and retaining essential workers, from healthcare and childcare staff to teachers, local government employees and agricultural workers. Through their proposed key worker housing project, ROROC has developed a practical, locally led solution to deliver affordable workforce housing in communities where private development is not financially viable. They are calling on the state and federal Labor governments to support place-based funding models and provide targeted co-investment to bridge the regional housing viability gap. Under the previous coalition government, there were targeted regional infrastructure programs like Building Better Regions Fund, which enabled O'Connor Shire councils to build seniors residential villages, long-term and seasonal worker accommodation and tourism infrastructure. Funding has dried up under this city-centric Labor government. And it's not just my small O'Connor councils who are being stymied by federal government funding constraints. The City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder Water Bank project is a staged water security initiative designed to increase the capacity to capture stormwater, recycle wastewater and to expand water storage, reducing reliance on the century-old Goldfields long-distance water supply network. Building on the city's existing infrastructure, this project will create new storage dams, upgrade treatment facilities, improve water transfer systems and water-saving technologies. As part of the Australia-wide Mining Cities Alliance, the City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder was here advocating for federal infrastructure funding to address residential housing shortages that see Goldfields workers living long-term in hotels, caravans and camps. The City of Kalgoorlie-Boulder is a thriving mining hub located on the edge of the desert. It needs water infrastructure not only to support industry, but for the entire community to thrive and grow. The Local Government Rural Health Funding Alliance brings together 6 O'Connor Wheatbelt Shires facing the same health challenges. How to maintain health services in small rural communities where patient numbers are too low to support a GP practice under existing Commonwealth funding models. The Shires of Lake Grace, Noangarup, Jerramungup, Ravensthorpe, Narrabeen and Kojonup collectively contribute more than $1.4 million of ratepayers' dollars every year, as well as providing housing, vehicles and medical facilities to attract and retain doctors. These costs can amount to up to 16% of a shire's annual rates base. This innovative alliance is advocating for targeted Commonwealth action to address these thin market conditions, including a dedicated pilot funding program for MM6 and MM7 communities, tailored sustainability payments for rural GP services and reforms to existing incentives so that there is equity between the health services offered in the city and to those living in the bush. To this end, the Alliance hosted their own information and advocacy session during Olga Week, attracting over 30 like-minded councils. They plan to build a national alliance to secure sustainable health funding for the bush, so small local governments no longer carry the financial burden for this Commonwealth responsibility. Another innovative Shire President, Patrick Hill of the Shire of Laverton, is the founding chair of the Outback Highway Development Council, something very close to your heart, Deputy Speaker. Together with the Northern Goldfield Shires of Menzies and Nunandarra, they were in Canberra to launch the Outback Way Action Plan here in Parliament House last week. Pat reported the good news that the 2,700-kilometre bitumisation of the Trans-Australian route linking Laverton to Winton in Western Queensland is almost complete in all but my electorate of O'Connor, where 760 kilometres of gravel remains. Elsewhere along the Outback Way, the focus is moving to social, cultural and economic development. But sadly, the WA Labor government is dragging its feet delivering this long-term road infrastructure. For every year this funding goes unspent, the cost of the road build grows, leaving the visionary stakeholders like Pat watching their 28-year dream drift away from reality.
Member, I now give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Deputy Speaker, tomorrow is not just the beginning of a new financial year. It is another significant milestone in the Albanese government's ambitious reform agenda. July 1 brings with it real change for millions of Australians. It will mean more money in the pockets of Australians, more support for Australian families, and more economic and job security. Deputy Speaker, for new parents, tomorrow marks another major expansion of paid parental leave. Eligible families welcoming a new baby or adopting a child will now be able to access up to 26 weeks of government-funded paid parental leave. That means more time at home with the newborn and less financial pressure during one of life's biggest milestones. Families accessing the full entitlement will receive about $30,000 in support. Parents receiving paid parental leave will also receive a higher weekly payment of more than $1,000. Tomorrow is also another important step in improving women's economic security. In groundbreaking reform, parents will receive superannuation contributions while on paid parental leave, helping to build their superannuation savings. For too long, women have retired with significantly less superannuation than men, in large part because they stepped away from paid work to raise children. This reform recognises something that women have always known: caring has value. Raising children is valuable work, and parents should not be financially worse off in retirement because they chose to give their child the best possible start in life. Tomorrow also brings welcome cost of living relief for millions of Australians. Every Australian worker will receive another tax cut. Workers on the national minimum wage will benefit from a 6% pay increase, and workers on award wages will also see their pay rise. Millions of Australians receiving government payments will benefit from indexation, helping people keep pace with the cost of living. And more than 1.2 million families will receive higher family tax benefit payments to help with the cost of raising children. Deputy Speaker, I know that for many families, every dollar counts. Whether it's paying the electricity bill, buying school uniforms or covering the weekly grocery shop, these changes will make a real difference. And in another first, we will reach another significant milestone for Australian consumers. For too long, Australians watching supermarket prices climb while wondering whether they were paying more than what they should. It's frustrating and stressful for those on a tight budget. So from tomorrow, we are making it illegal for the largest supermarkets to charge excessive prices beyond the cost of supply and a reasonable margin. These are tough new laws. They give the ACCC real enforcement powers and significant penalties for business that do the wrong thing. Australians deserve the confidence to know they're getting a fair deal when they walk through the supermarket doors. Tomorrow will also bring new and expanded access to 10 life-changing medicines through the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. Australians living with conditions including cancer, severe asthma, diabetes and other serious illnesses will have access to medicines that would otherwise cost thousands of dollars. For many people, that means the difference between hoping they can afford treatment and knowing they can. It's another reminder why Medicare, the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, remains among Australia's greatest achievements and why the Albanese government continues to strengthen them. And Medicare urgent care clinics will now be a permanent feature of our health system. People across our region are really embracing the urgent care clinic in Torquay. It's making a real difference and delivering better health outcomes for so many locals. Tomorrow also marks the biggest reform in Australians' veteran support system in generations. A new single compensation and rehabilitation claim system will simplify support for veterans making new claims with the Department of Veterans Affairs. It's another important step in ensuring those who've served our country and the families who support them receive care and the support they need. Speaker, in closing, these reforms represent government delivering on an ambitious reform agenda to improve people's lives. Tomorrow is more than the start of a new financial year. It's another step to a fairer, better Australia.
And I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And as the federal member for Casey, there are many highlights to my role. And one of those is visiting local schools within my community to meet students and share my experience as a Member of Parliament. And it was a privilege to visit Birmingham Primary School recently to celebrate this year's student leaders and present them with their certificates, recognising their efforts as leaders of the school. Congratulations to school captains Sasha and Nyack, Italian captains Kira and Zara, global education captains Georgie and Hayden, STEM captains Charlie and Jeremy, visual arts captains Jesse and Lewis, performing arts captains Ruby and Jed, the library captains Evie and Zach, and the PE and sports captains Harper and Reese. You're all doing a fantastic job as leaders at Birmingham Primary School. Congratulations, and I look forward to visiting you again soon. And as students near the end of their secondary journey, many are learning about the democratic processes and their responsibilities as they enter adulthood. And it was wonderful to visit 2 local secondary schools in my community over the last few weeks. Belgrave Heights Christian School had the opportunity to speak with the Year 11 Legal Studies class, and Oxley College to speak with and answer questions from the Year 9 students after they completed their intensive election program. They'd also visited Parliament House, so the Year 11 students at Belgrave Heights had some great questions for me, including how laws are made, my role in our democracy as the representative for Casey, and democracy in action. And it was also enjoyable to hear from the students about their 2-day trip to Canberra and what their favourite activities were, which included their visit to Parliament House, glow-in-the-dark mini-golf, and a trip to the High Court, from one extreme to the other. And my visit to Oxley College also highlighted how the next generation of young people are engaged and passionate about their future. And I appreciated their well-thought-out questions, ranging from the first bill that I spoke on, how laws are made, to a passionate interrogation on the government's recent social media ban. And it was fantastic to see the Year 9 so engaged with our civic system after completing the intensive 2026 election program, where they learnt the basics of government, laws, forming a party and holding an election. And we are privileged to live in a country where democracy is the foundation of our political system. And it is encouraging to see so many young people in my community engaged with the real-world issues that our country is facing. And as I stand here in this House, I am grateful for my role and the trust my community has placed in me to be their representative. My community is one that comes together often to help and support each other, share a laugh and have some fun. And that was clearly present at the Big Freeze at the Ville event earlier this month to raise vital funds for Fight MND. And I was honoured to be asked to take on the slide at this event in tribute to all those who have fought and are still fighting the beast that is MND. As all Australians know, Fight MND started due to one man's willingness to fight. He was never to give up, and that man was the great and late Neil Danaher. A father, a husband, a son, a grandfather, a footballer, a coach, a leader, an inspiration and a hero, a man who did everything he could to fight the beast. And Neil's legacy will be forever ingrained in the minds of all Australians, and it was a privilege to help raise funds for this important cause, to honour him and all fighters of the beast. And thank you to Hillsville Greyhounds for organising this important annual event and inviting me to join in. And thank you to our community for your ongoing support of this important cause. $56,442 was raised on the day. Another $96,912 was raised through the sale of MND items from the Coles within my electorate, this community. $153,354 from our community, all going to fight MND. Thank you, everyone.
I call the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow marks a proud day for Australian families. From the 1st of July 2026, eligible parents welcoming a new baby or adopting a child will have access to 26 weeks of paid parental leave. That is 6 months backed by the government. 6 months to recover, to bond and to settle into life with a new baby. Anyone who has brought a newborn home knows the first months are hard to describe. They are full of love, but they are also tiring. They bring joy, but they can bring worry too. There are feeds through the night, appointments, recovery, nappies, washing, visitors, and the fleeting, very fleeting, rare moments of silence. That time is precious and it should be available to every family. It should not depend on the size of someone's bank account, their workplace's policy, or whether a parent can afford to go without pay. It was a Whitlam government that introduced paid maternity leave for Commonwealth employees in 1973, and in 2011 it was a Gillard Labor government that introduced our National Paid Parental Leave Scheme, providing 18 weeks of government-funded parental leave. Before then, Australia was one of the few developed countries without a proper funded national scheme. For generations, parents were expected to make it work on their own. Mothers returned to work sooner than they wanted. Fathers often had little or no time at home. Families used savings, credit cards, annual leave, unpaid leave, or whatever they had. Labor changed that. We created a national scheme. We defended it, and now the Albanese Labor government is building on it. From tomorrow, families who access the full entitlement will receive almost $30,000 across their paid parental leave. That is more than double the support families received before Labor came into government. The individual income limit will also increase, meaning more families will be covered. More time, more money, more families supported. In my community of Griffith, 1,560 parents received paid parental leave last financial year. I think about what this change means for those families. It means a mum in Cooperoo can have more time to recover after her birth. It means a dad in Morningside can spend more time at home in those first months. It means parents in West End, Camp Hill, Cannon Hill, Bulimba and across our community can make decisions with a little less financial pressure. It means a parent can stay home longer without being punished for starting a family. As a proud mum of two, I know how much that time means. 20 months after I had my first child, I gave birth to my second baby. By then, my savings were depleted from the unpaid time I had taken after my first child. I was deeply grateful for the government paid parental leave I received for baby number 2. I think it gave me around 13 weeks. But I could not afford to take off more time, and I returned to work earlier than I wanted. I was breastfeeding, caring for 2 small children and trying to keep everything together. I know many parents have their own version of that story. They have stood in the kitchen late at night doing the maths. They have wondered what they will lose in income, savings, super or career progress. They have felt the pressure of wanting to be with their child and needing to pay the bills. That is why this change means so much. It says time with a new child is to be valued. It says parents should be backed by their country at one of the most demanding and meaningful times in their life. Deputy Speaker, these changes did not happen by accident. They happened through the work of parents, unions, advocates, women's organisations and community members who kept making the case. And they happened in the face of people who still want to drag this country backwards. We have heard the same tired attacks on paid parental leave for years. We have heard women called rorters and double dippers. on Mother's Day, no less. We have heard Senator Hanson in the other place. She suggested paid parental leave should be left to companies, as though a parent's time with their newborn should depend on who signs their pay slip. Labor rejects that view. A child's start in life should not depend on where their parents work. A mother's recovery should not depend on whether her employer has a generous policy. A father's chance to be present should not depend on workplace culture. This country can do better, and Labor is doing better. Deputy Speaker, every new parent deserves time to hold their baby, to learn their cries, to recover, to rest, and to build routines that carry a family through those early months. Labor introduced paid parental leave. Labor protected it. Labor expanded it. And from tomorrow, Labor is expanding it again to a full 26 weeks for eligible families. This is a very proud achievement for this Labor government. Most of all, it is a better start for those thousands of babies, parents and families right across our country, and most especially in my community of Griffith, where we have so many young families starting out, and I know how much a change and how much a help this new policy will be for families in my community. Thank you.
It now being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.